In Marvel, you refer to this as magic. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101. Want to post. While chatting, Peter Parker suddenly blurted out a swear word. The literal translation of this swear word is holy shit, and the meaning of this sentence is self-evident. Ronan looked very strange and subconsciously moved his phone away. He didn't want to talk to a pile of shit. Please explain it clearly. What does Tony Stark explode? Ronan raised his eyebrows, thinking that there is such a good thing. If Tony Stark exploded, does it mean that Iron Man has also been replaced? Oh, sorry, I was too excited just now. Just now, Mr. Stark's residence was attacked. Fuck, there are so many missiles. Mr. Stark's home has become a ruin. Peter Parker's voice became extremely sharp, obviously seeing an extremely horrified scene. But at the same time, from the other end of Peter Parker's phone, a very dissatisfied voice came. Peter, don't swear. There is no doubt that this voice came from Peter Parker's Aunt May Parker. Peter Parker quickly apologized and promised that he would not swear again. Ah, is that so? For some reason, Peter Parker heard a hint of disappointment in Ronan's tone. He suspected that he had heard it wrong. The news said that many helicopters appeared and used missiles to bomb Mr. Stark's house into ruins. Now Mr. Stark is also missing, and we don't know whether he is dead or alive. Peter Parker stared at the TV. The reporter on it seemed to be very excited to report the news. After all, this is the legendary big news. Don't these reporters want to make big news all their lives? Ronan raised his eyebrows. He probably knew what was going on. A few days ago, when Happy was attacked, Tony Stark announced his home address in excitement. Then he was attacked today. It seems that Killian and his men are not vegetarians. You deserve it. You are pretending to be cool. Really? It's a pity that I was not there, otherwise. Ronan shook his head with regret. If he was there, he would definitely laugh at Tony Stark and put him. Hey, little man, are you alone? Just when Ronan was imagining beating up Tony Stark, a shadow blocked his sunbirth. Ronan took off his glasses and looked at the person. A beautiful woman with a curvy figure. If a swimsuit is considered revealing, then the one in front of him is naked. The two bombs she was carrying, except for the fuse, you can see every part of the bomb. Even if someone has a sharp eye, they can analyze the model and material. Is it original or imported, or an industrial product? Of course, it may also be due to excessive logging by humans that large tracts of forest have been razed to the ground. The dry riverbed is also exposed. Hey, Ronan, why are you silent? Peter Parker's voice sounded again. But this time, Ronan didn't have the heart to play with the child. Sorry, Peter, I have something to do here. I'll call you later. After saying this, Ronan hung up the phone in a flash. He looked at the woman again. Seeing Ronan like this, the woman couldn't help laughing. However, Ronan's next words were beyond her imagination. If you don't mind being arrested for in-depth communication with minors, you can lie here. I can also provide you with food and accommodation. Ronan patted the seat next to him, nodded, and gestured to come over here. The woman's face froze slightly, but she still lay beside Ronan. From the way she lay down, the bomb also turned into a bubble and changed its form from the essence. Well, innate. As long as you don't say it, I won't say it. Then who can know? The woman gently stroked her thigh that could crush a person to death and looked at Ronan with seductive eyes. Ronan was like a gentleman, as if he didn't see anything. But the woman didn't mean to give up at all. She gently stretched out her right hand and moved it to Ronan's standard 8-pack abs. She even swiped down, trying to slide to unlock. Snap. Ronan locked her wrist with one hand and took off his sunglasses again. But this time, his eyes turned playful. Since you don't mind, I'll change places to chat. After all, there are many people here, and you don't want to broadcast live to others, right? Ronan narrowed his eyes and showed a smile that you understand. For some reason, the woman suddenly felt her heart beat, as if something bad was going to happen. But soon, this idea was also thrown away by her. What bad things could happen to such a young minor? So, the woman smiled shyly and let Ronan lead her like this. The two walked across the beach and went straight back to the largest 5-star hotel next to the beach. As one of the VIPs of this 5-star hotel, when Ronan came back with a charming beauty, the lobby manager also winked at Ronan, showing a smile that everyone understands. Ronan just smiled, and in the lobby manager's extremely envious eyes, Ronan took the woman to the elevator. Soon, the elevator stopped, and the two came to the luxury suite on the top floor. Although it was not the presidential suite, it was not much different. I didn't expect you to have so much capital. Are you a rich second generation? The beauty looked at Ronan's room, and the light in her eyes became brighter and brighter. She looked like a woman who was obsessed with money. Just treat me as a rich second generation. Ronan sat on the soft sofa and stared at the woman in front of him with interest. It must be said that her figure can be called top-notch in the eyes of Europeans and Americans. With her conditions, even if she becomes an internet celebrity, I'm afraid that countless big brothers will flock to her. You are so anxious. Don't you plan to let me take a shower first? The woman took 2 steps forward and sat gently in Ronan's arms. Feeling the weight in his arms, Ronan couldn't help but sigh. In fact, he also wanted to try what it felt like. But, this is poisonous. Why don't we get to the point quickly? For example, Ronan looked at the woman with a smile. Hearing this, the woman rolled her eyes at him first, but her body moved as Ronan said, and her lips slowly moved towards Ronan's lips. Inevitably, Ronan would become a bomb disposal expert. Then, suck me dry, right? However, Ronan's next words froze the woman in midair. A hint of anger soon appeared on her face, and her face turned slightly red, as if she was shy, because of Ronan's words. As for Ronan, he sighed again. What a pity. If this woman hadn't leaked a little bit of her breath, Ronan might have really thought that pie in the sky had fallen. After all, such a beautiful woman was hunting for beauties outside in broad daylight. Isn't it a pie falling on his head? Didn't Mephisto tell you? Succubus can seduce anyone, but never get close to the wizards of Kamatage. When Ronan said this, the woman who was originally charming and a little shy suddenly changed her face. Her flexible legs immediately stepped on the sofa, trying to use the force to break free from Ronan's arms. But how could Ronan let her do what she wanted? The mirror space gradually spread throughout the room, and Ronan smiled. I wanted to try this trick many years ago, but I never had the chance. So, I'm very grateful to you. Kill with the girl in my arms. Chapter 102. Hell has taken over the earth. 2-in-1 monthly ticket request. Ronan roared, and his soft hands immediately turned into strong chains. The next second, he jumped up from the sofa. His hands instantly slid to the woman's waist, and then locked tightly. He leaned on the woman's lower back, threw her hard behind him. The woman had no ability to resist, and hit the ground hard. Boom. Snap. With a crisp sound, accompanied by the vibration of the ground, the woman's spine was instantly broken. Ronan shook his neck and shook his body. After all, this move was used for the first time, and to be honest, he was not very skilled. If it weren't for his long-term physical training, the move just now would have almost sprained his waist. At this time, the woman on the ground had completely changed. Not only did she grow 2 horns on her head, but her face also had some strange colors. She even had fewer clothes on her body. I don't know where the 2 lines around her waist and back went. It's immoral. Ronan couldn't help but spit. Then he stretched out his left hand with a firm look, and let the magic circle in his left hand suck the woman directly in. Slurp. A crocodile tear fell from the corner of Ronan's mouth. He removed the mirror space, and the room returned to its previous layout. It's done. It's time to call it a day. I don't know what these demons who sneaked in from hell think. Isn't it better to be low-key? Coveting the strong body of a minor, don't you know that you will be punished by law? Ronan patted the non-existent dust on his hands and glanced at the clock on the wall. Well, the battle was over in 3 minutes. This battle speed is not bad. At least it is much longer than some people's time. Every time he goes out to travel, he will inexplicably encounter such beautiful women who come up to chat up. As a result, each one is either a succubus or a demon in disguise. So, Ronan now feels that he has a bit of PTSD. Experience plus 75. Seeing a string of numbers floating in front of him, Ronan couldn't help but curl his lips. It's really rubbish, only this little experience. But Ronan didn't care about this experience, but took out his mobile phone and wanted to send a text message to Wang. After all, demons from hell appeared here, and someone always needs to deal with it. Kamatage has professionals to do this, so professional things should be left to professionals. Just when Ronan was about to press the call button, a scream came from outside the window. Then, more and more people screamed. What happened again? Could it be that someone is robbing here with a gun? Ronan glanced out the window casually, but saw a scene that surprised him. Damn. Why are there so many demons? Ronan clearly saw that in the open space downstairs countless people were running in all directions. Behind them, there was a large group of demons. All kinds of demons. Succubi, fire demons, claw demons, snake demons, etc. There are even many demon species that Ronan has never seen. Warfare? Is this a sub-hell? The back garden of the devil? Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth. This is probably the most incomprehensible thing he has ever seen in his life. Did Mephisto suddenly suffer from Alzheimer's disease? How dare he challenge the authority of the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One? Did the Ancient One not hit you hard enough, or did you forget the pain after your wound healed? Although Ronan was reluctant to get involved in these troubles, he had no choice, because he was the sorcerer of Kamatage. As the next Supreme Sorcerer, Ronan had to lead by example. So he put on his headphones and pressed the call button on his phone. Then he took out the classic Iron Man helmet from his suitcase and put it on his head. Fortunately, he was well prepared. Jarvis, start combat mode. The beach at this time had become a living hell. The originally golden and soft beach was now occupied by corpses, and blood had dyed the beach red. Demons who came out of nowhere had occupied this place. The humans who were lucky enough to have a life only hated their parents for not giving them 2 more legs, so that they could run faster than anyone else. Unfortunately, when it comes to running, they may not be able to outrun these demons. A demon lifted a girl high up in the air. Although the girl struggled hard, it was still useless. Just as she was about to die, a golden light flashed. The demon's arm was cut off at the root. Raw. The demon screamed in intense pain. The next second, another golden light flashed, and the demon's head shot up into the sky, spraying countless black blood. The woman next to her was drenched in blood, and the white cloth strips were also soaked. Experience plus 105. At this time, she was already dumbfounded. I don't know if it was because of the feeling of dying, or because of the bloody scene in front of her. The woman sat on the ground motionless, and no one knew what she was thinking. Madam, do you want to listen to my advice? If you want to be in a daze, leave here first. After all, these monsters are not as easy to talk to as I am. Ronan pointed to the group of demons not far away, because the wailing of the demon just now had attracted the voices of other demons. Now, they no longer chased those weak humans, but instead aimed their eyes at Ronan. The woman looked in the direction of Ronan's finger, and the next second she couldn't help but shiver. She screamed, rolled, and crawled up from the beach, and stumbled away. Looking at the scene in front of him, Ronan couldn't help smacking his lips. 4 jellies. Raw. At this time, it seemed that the leader of these demons roared. All the demons seemed to have received an order, and all rushed towards Ronan. Demons are not low-level creatures as rumored. On the contrary, they are actually very smart. Even ordinary demons like these have human IQ. Higher-level demons have higher IQ. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people bewitched by demons every year and sink into hell. The majority bully the minority? Ronan looked at these demons helplessly. Where is the demon spirit? Is it possible for us to have a one-on-one duel? However, these demons did not answer his meaning. With a roar, they appeared again, and rushed towards Ronan. The raging flames rushed towards Ronan without any reason. At this moment, the flames from hell tried to devour Ronan directly. Ronan pulled the corners of his mouth, crossed his hands, activated the ring of Ragada in his left hand, and blocked in front of him. The raging flames directly bombarded the shield. At such a close distance, Ronan could clearly feel the heat wave coming towards him. Give it back to you. Ronan raised his right hand and swung it down suddenly. From the sky, countless golden swords bombarded the ground like a rainstorm. Bang 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 bang. The continuous explosions left one demon after another in place. The black blood also turned into a stream at this moment, flowing in all directions. The flames continued, and the golden swords in the sky were endless. Experience plus 100, experience plus 105, experience plus 111. The continuous system prompt sounds floated past Ronan's eyes. However, at this moment, Ronan had no intention to pay attention to how much experience he had gained, because there were too many demons. Even though he was keeping an eye on all directions and trying his best to control the golden sword, he gave priority to attacking those closer to him. But, as I said, there were too many demons. Although these low-level demons were very weak, it would take a long time to kill even 10,000 ants. What about the demons in front of him? Bang. Finally, after 2 minutes of stalemate, a demon finally broke through the blockade and punched Ronan's shield. The next second, he was burned to ashes by the flames behind him. Although it did not cause much damage to Ronan, and did not even make Ronan move half a step. However, if there is the first one that breaks through the defense line, there will be the second and third. Seeing that more and more demons broke through the defense line, Ronan did not dare to be careless. He pushed his left hand forward, and the ring of Ragada hit the rushing demons fiercely. The shield knocked some demons away, but Ronan also lost the first line of defense. Fuck. Why hasn't the king come yet? If you don't come, I'll make my diarrhea public. Ronan cursed inwardly, dodged the flames that were coming towards him, and then pulled out the infinity gauntlet from the void. At this moment, he didn't care how handsome he was, because the demons in front of him seemed endless. Even though he had killed dozens of them just now, it seemed that the number still didn't change. Damn. These demons don't spend Christmas in hell. Why do they come to the human world to join in the fun? Ronan punched the ground fiercely. The energy impact of the space gem directly blasted several demons that were close to him away. The next second, Ronan quickened his pace, avoiding the pursuit of the demons, while locking his eyes on the target. The first rule of team battles is to kill the nurse first. Ronan's eyes were on the succubus in the back row. In addition to being able to charm humans, the greatest ability of these succubi is to make these low-level demons fight with high morale. This is actually the same as humans. Men will also be motivated to fight when they are stimulated in some way. Of course, married men are excluded. You are the ones. Threesome. Ronan's eyes quickly locked onto 3 targets, and the space fluctuations followed closely behind these succubi. A sound like a meat grinder sounded, and the ecstatic clamp sound of the succubus came again. This last boof also made the demons chasing Ronan crazy. The speed was a few points faster than before. Ronan glanced behind him, and with a fierce swing of his right hand, several energy whips were thrown out by him. The energy whips thrown out instantly entangled the necks of several demons, and knocked down several demons behind him. Soon, the crisp sound of bone fracture sounded. Glancing at the increasing number of demons around him, Ronan couldn't help rolling his eyes. If he wanted to run, he would definitely be able to run at any time. However, the reality is that not only can he not run, but he also has to hold these demons back to buy time for those humans to escape. Don't ask why. The answer is Kamatage's duty. If he encounters other things, Ronan may be able to leave. However, this is within his scope of responsibility, and he cannot leave. Although Ronan's bottom line is very flexible, this kind of bottom line is unshakable. The trip to Akin. Ronan took a deep breath and quickly formed seals with his hands in front of his chest. One after another, Ronan, who looked exactly the same, flew out from behind him. Ronan didn't need to say anything more. These clones immediately rushed towards the demons that surrounded him to buy time for Ronan. During the 2 weeks of special training, Ronan not only trained how to use the space gem, but also learned the secrets of Kamatage. With the appearance of the clones, Ronan's embarrassing situation was temporarily alleviated. However, this was only temporary. Whether it was the clone or his original body, it couldn't last that long. Ronan clenched the infinite gauntlet on his left hand. He actually had another trick to use. That was to use the space gem to exile all the demons in front of him. However, Ronan was still hesitating. Because before that, Ronan had heard a roar. Although this roar was no different from the voices of other demons, when that roar appeared, these demons seemed to have received an order, and all put down their humans in their hands, and turned to Ronan. For the creatures in hell, they only obey demons that are stronger than them. In other words, among these demons, there must be a demon with considerable strength. From the beginning to now, Ronan has been looking for that demon. However, he has not gained anything. This demon must be hidden among these demons, and he can even sense that Ronan is looking for him. So, he did not make any sound again. With your IQ, it's a pity not to take the postgraduate entrance examination, Ronan muttered to himself, and couldn't help but hold his left hand. If it really doesn't work, he can only use that trick. Although his spells do not require his own mana, his physical strength is limited. Once surrounded by these demons, Ronan's situation will be even more dangerous. So, thinking of this, Ronan took a deep breath. His huge mental power began to slowly communicate with the space gem in his left hand. With so many demons in front of him, I'm afraid that Ronan's mental power will be emptied in an instant. Damn, you like to hide in the crowd, right? Then follow the crowd and annihilate together. Ronan gritted his teeth, and his huge mental power came out of his body. At this time, several golden portals appeared. Ronan quickly withdrew the move he was about to use, and calmed down his surging mental power. A familiar voice sounded from behind Ronan. This person was none other than Wang, whom Ronan had called a long time ago. He finally came. If you come later, the position of Supreme Sorcerer will be yours. Ronan turned around and rolled his eyes at Wang. Wardfa, are you having a party here? The chapter title of yesterday was changed, but because it is a VIP chapter, I can't modify it, so it can only be like that. Chapter 103, your party is not serious. 3 in 1. Party? Fuck your sister. Ronan almost cursed. Ronan, what mess have you made again? Why are there so many demons on Earth? Have you pierced hell? Wang took 2 quick steps and came to Ronan's side, asking questions from the heart. Because the scene in front of him was too shocking. Wang had been a mage in Kamatage for so many years, and he thought he had seen a lot of storms. However, when he saw the scene in front of him, he was also dumbfounded. When had he seen such a battle? What the hell does this have to do with me? I just came here to have a good vacation. Who knew I would encounter such a thing? Do you think I want to? Ronan couldn't help but complain. He didn't even participate in the plot of this world. Just to enjoy a few more days of vacation. When encountering such a thing, Ronan also wanted to know why. Also, you came so late. You don't really covet the position of Supreme Mage, do you? Ronan threw a ring of Ragador, pierced a demon, and took the lives of 3 or 4 demons. Wang was not idle either. His hands had not stopped since he finished the first sentence. Don't I have to go to the passage to take a look? If I hadn't worked so hard to block the passage to hell, you would have been trampled to death by now. Even the Ancient One is still in the passage, otherwise we wouldn't be able to get here. Wang curled his lips, quickly formed seals with his hands, and used the thunder of Bossert. Ronan raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Is the pressure so great? To deal with these monsters, you actually use this big move, relying on the fact that the mana is not your own. Then why don't you find a few people to help first? If I weren't so strong, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to wait for you to come and be eaten alive by these black demons. Ronan threw out an energy whip, wrapped around the body of a troll, and threw it out fiercely. Instantly knocked down a group of demons. Fuck. Go to hell. Wang casually twisted the neck of a demon, and then kicked away a demon that attacked from behind. He continued, how do I know that you organized so many people to hold a silver party here, Walter? When Ronan heard this word from Wang's mouth, he almost dropped his jaw. Where did he learn this from? I warn you, I'm still a minor. You say these words, just fuck Li Liang. Ronan dodged to the right suddenly, dodged a flying demon, and solved it with a ring of Ragada. Be careful, these demons are smart now. Ronan shouted behind him. After these demons found that they could not break through the defense line of several people for the time being, they actually thought of other ways. Some demons with great strength actually began to try to throw other demons over. If there was no command, Ronan would not believe it, even if he was beaten to death. What happened here? Is there any investigation result from the temple? Ronan approached Wang and couldn't help asking loudly. All this came too suddenly, and it could even be said to be caught off guard. Under normal circumstances, the defense mechanism of the three temples is already perfect. Maybe sometimes, one or two sneak demons will be missed, but they will soon be discovered by Kamataj. And now, such a big scene like the one in front of us will never appear, unless Kamataj is destroyed. It looks like hell is going to invade the earth in an all-round way. I don't know. If you hadn't called me, there would be no news from the temple. Even at the beginning, I thought you were lying to me. Wang Yi shouted, and he still didn't understand it now. Before he came, he thought it was just a few sneak demons, so he didn't report it. Even the surveillance system in the temple didn't find any problems. These bandit demons came to New York and didn't say hello to me. Mr. Luo, do you know what it means to share the profits? Want to rob the earth standing still? Ha. No, Ronan, there are too many demons. We need to ask Kamataj for help. At this moment, another wizard came to their side. The fatigue on his face was beyond words. Even though all these mana came from the boss, Vishanti, the physical strength was his own. Especially the mages in front of him. Most of them were mages who had just started 1 or 2 years ago. After all, it was still Christmas, and those mages who had started for many years should still be spending Christmas at home. Then find someone to go and ask for help. The rest of you hold on a little longer, the support will arrive soon. Wang gritted his teeth, but he didn't have much hope for help. Their final strong support must be Ancient One. However, the current Ancient One might not be able to arrive for a while. No need. Ronan took a deep breath, and he was naturally aware of the situation. If Ancient One could arrive as soon as possible, she would definitely not delay for a minute or a second. Everyone knew this. There must be other reasons why she didn't come. At this time, Kamataj probably didn't have many mages who could come to support, and there might be casualties if they came, so it was better not to come. I will use a move next. After using it, I may lose my strength. So, remember to protect me. Don't let me become the supreme mage candidate who dies before taking office. Don't give the king any chance. Ronan patted the shoulders of several mages beside him very seriously. It was like he was entrusting a big thing to his confidant. This scene made the king want to hit someone. After explaining everything, Ronan took a deep breath and burst out his mental power again. Those who can use the Aken form, use the clone to block in front. Those who can't use it, retreat temporarily, or retreat behind me. Don't be affected by this move of mine. Ronan roared, and the space gem on his left hand began to emit a faint blue light. This move is very powerful, but there is a problem. No distinction between enemies and friends. As long as the target is within the range, whether it is our own people or enemies, it will be directly exiled. It can be said that this is an indiscriminate attack. Hearing Ronan's order, several mages used the Aken form one after another and replaced the mages in front. The other mages also hid behind Ronan and held their breath. Ronan opened his eyes, and the huge mental power seemed to connect the heaven and earth at this moment. The space gem in his left hand also burst out a huge energy at this time. The energy of the space gem is connected with Ronan's mental power. Wherever Ronan looks, he is the target. Die for me. Ronan roared, and at this moment, the space within the range of his sight was blocked. Everyone's movement seemed to be frozen at this moment. No, not frozen. Unlike Ronan's use of the time gem before, the time gem stopped the flow of time around, as if the whole time stopped at that moment. But now, it is a completely different situation. Ronan actually couldn't explain this phenomenon in front of him. But one thing he could understand was that when these people were exiled to the void space, would time still have any meaning? Exile. When Ronan's mental power reached its peak, he seemed to see an extremely terrifying picture. A big mouth from the void swallowed all the demons in the range into its stomach. The next second Ronan spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to his knees. Wang's body also shuddered because he also saw an extremely shocking scene. The countless demons in front of him disappeared in an instant, as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth. Just like, how to describe it? It's like a video, with an extremely rich picture in the previous frame, but all disappeared in the next frame. The most critical frame in the middle seemed to have been removed by someone using video software. This is the case with these demons in front of him. Huff, huff. Ronan knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. The price he paid this time was far more serious than the price he paid last time. Although he was almost involved in it last time, Ronan's injury was not serious. It was not even as serious as the time when he erased the mirror space of Ancient One. But this time was different. This was the first time he felt so close to death. Is there a difference between banishing non-intelligent creatures and intelligent creatures? In other words, does the cost of banishing living things and inanimate things also differ? Ronan wiped the blood from his nose, and he felt that he was slowly recovering. +2 meditation allowed him to recover his mental power at an extremely fast speed. If meditation less than +3 required 2 skill points, and Ronan only had 1 skill point left, he would have added the skill point to meditation long ago. Of course, using this trick this time was not completely fruitless. In addition to solving the crisis at hand and gaining a lot of experience, Ronan also summed up one thing. For living things, or intelligent creatures, the number of banishments determines how much is consumed. In order to ensure that he would not faint, Ronan did not release all his mental power. Leaving about 10% can ensure that he will not become a burden. This was also Ronan's original plan. Leaving 10% of mental power can at least ensure that Ronan can prepare for the worst in most battles. Collapse and sell away. I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. I'm dying. Ronan covered his chest with his hands and lay on the beach. His action scared the surrounding mages. They all thought that Ronan was really in trouble. However, only the king, who knew Ronan very well, was not moved at all. His eyes were still fixed on the empty space in front of him. Where are the people? Oh no, should I say, where are the demons? Where are so many demons? How did they suddenly disappear? Ronan, what did you do? Wang was so surprised that he didn't know what to say. The scene in front of him was a bit too anti-human. Oh no, anti-magic. Even a mage like him, who had seen a lot of storms and waves, had never seen such a situation before. Not to mention the ordinary mages behind Ronan. It doesn't matter what I did. Shouldn't you care about my injuries? Ronan lay on the beach and answered in a muffled voice. From the sound, it seemed that he was still a little dissatisfied. I know you won't die. Because if you really have something wrong, you won't say that. Wang glanced at Ronan, who was facing him with his back, and couldn't help curling his lips. He thought he knew Ronan's temper very well. Just listening to his full-hearted voice, he didn't sound like he was seriously injured at all. Get lost. It seems that you have been plotting the position of the Supreme Sorcerer for a long time. I tell you, as long as I don't die, you will always be the old 1.5. Ronan's furious tone sounded again. Several mages around couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they heard him say this. If they really lost the heir to the Supreme Sorcerer, then they would lose a lot of money in Kamitage. You said, should I take a photo and send it to others to see your current state? The heir to the Supreme Sorcerer is actually lying on the ground and being lazy. Seeing that the biggest crisis has been resolved, Wang is also happy to joke with Ronan. After all, the atmosphere before was too depressing. If it weren't for Ronan, it's unknown what their ending would be. Snap, snap, snap. All you know is taking pictures. Why are you so lazy? As a wizard of Kamitage, is your job to take pictures now? Shouldn't you go look around to see if there are any fish that have slipped through the net? Ronan couldn't help but turn over, facing the king, and raised his middle finger. At this time, he was still wearing a classic beach suit, lying on the beach, and looked quite harmonious. After hearing Ronan's words, these wizards finally reacted. Under the arrangement of the king, several people formed teams and continued to chase the demons who tried to escape in different directions. Hey, at least leave someone to protect me. What if someone attacks me at this time? I am. However, before Ronan could finish his words, the person had already disappeared. Ronan looked at the figure that disappeared quickly and couldn't help but cursed him as an ungrateful person. On this beach, the only sound that responded to him was the sound of the waves. Ronan couldn't help but roll his eyes, but he kept muttering in his heart. What happened? Why did so many demons suddenly appear? Is it you, Mephisto, who is too proud, or do you think that Ancient One can't move? In this case, Ancient One should go to Mephisto to have a face-to-face chat and greet him cordially. It seems that you have finished dealing with it here. At this moment, Ancient One's figure appeared from the golden portal. It seems that she is very satisfied with the situation here. Teacher, you don't know that I was just a little bit away from death. If I hadn't fully carried forward the spirit of Archamitage. Otherwise you wouldn't see me. Ronan habitually began to state the facts. Of course, to a certain extent, Ronan was right. He did hold on for a long time alone. However, this statement is obviously a bit exaggerated. More importantly, his current state does not look like a dying person. Except for the little blood he shed, his mental state and physical state are even better than some later Kamatage mages. It seems that, as you said, the important people will be there after the matter is over. Thank you for your hard work. Ancient One put her hands in her sleeves and put them behind her back. It seems that she is no longer planning to take action. Teacher, you have to have a good talk with Mephisto this time. If you don't give him a good beating this time, he might really dare to invade the Earth next time. Ronan began to secretly put pressure on Mephisto. I was exhausted, and so many people died, and Mephisto still wanted to escape. What a fart. However, what surprised Ronan was that Ancient One actually shook his head. This time, it was not done by Mephisto, but there were other reasons. I have talked to Mephisto. Although he is a demon, you are destined not to believe his words. But this time he is telling the truth. Ancient One's face was a little solemn, as if she had understood the ins and outs of the matter. This result surprised Ronan. This is not the work of Mephisto? Who else could it be? Could it be his stupid son? This is not right. If it was his stupid son, Ancient One would definitely be able to see it. So, there must be something wrong here. What is the reason? Ronan sat up from the beach and looked at Ancient One with some curiosity. But soon, he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly added, since you don't want to say it, teacher, then I won't ask. After all, I can't help with this kind of thing. Ronan began to make amends. If it is related to Mephisto, then this matter is not small. But now, this matter first excludes Mephisto, and Guyi's expression doesn't seem to be very good. So, this matter looks even more dangerous. How could Ronan pursue such a dangerous thing? That's not him. Don't worry. Guyi smiled and said something that made Ronan feel at ease. But the next second, Guyi's words almost made Ronan's heart stop. You can definitely help with this matter. Hearing this, Ronan jumped up from the beach. From what Guyi meant, this matter still has to be done by Ronan. Don't worry, this matter has actually been related to you from the beginning. So you are responsible for the end, which is the best choice. Guyi smiled and looked at Ronan. After so many years, how could she not know Ronan's thoughts? However, this matter is indeed related to Ronan. Is it related to me? Ronan was a little confused. You know, he has been honest and conscientious over the years. Especially after returning to this universe, he has never left the house, just like a homebody. Except for a trip to Asgard. It was the Ancient One who took him there, but he has never been to other places. Could it be? Ronan looked at the Ancient One. He now has reason to suspect that the Ancient One took him to Asgard at that time, probably because of this matter. But soon, this suspicion was also dispelled by Ronan himself. The reason is very simple. The Ancient One has no need. What can happen to a trip to Asgard? In addition to the unification of the 9 realms in a short time, there is only the Ragnarok in a long time. It can't be that these demons were released by Hela. This kind of cross-border method, Mephisto doesn't go to Hela to talk. So, this should have nothing to do with Asgard. But apart from Asgard, Ronan hasn't done anything bad recently. He never does bad things. At this time, the king led the mages of Kamatage back to them. Master Ancient One, those demons have been dealt with. It's just that these corpses need to be dealt with again. Also, those who were attacked will probably remember this. The king glanced at Ancient One, his face a little worried. After all, this time things happened too suddenly, so the current situation is very tricky. Thank you for your hard work. Don't worry about the rest. Someone will take care of it. You go back to Kamatage and rest. Ancient One smiled and nodded to several mages. These mages didn't ask much, and after saluting Ancient One, they opened the door of secret magic and prepared to return to Kamatage. Ronan followed these people quietly, preparing to go back together. Ronan, stay for a while. Boom. Ancient One's words were like a bolt from the blue, instantly freezing Ronan in place. Wan turned his head and looked at Ronan's face that looked like ashes and almost laughed out loud. Ronan, do a good job. You are a very qualified candidate for the Supreme Sorcerer. After saying this, Wan went into the secret gate without looking back, not giving Ronan any chance to fight back. He knew that if Ronan spoke, he would be the one who would be depressed. Looking at the secret gate that was disappearing quickly, Ronan had no choice. He could only turn around with a face full of resentment and look at Ancient One with a gloomy look. Teacher, am I still your favorite disciple? Why do you let me do everything? Don't worry, you will know what it is soon. I can guarantee that this matter is not only related to you, but you will even go there voluntarily. Ancient One looked at Ronan with a smile, ignoring his resentful look. Voluntary? Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? How could he volunteer to do such a dangerous thing? This is nonsense. Before Ronan could think clearly, a rectangular portal suddenly appeared in front of them. From this portal, several faces that Ronan was very familiar with actually walked out. Ronan had seen the shabby black coats and those even uglier black hats before. Moreover, it was a long time ago. These people are from the Time Management Bureau. Especially the fat lady who took the lead. She was almost beaten to death by Ronan last time. Could it be that they are the ones who caused this? Ronan turned his head and looked at Guyi. Guyi nodded, and the meaning was very clear. Yes, that's right. You guessed it right. It was the group of people in front of him who caused this. A person as upright as me will never allow these people to get away with it. Teacher, you are really good at judging people. Chapter 104. These Infinity Stones, are they authentic? Monthly ticket request. Ronan said this sincerely. At least 30% of it was true. He actually wanted to go to the Time Management Bureau last time. However, time did not allow it, and Ronan was in a hurry to watch the fun at that time. So he put all this behind his mind. He thought that the Time Management Bureau would never appear again, or at least it would not do anything weird in the short term. However, he did not expect it to appear again so soon. While Ronan was praising Guyi for his accurate judgment, the people from the Time Management Bureau seemed to have discovered something unusual. The time coordinate is here. At this time node, there is a succubus who should have sneaked into the human world. But in some way, it opened the gate of hell and summoned a large number of demons to the human world. A time agent of the Time Management Bureau looked around and was a little confused. Where are the large number of demons that were promised? Why are there only the corpses of these demons left? And Captain, the succubus that caused the timeline to be abnormal has disappeared. If no one else arrived before us, then he should have been killed. But who killed him? Another time agent asked a question that made Ronan scratch his head. Look over here. Two living people are standing not far from you. How can you not see them? Also, why did Ronan always feel like he had returned to the last century when they took out the palm computer? Isn't the technology of the Time Management Bureau very powerful? Why does it seem to be worse than Tony Stark's small invention? Teacher, it seems that you know these people. Ronan secretly glanced at Ancient One and found that he was not surprised at all. It seems that he has known about the existence of these people for a long time. I met them once decades ago, so I know something about them. Ancient One's expression seemed a little nostalgic, and he didn't know what happened decades ago. However, since Ancient One knew about this organization, it was good. It can also prove from the side that this so-called Time Management Bureau is not that strong. In any case, let's reset the timeline here first. After saying that, the captain took out an instrument and put it on the ground. Ronan had seen this instrument before. They had used it when they were capturing Loki. It seemed to be used to erase the timeline branch. Of course, it was only to erase the branch, and it would not have much impact on the main timeline. As the instrument burst into light, Ronan felt his brain pause for a second, and then return to normal. He looked at the Ancient One in confusion. Do you feel that it has no effect on you? The Ancient One seemed to have guessed Ronan's thoughts. Ronan nodded, and he even suspected that the instrument was broken. Normally, if the timeline is reset, Ronan's memory may also change. The memory of those demons will be completely erased, because from the normal timeline process, these demons should not exist at this point in time. However, Ronan not only did not lose his memory, but even the experience he had gained did not disappear. What does this mean? I told you that you are the only one. So to some extent, the meaning of time to you is different from that of ordinary people. Look over there. The Ancient One motioned Ronan to look into the distance. The tourists who had fled returned to the beach. At some point, the bodies and blood of the demons on the beach had already disappeared. Desktop cleaning master? Could this time management bureau be a cleaning company? Their abilities must be effective for ordinary people. That's why I asked Wang and the others to go back and rest. Because in their memories, what just happened will not exist. Maybe one night they will dream about this scene, but it's just a dream. Guyi finally said her original purpose. The reason why she wanted to keep Ronan was to let him see everything in front of him. For ordinary people, the Time Management Bureau is naturally like a god. Even for Loki, this is the case. Loki is a so-called god, but it's only because he has a long lifespan and belongs to the genes of aliens. The so-called Asgard, from the timeline, is just a human who lives longer than humans. So, in this regard, Loki is no different from Wang. I roughly understand. Ronan nodded. He almost understood. Although he still didn't understand what only meant. It roughly meant that Ronan was not the same as ordinary people. At least from the current situation, Ronan and Ancient One were the same. They are leaving. Don't you want to go and see that place? Ancient One looked at Ronan with a smile. Teacher, are you interested in that place? Ronan keenly caught the meaning of Ancient One's words. However, Ancient One nodded, but shook his head. I'm indeed a little interested in that place, but I can't go there in person. Because if it were me, after I went there, it would cause some unnecessary chain reactions. So, it is undoubtedly the most appropriate for you to go. Ronan nodded. He almost understood what Ancient One meant. If Ancient One went with him, Ronan might not face these soldiers. Maybe as soon as he entered the door, he would have to face some big boss. Then I'll go, teacher. Ancient One smiled and nodded, watching Ronan step into the secret door. When Luo appeared again, he had come behind these time agents. Legend has it that this is a necessary attack method for sneak attacks. Bang! With a clean and sharp knife move, Ronan knocked out the team leader who had spoken earlier. Everything seemed to happen in the blink of an eye. Who are you? Another time agent immediately reacted and aimed his weapon at Ronan. The time controller in her hand was beeping. There were only a few words written on it. Unrecognizable. However, Ronan disappeared from her sight. Don't get excited, I'm just taking a ride. Being too angry can easily damage your liver. So, keep your intact liver for escaping. After saying that, Ronan punched the time agent twice, giving the time agent a pair of panda eyes. As for the last time agent, he was about to escape into the portal, but Ronan grabbed his collar and pulled him back. Don't worry, friend, let's talk. If you leave in such a hurry, doesn't it seem that our Earth is very unhospitable? The mirror space instantly dragged the time agent into it. Before she could react, Ronan directly cast the illusion of the mirror space. Come on, friends, let's be open-hearted to each other. In the illusion, Ronan became the comrade in arms of this time agent, and the two fought against the demons at this time node together. The two fought bloody battles, and became each other's last support. Finally, in the final battle, the two could not stop the demons' group fight, and were about to fail. As his good friend, Ronan asked her to return to the headquarters for support, and Ronan stayed to delay time. The two argued for more than 10 minutes, and finally the time agent opened the time controller in her hand with tears in her eyes, and pressed a few buttons skillfully. Finally, after bidding farewell, she stepped into the portal and left here. Then the next second, she woke up from the dream. The time agent looked at everything in front of her with a face full of bewilderment. Wasn't she in the Time Management Bureau? Why was she still staying there without moving? Thank you, you are really a good brother. Ronan gave a thumbs up and knocked out the last soldier with a punch. He took out the time controllers on several people, pressed a few buttons familiarly, and set the time. From the illusion, Ronan learned that these soldiers-like agents were called minute men in the Time Management Bureau. Those who sat in front of the teacher's computer and monitored the time were called time monitors. The former belonged to the field team, and the latter belonged to the office staff. The portal opened, and Ronan looked at Guyi. "Be careful, you may not be able to adapt there." Guyi smiled at Ronan and said this. Ronan nodded, turned around and stepped into the portal. As the portal closed, the smile on Guyi's face gradually disappeared. Looking at the 3 time agents still lying on the ground, Guyi stretched out his hands expressionlessly, and a wisp of magic power turned into a bond, rolling up all the time agents. Then, Guyi flew into the sky, and flew towards the depths of the sea. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 splashes of water, the sea surface once again returned to calm. On the other side, Ronan, who stepped into the portal, saw the Time Management Bureau for the first time. People came and went in the corridor of the hall, and everyone looked very hurried. Most of them were time agents on field duty, and they didn't even have time to pay attention to Ronan, who had just arrived. Countless portals opened and closed at the same time, and it looked like something big had happened. Ronan looked around and found a familiar face. A woman who looked very similar to Peggy Carter was wearing a suit that looked like Captain America. She was held by 2 time agents and walked quickly in a certain direction. The woman who looked very similar to Peggy Carter had been struggling, and the time agent following behind her was also holding a cosmic cube in his hand. However, the space gem in the cosmic cube had dimmed, obviously affected by the rules here. Looking at this scene, Ronan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. If Steve Rogers was here, he would probably doubt his life, right? His girlfriend turned into Captain America and was caught. But soon, Ronan shook his head and put the matter behind him. It had nothing to do with the purpose of his coming today. Ronan grabbed a man in a shirt who looked like an office worker. After kindly asking for a detailed map, Ronan kindly let him sleep. After all, these people have been working for hundreds of years, staring at the screen 24 hours a day, fearing that there will be any danger. The capitalists cried when they heard it. So Ronan let him rest for a while. According to the information provided by the time monitor, Ronan successfully came to an office. Here, the people sitting were wearing exactly the same clothes, and Ronan found the very familiar person among them very smoothly. Well, the one who appeared several times in the TV series. This person seemed to be familiar with the routine. When he saw the stranger coming, he stood up and saluted Ronan. The posture was very standard. Seeing him like this, Ronan patted his shoulder with great satisfaction and motioned him to open the drawer. The man also cooperated very well and opened his drawer. As Ronan saw, many pieces of infinite gems emitting light appeared in it. If Thanos knew about this, he would definitely choose to do something extraordinary and then be caught here. In this way, he could just pick the Infinity Stones that he had been thinking about. Where did these things come from? Ronan pointed at the Infinity Stones and asked kindly, "Are you talking about these stones?" "I don't know either. They were brought back by their field workers. We usually use them as paperweights." The time monitor shook his head with an innocent expression. "Paperweight?" Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth. No wonder Loki looked like he had a shattered worldview when watching TV series. Who wouldn't be confused by these things? It's like a goddess that you have been thinking about, and you have tried every means to pursue her, but in the end you can't get her, and even turn yourself into a dog. But suddenly one day you find that there is a man next to your goddess who fucks her every day until she vomits. At that time, the aloof goddess became a social butterfly that everyone, except you, had opened. How would you feel? Thinking of this, Ronan couldn't help but show a pitiful expression. Then can these things still be used? After saying this, Ronan felt something was wrong. He always felt that the example he had just given was a little inappropriate. Because since he thought of that example, the word use seemed to have changed. Use? How? The time monitor looked confused like a virgin. Ronan rolled his eyes, knowing that it was useless to ask. In this place, these Infinity Stones were actually trash and had no use at all. Moreover, if Ronan guessed correctly, these gems were also waste. "Do you have the kind of gloves that can be inlaid with these stones?" Ronan asked about the Infinity Gauntlet. The time monitor was stunned at first, but soon reacted. Yes, yes, yes. How many do you want?" After saying that, he opened the locker behind him, which was full of infinity gauntlets. Ronan's face darkened. Why are there more infinity gauntlets than gems? Did the Thanos of every universe snap his fingers and destroy the infinity stones? And then, did the superheroes of every universe try to save the past and create a new future? However, this saved Ronan's time. He casually put together a pair of infinity gauntlets for his left and right hands, picked out 2 sets of 12 infinity gems from the drawer, and inlaid them all. He opened the time controller again and randomly selected a time node. Then he jumped directly over 2077, planet Lamandus 1. This cyberpunk-like world does look very spectacular. The industrial wasteland style is everywhere, which is a brand new version that Ronan has never experienced. Of course, he didn't come here to see these scenery. He took out one of the infinity gauntlets he brought and put it on his right hand. For a moment, Ronan couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He was even ready to accept the powerful destructive power from the 6 infinity gems. If anything unexpected happened, he would take off the infinity gauntlet as soon as possible. After all, wearing only 1 space gem at the beginning tore the muscles of his left hand for several days. Soon, the 6 infinity gems began to emit a faint light in the infinity gauntlet. This light is very familiar to Ronan. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 105. His hands are full of infinity stones. Please give me a monthly ticket. As the light became brighter, Ronan's heart was in his throat. Could it be that he had guessed wrong? According to Ronan's guess, the infinite gems of each universe are related to the current universe. In other words, if this universe is destroyed, the infinite gems of that universe will become an ordinary stone. After all, according to legend, the birth of the infinite gems came from the Big Bang of the universe. So Ronan summed up such a point of view. But now it seems that he guessed wrong. However, what Ronan didn't expect was that they did light up, but only lighted up. The imagined pain did not appear. Powerful flashlight. Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth and couldn't help but feel a little disgusted. You have no use for anything. You can only shine. Do you think you are cosplaying a flashlight? Besides, isn't the flashlight more useful than this one? Space transfer. Time travel. Threesome. Ronan only knows how to use the space gem and the time gem, so he used 3 tricks in a row. Unfortunately, none of them worked. It can be said that the 6 infinite gems in the glove in front of him can only be called 6 color light bulbs. The effect is even worse than the marquee. Unwilling to give up, Ronan took out his infinity gauntlet again. When he put it on, the space gem immediately connected with his mental power. Trash. Ronan spat at the infinity gauntlet on his right hand, and then quickly put his infinity gauntlet back. Don't let it spread. We can't learn from this kind of rubbish. Infinity gems that lie flat and rot. You are still the future flower of Kamatage. You must check and struggle, and refuse to lie flat and rot. At this time, Ronan looked very much like those people who painted big cakes in his previous life. Sure enough, as people grow older, they will always become the kind of people they once hated the most. This is a wise saying. As the first experiment failed, Ronan did not have high expectations for the second experiment. The reason why he brought 2 sets of infinity gems was to avoid the so-called survivor bias. This set can be used, which does not mean that all can be used. This set cannot be used, which does not mean that all cannot be used. Therefore, Ronan conducted 2 experiments very rigorously. However, the results of the 2 experiments were exactly the same. These infinity stones were useless except for glowing. When Ronan put them on both hands, he felt like an evil boss. Forget it, let's take a photo. I'll take you back and put them in the display cabinet in Kamatage. If anyone dares to mess with me in the future, I'll take him to see you. Ronan sighed, looked around, and found a place with a nice view. He used the form of Ipeen and split into a clone. The clone took Ronan's phone and pointed the camera at Ronan. Ronan put on an extremely cold and handsome face, spread his hands, and crossed them under his face. It just happened to put his peerless face and all 12 infinity stones together. Handsome and rich. Click. A very artistic photo was born. After taking this photo, Ronan was still not satisfied, so he put down his right hand, leaving only his left hand. He pinched his thumb and middle finger together and made a gesture of snapping his fingers. "I'm destiny." As Ronan said this classic line, the camera shutter was pressed again. Click. From now on, it was Thanos who imitated Ronan's actions. If Thanos really had a chance to collect all 6 infinity stones, Ronan would definitely take this photo on his face. Imitating my actions, but you have to pay copyright fees. Wardfa? At this moment, an extremely surprised voice came from behind Ronan. This voice was a little familiar. Ronan raised his eyebrows, turned around, and saw a very familiar figure. Loki and female Loki? Oh no, it should be called Sylvie. Wow, I didn't expect to meet the second heir to Asgard here. The chief abandoned child of the Frost Giant Kingdom. The invader defeated by the heroes of the earth. And, the puny god who was beaten casually by the Hulk. Ronan said 4 nicknames of Loki in a row. Every time a nickname was said, Loki's face darkened. These are undoubtedly Loki's black history, and it can even be said to be a heartbreaking past. If Ronan had told him alone, maybe Loki would not be like this. But, there was another me standing next to him. How did he say that? The other me of the world? Oh no, it should be the other me of the universe. You are the one who took the cosmic cube before. Why are you here? Are you one of the time offenders? No, I ask Mobius. He doesn't know you at all. And I've seen my future, and you didn't appear at all. So who are you? I don't know why. Loki turned into a chatterbox. He asked questions continuously, and then he answered them continuously, and finally concluded with a question. Who is Ronan? Who am I? I'm just a traveler. You care about me. Why don't you care about your current situation? Ronan pouted. This guy's also a hard-mouthed guy. Compared with Tony Stark, his mouth is only hard and not soft, and he is also the kind of stubborn and arrogant. To put it bluntly, he is a bare child who wants to be recognized, but has a little inferiority complex in his heart. Huh. Travel? So, you also have a time controller. At this time, Sylvie seemed to have noticed something. Oh. It seems that you are much smarter than him. Also, the relationship between the two of you. Loki, you didn't find a girlfriend without telling your father Odin, did you? Ronan was watching the fun. Girlfriend? Pa. The two of them took a step back to both sides and distanced themselves from each other. I have nothing to do with her. Now, you just need to take out the time controller on you, and I will spare your life. Loki took a step forward, and magic power began to gather in his hands. It seemed that he was going to rob it. Ronan couldn't help but sigh. This kid, it seems that the beating from Hulk not long ago still didn't make you remember. Do you see what this is? Ronan opened his hands, and showed a handful of infinity stones. When Loki saw this thing, his face was shocked, and the step he took back. Because Ronan took away the cosmic cube, he didn't have the plot of looking for the cosmic cube and trying to use it to escape. When seeing Ronan wearing infinity stones on both hands so rich, Loki was also dumbfounded. He also didn't expect that the man in front of him would have so many infinity stones. 2 sets. That's 2 sets. Now, Loki suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of grief and indignation. Although he already knew his own ending, when he saw that the things he had been pursuing for his whole life, and the things he was still trying to maintain until his death, were actually worthless in the hands of others. 2 sets. How come the other side has 2 sets? No, that's not right. Suddenly, Loki seemed to realize something. Wait a minute. I have seen my correct future, and at that time the cosmic cube was in my hands. But why do you have so many infinity stones here? Loki pointed at Ronan in front of him, and he seemed to have discovered some blind spots. If his future was real, then the infinity stones of the man in front of him were fake, right? Although Loki was conceited, he was still a smart man. The other party had so many infinity stones in his hand. If he could snatch the space stone from the other party, it would basically be a fairy tale. So, Loki felt something was wrong at the first time. At this point, do you still believe in this so-called time management bureau? Have you never thought that their so-called future might actually be fake? Ronan curled his lips. Perhaps the Time Management Bureau showed Loki the future he should exist in. But it is definitely not the future that this universe and this timeline should have. Because of Ronan's existence, all the established futures will change drastically. Fake. What evidence do you have to prove that what they said is fake? Obviously, Loki didn't believe what Ronan said. Ronan pointed to Loki himself. Look at you now. If you accept the correct ending, what are you doing now? Normally, you should be eliminated by the Time Management Bureau now. But no, you still choose to resist fate and resist this so-called future. An old magician once said that magic should be used to defeat magic. Since Loki is so convinced of the so-called future, then Ronan will use himself to defeat himself. Well, this trick was learned by Ronan from the Hooded Man. Hearing this, Loki was speechless for a while. If he really accepted that kind of future, what is he fighting for now? Isn't it good to wait for death quietly? Since the future has been decided, why is he so troublesome? For a moment, Loki didn't know what to say. Stop talking nonsense. Taking the time controller from him is the only way for us to leave here. At this time, Sylvie stood up again. How to say it? Compared with Loki next to him, this Sylvie is obviously more like a god of trickery. In other words, her IQ and mind are at least much stronger than this Loki. Not only did she set up traps step by step, but she also led the time agent into the trap she set, thereby completing her plan and splitting countless parallel universes. This is why there are so many demons in Ronan's timeline. Of course, if Star-Lord is the culprit who punched out Avengers 4, then the big sister in front of him is the director and screenwriter who opened the Marvel multiverse. What are you doing? Oh, you don't have any ideas about me, do you? Ronan raised his eyebrows and looked at the two people in surprise. You two, with your fighting skills, I'm afraid it's no different from a child playing house, right? More importantly, don't you see the pair of infinity gloves in my hand that are full of deterrence? Sylvie didn't say anything. She just drew her sword, got ready, and walked towards Ronan step by step. On the other side, Loki didn't know what to think and began to surround Ronan with Sylvie. Okay, I can give you a new choice now. Loki, I can take you back to the normal timeline and give you a chance to change your future. And the price is to help me deal with this woman in front of me. What do you think? Ronan opened his hands, and his magnetic voice was full of temptation. Loki, who had already made a posture and planned to fight Ronan, suddenly hesitated. Have a chance to change your future? Thinking of his mother, because of his momentary anger, she died at the hands of the Dark Elf. This made Loki regret it every time he thought of this. He really wanted to change all this. For example, in a while, it will be the day when the 9 realms will be united. What will happen when the 9 realms are united? You might as well make a bold guess. Ronan looked at Loki with a smile and said the most critical time node. The 9 realms will be united, the Dark Elves will wake up and sneak into Asgard. For Thor's girlfriend, Jane Foster's ether particles, that is, the reality gem, broke into Asgard. It was also because of this incident that Loki's mother Frigga died. Of course, there is a small episode here. It is what Loki said before, the most regrettable thing. All the causes that led to his mother's death were because of his careless words. Although it looks like revenge on Asgard, in fact, in the end, it dragged Loki himself into hell. Are you sure you want to believe him? An unknown person with unknown origin? Sylvie clearly saw Loki's intention, and her steps towards Ronan stopped. Whether she looked at Ronan or Loki, her eyes were full of vigilance. Because she knew that, if she had the opportunity to change her future, she might also be tempted. Inhale, exhale. At this moment, Loki took a deep breath, and then exhaled heavily. At this moment, the confusion in his eyes had disappeared. He turned into the Loki at the beginning. It seems that you have made a decision. Ronan stared at him with interest. Although he had guessed some of Loki's thoughts, it was also interesting to listen to his impromptu excuses. I don't believe you. So, I will change my future myself. Loki spread his hands, and his exclusive weapon appeared in his hands. Ronan couldn't help rolling his eyes. It's okay if you don't believe me, but this reason is too bad. You would rather believe a woman you just met than someone who accurately told you your future. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a model of crazy love. Or does Loki have a hidden attribute of a licking dog that Ronan can't see? Go. With Sylvie's order, the two people attacked Ronan's sides at the same time in a tacit understanding. Although they had known each other for a short time, the two of them locked Ronan's hiding position at the same time. Should I say that he is worthy of being the one? Ronan sighed. As a single dog, he seemed to have suffered a critical hit from a couple again. However, the next second, when the weapons of the two people slashed at Ronan at the same time, they all slashed into nothing. Ronan in front of them disappeared without knowing when. Where is he? Loki immediately looked behind him with great vigilance. At the same time, Sylvie inexplicably stood back to back with him, defending each other from behind. I have seen narcissistic people, but I have never seen such a narcissistic person. Loki, you really opened my eyes. Ronan's voice sounded again, but this time, his voice contained a touch of shock. Loki quickly looked towards the source of the voice. Ronan raised his right hand and put his left hand behind his back. On the gloves, the 6 infinite gems emitted a faint light. I really don't know how to describe it. A person falls in love with another self. Is this a love movie in the guise of science fiction? What Ronan said was actually what he thought in his heart. Even though the two Lokis in front of him were completely different in height, appearance, gender and even age. They even had their own names. However, when he thought that both of them were the Loki, the god of trickery in their respective universes, Ronan couldn't control the goosebumps on his body. What kind of experience is it to fall in love with yourself? Fortunately, Guyi had said before that Ronan was the only one in countless universes. Otherwise, if a self dressed in women's clothes suddenly appeared one day, Ronan would never be able to accept it. Wait, the only one. Ronan seemed to have discovered something new. What are you talking about? If you want to tease me, you can explain it clearly. Sylvie looked at Ronan not far away and frowned. She obviously saw the difference in strength between the two sides at a glance. At least in the attack just now, as long as Ronan didn't want to be hit by them, they would have no chance at all. Therefore, it is basically impossible to snatch the time controller from the other party. Forget it, you don't want to listen to what I said anyway. So the two of you are waiting for the death sentence here. Or, the last darkness before dawn. Ronan smiled slightly, took out the time controller and pressed it, and a portal appeared behind him. Seeing the portal appear, Loki and Sylvie were both anxious. Didn't you say that you would say a few more words? Then, the two of us took the opportunity to steal your time controller and leaving you here. Why don't you play by the rules? However, Ronan didn't give the two people a chance to catch up. He stepped through the portal and disappeared directly. On this planet full of cyberpunk style, Loki and Sylvie fell into despair again. On the other side, when Ronan appeared again, he had returned to the time administration. Ronan was not very interested in the so-called story of Loki and himself falling in love. Rather than watching the two of them holding hands and confessing, Ronan wanted to take a look at the future machine in this time administration. That is, the machine that Loki saw his future. How to say it? At first glance, this machine is actually quite powerful. It feels similar to the time stone. Of course, Ronan also knows that there must be something fishy about it. Although he doesn't know what the fishy thing is, he will know it if he tries it. Back in the office just now, Ronan greeted the time monitor again kindly and asked him to take him to the interrogation room. According to the time monitor, this machine is also relatively precious in the entire time management bureau. It seems that there is only one. Therefore, the Time Management Bureau attaches great importance to the machine. However, Ronan sneered at this statement. Such an important thing can be found and viewed so casually by Loki? Aren't you afraid that Loki will smash the machine for you in anger? Therefore, only these brainwashed robots will believe these words. Perhaps because he saw that Ronan was more kind, the time monitor did not seem as scared as before. As the two walked, he also talked to Ronan about his work over the years. According to him, he has forgotten how many years he has lived in the Time Management Bureau. Anyway, everyone who lives here is immortal. Because there is no concept of time here. Therefore, they basically don't worry about how long their lives are. Ronan knew all these things, but there was one thing that made Ronan a little interested. The time monitor said that after every 200 days of rotation, they could choose a timeline to go on vacation. At that time, they would have 30 days of vacation. After working for 40 years, they could choose to retire and find a timeline at will to enjoy their old age. It sounds like the benefits are good. But when Ronan asked what he did during the 30 days of vacation, the time monitor was at a loss. He seemed to have no memory of what he did at the time. He only remembered that he chose a very technological timeline at the time, where he met a black man who seemed to be very familiar with them. The time monitor forgot what they talked about and what the black man looked like. A black man who knows the Time Management Bureau very well. Ronan's first reaction was Conqueror Kang. However, this also raised a new question for Ronan. Normally, Conqueror Kang, who established this Time Management Bureau, should not appear in front of these employees. And the so-called vacation of these employees is most likely to reclaim their memories and then brainwash them again. This is also why these employees can't remember what they did. But why does this time monitor retain the memory of that time and still exists after brainwashing? Could this be the legendary NPC with hidden tasks? However, this NPC cannot provide all the tasks, and Ronan needs to trigger them himself. It is indeed a bit too much. Of course, Ronan did not expect to get too much information from him. The two of them soon came to the room, which was empty at this time. That is the machine you are looking for. The time monitor pointed to the machine on the table. Ronan walked to the side of the table and sat down on the chair. This is the legendary machine that can predict a person's future. It looks like an antique from the last century, but the effect makes Loki feel hopeless. How to use this thing? Ronan looked at this antique from the last century and looked at the time monitor next to him. He couldn't understand the so-called operation interface at all. You just enter the name here and then click here to query. This button is the screen projection. The time monitor quickly demonstrated it to Ronan. Ronan nodded and entered the name, Ronan, and the surname, Yeo, in the dialog box. Seeing this, Ronan couldn't help but roll his eyes. It's fine that everyone in this so-called Time Management Bureau speaks English. Even the names of the characters on the query machine are made according to the rule of first name first and last name last. No wonder someone complained before that the world is all American. After pressing the query button, the machine responded very quickly and immediately found several people with the same name and last name. After screening one by one, Ronan finally found his name. Click to open. The machine began to play Ronan's life. How can I say it? Just after playing for less than 3 seconds, the machine was stuck. That's right, it was stuck. There were still pictures on the projector above, but the first picture was Ronan's picture in camouflage. As for how he was born, who his parents were, and what he experienced in his childhood, it was not shown on it. It only showed that when Ronan was still a little kid, he was held by Ancient One and stood on the playground of camouflage. In addition, bang, just when Ronan patted the machine and wanted to complain, the time machine in front of him actually exploded. Chapter 106 The integrity of the script. Monthly ticket requested. Walter, is this a time machine or a time bomb? Why does Ronan feel that this time machine is just like the bomb he encountered before? It seems to recognize him and then launch an attack. If Ronan hadn't dodged quickly enough, this explosion would probably blow off a lot of his hair. So, this is a hidden weapon. Ronan looked at the time monitor with a puzzled look on his face. The time monitor shook his head frantically, but couldn't say a word, because he had never seen such a thing happen. As the machine exploded, the screen image disappeared. Deliberate. Ronan raised his eyebrows. He always felt that this matter was not that simple. Let's go. Take me to find other time machines. I want to see if you are willing to blow up all of these. After saying that, Ronan grabbed the collar of the time monitor and motioned him to continue looking for the remaining time machines. The time monitor didn't dare to say much, so he had to lead the way in front. The two walked to another interrogation room one after the other. Inside, there was also a similar time machine. It was still the familiar search, selection, and then pressing the play button. Bang. It was also a very familiar explosion. Ronan took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. You like to bully people, right? You like to play dirty, right? Next. Bang. Keep going. Bang. Fuck you. Next. Bang. Boom. This time, it was Ronan who smashed all the tables in the interrogation room. Heh, keep going. Next. Bang. Boom. Boom. Snap. Onomatopoeias rang out one after another, and the entire interrogation room was almost demolished by Ronan. With this skill, if he went to a construction site to smash walls for others, he would have to make at least 20,000 yuan a month. There was no other reason, it was just that he demolished it too quickly. Next. Ronan tried to calm his throbbing veins, and gave the order to continue. But this time, the monitor did not continue to lead the way, but looked at Ronan timidly. The time monitor seemed to be afraid to say something. Just say it, if you have something to say. I didn't block your mouth. Ronan glanced at the time monitor. He didn't want to vent his anger on the poor man in front of him. He was originally captured from the timeline by Kang the Conqueror, and was treated as a slave with a clear memory, and then pressed to work in the position. He didn't know how many years he had been working. It was difficult for him, and Ronan didn't benefit from it. The one just now was the last one I know. As for whether there are any other places, I don't know. The time monitor pointed to the time machine that had become a small pancake, and looked at Ronan innocently. The last one. Is your time management bureau so poor? Shouldn't there be as many instruments as you want? Ronan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Poor bastards. No wonder the field agents wear such tacky equipment, and I don't know which era they were bought from. It turns out that it's because of poverty. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, a buzzing sound was heard again in the whole hall. The face of the time monitor suddenly changed. There were countless footsteps outside the door, and many people even cried out in surprise. It seemed that something big had happened. What happened? Has the time administration been invaded, or is your time guardian dead? Ronan glanced at the interrogation room that had turned dark red, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Could it be that he had destroyed too many time machines, so some extremely terrifying alarms were triggered? No. This alarm is a highest level alarm, which means that there is a timeline with a huge loophole. The time monitor widened his eyes, as if he had never seen such a situation. Ronan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Speak human language. What do you mean by a huge loophole? Why don't you say that you still have a lot of loopholes? There is a timeline that has separated from the sacred timeline, and it has the meaning of being out of the control of the time administration. So, this is called the highest alarm. The time monitor quickly took out a small instrument from his hand, and a picture was projected on the wall. Suddenly, a huge branch appeared at a certain point on the long sacred timeline, and it seemed like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, with a tendency to never return. Wow. Ronan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Seeing this scene in front of him, he had actually guessed the specific reason. It was nothing more than that Loki and Sylvie finally confided their feelings to each other in the doomsday situation, and then held hands together. That's it. So it led to such a huge crisis. What does this mean? This shows that, even when Conqueror Kang created this sacred timeline, he didn't think of one thing. That is, one day, someone will fall in love with himself in another parallel universe. Even, this is not unrequited love, but mutual affection. Two people holding hands and telling each other their hearts can cause such chaos. What does this mean? This shows that falling in love will not end well. It is easy to cause the end of the world. Therefore, it is not wrong to say that a wise man does not fall in love. In order to protect the peace of the earth, it is recommended that everyone should not fall in love, nor should they enter the grave of love. After Ronan becomes the supreme sorcerer, he must spread this belief to the entire earth. Don't worry, I know what happened. Just wait here for a while, the crisis will be resolved soon. At this point, Ronan was not in a hurry at all. Since the time machine is gone, it is better to sit aside and watch the fun. Now the only thing Ronan feels sorry about is that Loki and Sylvie did not kiss each other. Otherwise, this sacred timeline may really collapse directly. Of course, according to this plot, the subsequent effect may really be similar. No, I want to go and take a look. The time monitor looked flustered. This time he didn't even use his eyes to consult Ronan's opinion, and rushed out directly. Looking at him like this, it seems as if he has really encountered the end of the world. Seeing this scene, Ronan couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, Showing affection in front of so many parallel universes, the consequences are really unimaginable. Look how scared this child is. Watching the time monitor leave, the smile on Ronan's face gradually disappeared. His eyes looked at a vacant lot not far away. At this moment, he stopped laughing and scolding, and his face became extremely serious. Because there was a person he was very familiar with standing there, but he never showed up. By the way, Mr. Kang, how long are you going to observe? Why not come out and have a chat? Yes, the person standing there was indeed the Conqueror Kang. Although he had not shown up, Ronan's perception had captured him keenly. Since Ronan began to use the space gem, his perception of the surrounding space has been improved by more than one level. Although this place belongs to the forbidden magic area, perception is not prohibited. In other words, it is impossible to prohibit perception in this area. Sure enough, after Ronan said this, a familiar person slowly emerged, a very strong Nick. Although they are both black, Nick Fury is nothing compared to the man in front of him. After all, the man in front of him has practiced hundreds or thousands of times for 2.5 years, and he is ridiculously strong in every aspect. Mr. Ronan, we meet again. Conqueror Kang bowed slightly, not at all like the smiling face in the TV series. Ronan also knew that his so-called laughter, anger and scolding were just for Sylvie and Loki to see. The purpose was also very simple. It was to let Sylvie or Loki kill him and then end his mission. Speaking of which, the Kang in front of him was actually quite pitiful. His mission was to ensure the safety of the sacred timeline. In other words, this sacred timeline sealed all the variants of Kang inside, and the only way to contact the seal was the death of the Kang in front of him. It can be seen that he has had enough of this kind of life. Last time we met, you were like a riddle man, throwing me several riddles. What riddles have you prepared for me this time? Ronan looked at Conqueror Kang and sighed helplessly. It must be said that the Conqueror Kang in front of him was relatively easy to talk to. Therefore, Ronan did not feel much pressure when facing him. There is no puzzle this time. I just want to invite you to watch a play. Conqueror Kang smiled, like a very hospitable host. Ronan pondered for a moment, thinking about what Conqueror Kang's intentions were. The Time Management Bureau had such a big mess, but he was not in a hurry at all. Was he sure that this crisis could be overcome, or had he read part of the script in advance? Or maybe the script he saw was different from the real performance? You invited me to watch the play, actually to see the integrity of the script? You are confirming whether the script you read is really flawed. Am I right? Ronan looked at Conqueror Kang. This is another guessing question, but Conqueror Kang did not say it clearly. After all, although this person looks kind, he is still Conqueror Kang in essence. Even if he has a good attitude, you can't take it lightly when communicating with him. I have to say, Mr. Ronan, you are really very smart. At least you live up to that name. Conqueror Kang glanced at Ronan, and this time he did not say any information about the future. You know, Conqueror Kang comes from a very distant future. His main weapon is the technology that is far superior to that of the human world, and his IQ is far superior to that of ordinary people. Yes, in the setting, Conqueror Kang does not have any superpowers. Therefore, this legacy in front of him does not seem to have inherited too much future technology, but seems to have inherited many memories of the future. Forget it, I can't do anything to you. Aren't you going to invite me to watch a play? What play? Ronan crossed his hands on his chest. It's not like he was invited to watch the live broadcast of how Sylvie killed him, right? Although that was also a classic scene, Ronan had already seen it. No, it can't be called watching a play. After Mr. Ronan arrived, I have been observing you. It seems that you have been looking for pictures about the future? Conqueror Kang looked at Ronan with a smile, and it was obvious that he had been observing Ronan in some way for a long time. In fact, Ronan was not surprised at all about this. After all, this Time Management Bureau was a toy created by Conqueror Kang. It's not illegal for others to install a few cameras. I just want to confirm something. Now, I'm almost sure. Ronan also smiled back at Conqueror Kang. To put it bluntly, the two of them were secretly fighting each other. Perhaps in Conqueror Kang's memory, there was indeed such a person as Ronan, and the two seemed to have communicated. However, now, Ronan is more inclined to another possibility. In Conqueror Kang's memory, Ronan never appeared at all. Or rather, he did appear, but Conqueror Kang forgot this part, or it was blocked. Therefore, Conqueror Kang has been setting a trap for Ronan from the very beginning. He said what Ronan will be like in the future, and that Ronan deserves certain titles. In fact, to put it bluntly, he was testing Ronan. The purpose of testing Ronan was also very simple. He wanted to know if Ronan also came from the future. Because from the script he got, there was no such person as Ronan. This is why those time machines can accurately show everyone's future. Because those so-called futures, for Conqueror Kang, are just history that has already happened. It's not worth mentioning at all. Therefore, this is why these time machines do not seem to have any sense of technology at all. These time machines are just video players. In that case, please come with me, Mr. Ronan. After all, the two protagonists in this play have already stepped onto the center of the stage. Next, it's their time. Conqueror Kang bowed slightly and made a gesture of invitation to Ronan. Ronan nodded, not caring about the traps that the other party would set for him. After all, the Conqueror Kang in front of him just wanted to die. No, or to put it another way, he was tired of such a life and wanted to change the world. For example, summon all his evil variants. As long as he died, every other Conqueror Kang could travel the world. Okay. Just as Ronan agreed, the positions of the two people changed quietly. They came from the interior of the Time Administration Bureau to Conqueror Kang's office. It's called an office, but it's more like this guy's home. A person who is defined as a legacy. I'm afraid he has lived here for who knows how many years. Please take a seat. Kang the Conqueror made a gesture of invitation. How should I put it? The two people now look like a rich second generation and his black butler. If some people see this scene, they will definitely think that Ronan is discriminatory. Ronan sat on a chair beside him and observed the house. To be honest, judging from the dress and layout of the room, Kang the Avenger does not look like a person from the future at all. In other words, the layout of this room does not have any sense of science fiction. Instead, it gives people a very retro feeling. Mr. Ronan, while the two protagonists have not yet come on stage, why don't I tell you a story? I wonder if you are interested in listening to some stories about the Time Administration Bureau and me. Please give me a monthly ticket. Chapter 107 I want the Time Management Bureau. Monthly ticket requested. Conqueror Kang sat in the main seat, looking like a lonely person who was eager to open his heart. Ronan nodded, indicating that it was good to listen. Then, Conqueror Kang began to tell his story. In fact, the content of the story was similar to the version he would tell Loki and Sylvie later. They both explained how the Time Administration and this sacred timeline came about. It was nothing more than the fact that he traveled through time and space and found countless variants of himself. Among the countless variants, a very terrifying battle finally began. In the end, the Conqueror Kang in front of him found that it would be better to have only one of himself in the entire timeline, so he eliminated the other clones and merged into such a sacred timeline. Or it can be said that other versions of Conqueror Kang were sealed in this sacred timeline. The key to open this door is the leftover person in front of him. As long as he dies, the other Conqueror Kangs will be unsealed. Of course, the second half was Ronan's own idea, and Conqueror Kang would not tell Ronan such a thing. In fact, when he told this story, Ronan did not focus on the story itself. Instead, he has been observing the ornament on Conqueror Kang's wrist. Because the more he looked at the ornament, the more familiar it looked, as if he had seen it somewhere. Where on earth had he seen it before? Suddenly, Ronan had an idea. Actually, I have a question I have always wanted to ask you. I wonder if you can help me answer it? Ronan narrowed his eyes and looked at Conqueror Kang, who was extremely calm in front of him. Conqueror Kang nodded, and he didn't seem surprised that Ronan had a question. After all, this kind of thing is almost incredible for anyone. However, Conqueror Kang didn't expect that the question Ronan asked had nothing to do with the story itself. According to what you said, what you did was to merge all the originally extremely chaotic parallel universes together. So, what everyone should do on this timeline is planned, right? Ronan looked at Conqueror Kang and seemed to be very interested in this question. Conqueror Kang was stunned. He didn't expect that Ronan would ask this. However, he did not answer Ronan's question, but asked in return, "Is this question important to you?" Ronan smiled, and at this moment he saw that the other party was trying to avoid the question. "No, it's not that important to me. But it should be very important to you, right?" Ronan said it in one sentence. Because when Ronan saw the jewelry worn on Conqueror Kang's wrist, he had a very bold guess. Although it may not be right, in his opinion, it is only one step away from the truth. If I remember correctly, the one on your wrist is a time locator, right? The inventor, Tony Stark. Ronan leaned back in his chair, crossed his hands on his legs, and entered a detective mode. He probably figured out Conqueror Kang's intention. Conqueror Kang raised his right arm, and there was indeed such an instrument on his wrist. "You keep saying that you merged all the parallel universes into a complete sacred timeline. For the safety of the timeline, you don't allow wrong branches to appear on this timeline. I may not be able to confirm the rest, but at least from this point on, you are already lying. Those so-called time criminals are very likely to have done something out of the ordinary, but in fact, the reason they were caught is not because what they did was wrong in itself. It's because they interfered with your plan." Ronan took a deep breath and smiled brightly. He has figured it all out. He remembered the Captain America who looked very similar to Peggy Carter when he first came to the Time Management Bureau. This matter itself is not a mistake. Because in every parallel universe, everyone can be Captain America. Steve Rogers can be, Peggy Carter can be, Tony Stark can be. Even someone Ronan doesn't know can be Captain America. So this is not an out of the ordinary. The only reason that Peggy Carter was caught was because of the cosmic cube, that is, the space stone. You, the one who is left behind, are only trying to protect the safety of the timeline to ensure that one thing happens. That is, you must ensure that at least one of the Tony Starks in these countless parallel universes can invent a time locator and successfully travel through time, even to parallel universes. This fully explains why you will arrest those who disrupt the timeline. Because their existence will bring even the slightest change to your plan, which you cannot accept. Because only if Tony Stark makes the time locator can you use this thing to travel from the future to the present or even earlier. Ronan took a deep breath. This is the essence of the so-called Time Management Bureau. At least, in his guess, this is the original intention of Conqueror Kang. Because only if Tony Stark invents the time locator can the future not change. At least the future in which he can travel through time will not change. So, what do you think my purpose is? Why don't I invent it myself and hand it over to Tony Stark after all the effort I put into doing these things? Conqueror Kang didn't seem to agree with Ronan's statement. However, Ronan shook his head. No, no, no. The reason you won't do this is because you know one thing very well. If a certain person's appearance changes history a little bit, the future may develop in an immeasurable direction. That's why you've been catching those time criminals. Because you must have tried the method you mentioned. But the result changed history. Tony Stark, who suddenly gained this ability, did not snap his fingers in the end, but survived. Because he wanted to crack your time locator, the surviving Tony Stark conducted research, but accidentally invented a more advanced time travel instrument. From that moment on, everything in the future was disrupted. Although this is just an example, I think it is definitely an accident you have experienced. So, after trying countless times, you dare not forcefully intervene in this matter again. In the end, you can only choose this relatively stupid method. Ronan raised his mouth. He had analyzed the key part of the matter. In his opinion, the so-called management of the world is just to make the plot progress, just like the script seen by Conqueror Kang. In this way, he can ensure that he can survive. In fact, many of these things have hints. For example, the time positioning device mentioned by Ronan is very similar to the one made by Tony Stark. There is also the person called Mobius in the Time Management Bureau. It doesn't matter who he is, but the name is quite important. Because the root of Tony Stark's creation of the time locator is the Mobius strip. Although these hints are very small, they can explain a lot of problems. Combined with the part about himself that Ronan had guessed before, he can conclude that in Conqueror Kang's script, he did not appear at all. Therefore, Conqueror Kang has always believed that Ronan came from a more distant future than him. But what he didn't know was that Ronan's arrival was not at any point on this timeline, but the person who inadvertently broke the fourth wall. If you know this by some means, maybe I'm not surprised at all. But if you pieced it together through a little clue, then you are too terrible. Conqueror Kang took a deep look at Ronan and the relaxed and happy atmosphere before disappeared without knowing when. Perhaps in the eyes of Conqueror Kang, Ronan has now become a great threat in his plan. If he gets rid of Ronan, he can fill this loophole. But Conqueror Kang took a deep look at Ronan and gave up this plan in an instant. Some people are just ordinary supreme sorcerers on the surface. But in fact, they are handsome men with wisdom far beyond ordinary people. Ronan smiled slightly and gently pushed the non-existent glasses in front of him. He once again admired his little brain. Sure enough, people like him who are handsome, young, and quite intelligent are really rare. Well, I must admit that you guessed it right. So what do you want? Conqueror Kang opened his hands and seemed to admit it all. He seemed to be unusually honest and didn't even intend to fight with Ronan. But Ronan smiled. Admitted it? No. It seems that he admitted it, but he still hid a bigger secret. It's just that Ronan has no definite evidence for this secret now, but he has seen the signs. Don't worry, I won't stop your plan at all. Ronan smiled slightly. Not only will he not stop Conqueror Kang's plan, but he will turn a blind eye. The reason is also very simple. If there is no Marvel in the multiverse, can it still be called Marvel? In his world, there are no Fantastic Four and no mutants, so there are fewer interesting things. If it is just to dominate in such a universe, what is the point for Ronan? Even if Kang the Conqueror does not break this so-called parallel universe, Ronan will do so one day. After all, since he is here, how can he not live a happy life? But I'm very interested in your time management bureau. Can you tell me how this time management bureau was created? Ronan tapped the table with his right hand. To be honest, he is really interested in the time management bureau in front of him. It can travel through various time nodes at any time, and even through various multiverses, and it can also brainwash and control others. Isn't this a force that belongs to him? No, you can't say that. Ronan is the future supreme sorcerer. How can he brainwash and control others? It can only be said that this is a force that belongs to him, and there are people who are loyal to him. So what if we give this force a name? What is a good name? The Illuminati? No, it's too vulgar, and it's easy to collide with some people in the parallel universe. Then Taro will hiss. Ronan shook his head and put this idea aside for the time being. Let's put aside the naming for the time being. Sooner or later, he might have some inspiration. In the dark, many people will appear to help him think of the name of this organization. At that time, he just needs to choose one from them. You are actually interested in this? Conqueror Kang raised his eyebrows, seeming a little unbelievable. Ronan was also a little surprised, wondering why he showed such an expression. Is there anything wrong with being interested in this? Or maybe, the thing in front of you is not that technologically advanced? Don't get me wrong, I just think that with your skills and means, you should not be interested in such a small thing. Conqueror Kang shook his head, as if explaining his previous surprise. Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth. Small thing. Well, for someone from after 3000 AD, this thing seems to be a small thing. Today's technology can imitate the Infinity Gauntlet, and you can snap your fingers by putting down 6 Infinity Stones. Who knows what technology will develop into in 1000 years? Is hijacking the timeline a common thing? I'm just a little interested. Ronan said calmly, and he couldn't weaken his momentum. No matter what, if he got the thing first, even if it was a small thing, Ronan would make a lot of money. No problem, as long as you don't disturb my plan, I can give it all to you. Conqueror Kang took a deep breath, as if a heavy burden was put down in his heart. It seemed that Ronan was the last stumbling block on his road to success. Ronan curled his lips, a little dissatisfied with the fact that he regarded himself as a stumbling block. At least give some respect. How come my promise is not a promise? Just at this moment, a huge roar suddenly came from outside the window. Conqueror Kang raised his eyebrows and stood up from the chair. The moment he had been waiting for was finally coming. Maybe this was the moment he had been looking forward to the most in all these years. He had been thinking about it for so long, and finally inherited all the fragments. At least these last two pieces would make a complete puzzle. Now, the last two pieces of the puzzle have appeared. It's time. Wait a minute. Just when Conqueror Kang was sighing with emotion, Ronan suddenly spoke. His lofty ambition was interrupted. Give me the things first. Don't think of denying your debt when you die later. Ronan didn't trust the man in front of him that much. Don't wait for him to sit on the chair and announce his death directly, and Ronan won't get anything. That would be a big loss for Ronan. Conqueror Kang paused slightly. Just when he was about to gain momentum, this happened, which hurt his morale a little. However, after a few seconds, Conqueror Kang recovered. After all, they are all old hands, so they still have to be thick-skinned. How can a thin-skinned person achieve great things? This is the technology of how to intercept the timeline, and how to create a closed time loop. I have recorded it all in it. Of course, with the technological capabilities of this era, no one can crack the contents inside. Conqueror Kang threw something similar to a USB flash drive to Ronan. According to Conqueror Kang, when using it, you only need to put it into a special device, and the brain can read the information inside. Conqueror Kang also gave Ronan a special device, a metal item similar to a bracelet. After putting on the bracelet and installing this U-disc, Ronan's brain immediately began to read the contents inside. Seeing Ronan's actions, Conqueror Kang narrowed his eyes. It seemed as if he was expecting something. But in addition to the massive amount of content pouring into Ronan's brain, the familiar system prompt sound rang again. Detected that external information has been input into the brain. The amount of information is being calculated. The amount of information is huge. The host's mental power can perfectly accommodate the information content. The information content is detected as the intercept timeline technology and the create time close loop technology. And a small amount of time and space shuttle technology and brainwashing transformation technology are attached. The system can transform such technology into system skills, but the host needs to use the skill point to light up. If you choose not to transform, the host can study and use such technology through his own ability. When he heard the prompt sound from the system, Ronan almost couldn't help laughing out loud. I didn't expect that my system actually has such a function. Transform, of course. Ronan made a decision in his heart immediately. It's nothing more than using skill points to light up. What does it matter? Although it seems that Ronan is wasting skill points, the actual situation is not the case. For this kind of technology, you let a person whose degree in his previous life and this life is less than a graduate student to study this thing. Is there any difference between this and nonsense? Ronan is smart, but being smart and being able to learn these technologies are two different concepts. Ronan's intelligence is a rare and very unique intelligence, but this kind of intelligence has little to do with learning. Didn't the old predecessors say it well? Study, learn a fart. Of course, you still have to study, otherwise how can the successors build a beautiful motherland? Of course, if you like, this time management bureau will be yours in the future. It's just limited to this universe. Conqueror Kang smiled, because after his death, the Time Management Bureau will also appear in countless parallel universes. By then, he will be dead. How can he control the flood after death? What about that thing outside? Elrius, the legendary gas monster that has escaped the constraints of time. Ronan pointed to the layer of gas outside the window. This little pet is actually very strong. No, that's not right. The words strong and weak can no longer be used to describe him. Instead, he should be described as abnormal. If it is the legendary Elrius, he can not only escape the constraints of time, but also cause huge time disturbances and damage to the entire time dimension. Legend has it that this creature appeared at the end of time because it denied the energy of time and has been preventing the energy of time from passing through him and reaching the end of time before it existed. If there is such a little pet, wouldn't it take off? However, this time, Conqueror Kang shook his head. It is a real Elrius, but it is only a part of Elrius. Back then, the strongest me reached an agreement with it, so it will leave a part of it here. After my plan is completed, whether he wants to return to his original body or stay here, I don't have the ability to command him. Whether you can keep him here depends on you. But I want to warn you. It is very dangerous. Conqueror Kang smiled, but his words were full of vigilance against Elrius. For a person who can travel through time at will, encountering an unreasonable thing like Elrius, to be honest, there is no ability to resist. Even the strongest Conqueror Kang only reached an agreement with it. No one knows what the specific content is. But from this, it can be seen that this little pet in front of him is not as simple as it seems. Forget it, I still like obedient little cats. Ronan curled his lips. It's better to let others control this little wild horse. He doesn't have this blessing. As a distinguished audience, the next is the most exciting moment. Our two protagonists have already stepped onto the edge of the stage. Please allow me to bring them to the center of the stage. Conqueror Kang bowed slightly and resumed his previous polite appearance. It looks a little funny, but also a little weird. At the same time, as he bowed, Ronan's position began to change. He came from the front of the table to the side of the hall. From his angle, he can perfectly see all the slightest movement in the hall. It can be said to be the best viewing position. Ronan gave him a thumbs up and praised his attitude of always thinking about the audience. Some directors can learn to consider the audience more. Maybe they won't make so many rubbish movies. Even more considerate is that Conqueror Kang even put a mirror on the table so that Ronan can see the cause and effect. In the mirror, Loki and Sylvie immediately appeared. Now the two were holding hands and fighting against Elrius. Soon, the two would break through Elrius' defense and enter here. I'd like to know why you chose these two people. Ronan leaned back in his chair and looked at the two people in the mirror with interest. Both of them were Asgard's gods of trickery, and both were Loki and his variants. Choosing them, Conqueror Kang must have had different ideas. The reason is actually very simple. These two people are the ones who broke the script of fate. Some of the things they have done have invisibly changed the future pattern and brought about huge changes. People like this very easy to control. Chapter 108, The Temptation of Conqueror Kang, asking for monthly tickets. At this time, Loki and Sylvie, who were in the void, had also possessed Elias, breaking the barrier of time and coming to the place where the biggest secret of the time administration was hidden. The doorstep of Conqueror Kang's house. A purple castle hidden in the light band of time. The two people came to the gate of the castle with trepidation. At this time, the broken castle gate was closed. It looked as if the castle had existed for who knows how many years. The two people walked closer, looked at the gate, and looked at each other at the same time. They all had a hunch that the biggest secret hidden by the time administration must be inside. Sylvie stretched out her right hand and wanted to smash the door in front of her. However, before they could do anything, the door slowly opened automatically. Sylvie didn't say anything and planned to rush in directly, but was stopped by Loki on the side. Wait, don't you think this matter is not that simple? Loki pulled Sylvie's arm, and his face showed obvious hesitation. Sylvie was full of confusion. She didn't understand why Loki had such an idea. We have come here. Are we going to stop our progress just because of a door? Then will we go back? Have you forgotten that Loki sacrificed himself for us? Sylvie looked at Loki, her tone rising involuntarily. The Loki she was talking about was the old Loki who died to help them attract the attention of Elrius. He was the only victim of this incident, and also the most tragic one. Loki opened his mouth. He still vividly remembered the Asgard that the old Loki created with his imagination before his death. Combined with the future he had seen before, this made him a little overwhelmed. No, I'm not going to stop. I just want to tell you that it's definitely not that simple here. We can't just rush forward blindly. In front of his beloved, Loki would never admit that he was a coward. Of course, he was not a coward. After all, he had a lot of things to worry about. However, Sylvie didn't say anything, just looked at Loki quietly, wondering what he was worried about. From the beginning, I felt that everything seemed to be false. No matter who I'm now, or what I have experienced, there is no real feeling. And there is also the man wearing a pair of infinite gloves with infinite gems inlaid inside. His identity is still a mystery to me. Loki turned around. In fact, the person he was most worried about was still Ronan. Because Ronan left a very deep impression on him. Not only because he saw Ronan's pair of infinite gloves that shattered his worldview. More importantly, he had met him before coming to the Time Management Bureau. Those time agents watched him take away the cosmic cube, but no one wanted to take him away. In other words, he is not a time criminal at all, but a person who can enter and exit the Time Management Bureau freely. Loki still remembers the scene when he was taken away by B-15. But Ronan stood with him and was holding the cosmic cube. But in the end, the time agent arrested him, Loki, instead of the other party. Although I don't know why he has so many Infinity Stones. But if he wanted to kill us, I'm afraid we would have died on that planet long ago. This shows that he won't hinder our plan at all. Sylvie stepped forward. Unlike Loki's very hesitant character, Sylvie seemed more decisive. As long as you are determined to do something, you must do it, and you must succeed. We don't have evidence, right? Now, we not only have to beware of an enemy with a high probability, but also face a mastermind that we have never seen and have never heard of in the Time Administration. Can we really win so easily? This is what Loki is most worried about. This time, Sylvie still didn't respond to him and pushed the door open and walked in. Loki had no choice. He couldn't watch Sylvie go in alone, so he could only follow quickly. Since he had already walked in, no matter how much worry he could only put it in his stomach. Ronan, who was sitting in the castle, watched this scene with interest. If he remembered correctly, the normal plot development should not be like this. The one who should be confused and uneasy is Sylvie. Sylvie, who has always been reckless, showed hesitation for the first time, while Loki did not show any confusion. But this time, it was Loki who was uneasy, while Sylvie was unusually calm. It seemed that something had changed between the two of them because of Ronan's presence. This actually aroused Ronan's interest. The scene continued to move forward. As the two entered the castle, the gate slowly closed. The first thing the two saw was two statues standing on the left and right sides, with a deep corridor in the middle. Apart from that, there was no sound at all. This was Loki's keen capture of the two statues. He was sure that they were not the so-called statues of the Guardians of Time. At least the number was wrong. Hello. At this time, Miss Time suddenly appeared in front of them. The sudden sound made the two people draw their weapons at the same time and broke into a cold sweat. When they found out that it was Miss Time, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. You? Sylvie asked in a low voice. Welcome to the Fortress of the End of Time. Congratulations. You have finally arrived here after a long journey. Miss Time floated in the air and spoke the opening words in a slightly cute voice. However, Loki stared at her very vigilantly and hinted to Sylvie. The two sides kept moving. At this time, Loki's IQ occupied the high ground again. He admires it very much. Miss Time said the most crucial sentence. Who admires it? Sylvie moved with Loki's footsteps. Although she asked this, she was almost certain that he was the mastermind behind everything. She could only think of a name. The one left behind. Miss Time said a name. Who is he? Is it the one I met before? Loki looked at Miss Time, and he immediately thought of Ronan's appearance. Ronan, who was watching the live broadcast, couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth. Why do you put all the pots on him? Didn't he just scare Loki with the Infinity Stones once? Why does Loki hold a grudge? Although he used 2 Infinity Stones, he created and controlled everything here, but now he is the only one left. He wants to make a deal with you. Miss Time opened her hands. It seems that Conqueror Kang has fulfilled his promise. Let Ronan watch a complete drama. He has been making some creative adjustments and succeeded. Now we can send you back to the timeline without causing any damage. Miss Time, no, it should be Conqueror Kang, put forward a very tempting condition. For these two, what is more worth fighting for than returning to normal life? They have been fighting for so long. Isn't this what they want to get? On the premise of not causing any damage? Sylvie repeated. In this way, the Time Variance Administration can continue those important tasks. You can also live the life you have longed for. This is a naked temptation. What have we longed for? Loki asked involuntarily. His question seemed to be asking Miss Time, but it seemed to be asking them themselves. What is it that they have longed for? Don't play dumb, sir. Isn't your failure due to your self-righteous belief that you can easily defeat the Avengers? Do you want to win? Also, do you want the throne of Asgard? That's yours. Want the Infinity Gauntlet? Take it. Want to kill Thanos? Now you have a chance. Every question from Miss Time hit Loki's heart hard. These are his regrets, and they are also the various regrets he got after looking at his future. Even if he returns to normal life, he can save his mother and prevent her from dying because of him. So, he was silent. What about you, girl? After so many years of fleeing, loneliness, and despair, do you want to have countless happy memories when you wake up tomorrow? For example, two Lokis on the same timeline. Miss Time proposed a plan that made the two people feel the most tempting. Two people can be together. Yes, it's crazy, but it can be realized. Everything you expect, you can have together. Miss Time continued to tempt the two people in front of her. Sitting in front of the TV, Ronan couldn't help showing an interested look. It seems that Conqueror Kang is really good at playing. If at this time, two people agreed to Conqueror Kang's proposal at the same time, what would he do? But this is also quite simple. If they agree, then let Miss Time invite them in and tell them that only by killing herself can they get what they want. He can also complete his plan. After he dies, the Time Management Bureau will most likely be disbanded or handed over to Ronan. As for what Ronan will do, it has nothing to do with what he promised. After all, the promises between adults are sometimes useless, even if they are written on paper. That's not realistic. My fate is in my own hands. The first sentence was said by Sylvie, and the second sentence was said by Loki. After they finished these two sentences, Miss Time made a very anthropomorphic shrug, leaving a sentence "I knew you would say that," and then disappeared instantly. The expressions on Loki and Sylvie's faces made Ronan almost laugh to death. The two people's faces were full of confusion, puzzlement, and a little bit of disbelief. It seems to be said, "Why don't you tempt me a little more? If you make some more conditions, maybe we will agree to you." How can you be like this? I just said it casually, otherwise you come back, and we can talk. To be honest, even if Ronan looked at all this from the perspective of an observer, he felt that they were already tempted. The two sentences just now were just the last stubborn words. However, the two of them did not expect that after just a few stubborn words, the other party would slip away directly. This is not in line with common sense. Maybe Avenger Kang also discovered their intentions, so he quickly arranged for Miss Time to evacuate here. This scene is a bit too funny. Ronan took a few deep breaths and tried to calm the corners of his mouth that kept twitching. How to say it, Avenger Kang did show himself a good show. Let's go. Loki took a deep breath. At this point, they could only move forward. Walking into this long corridor, the two people looked around very vigilantly until they came to a room. 3 statues stood in a triangle on each side. The broken ground and the stones everywhere seemed to have witnessed a very fierce battle. The thick dust on the statues also showed that no one had been here for a long time. Dang. Just then, a sound attracted the attention of the two people. The two people immediately looked at the source of the sound. Ding dong. The sound of an elevator arriving sounded. In an instant, Sylvie and Loki drew their weapons and aimed at the elevator. Conqueror Kang appeared in front of the two people. The one left behind. Sylvie blurted out. The one left behind. Does she still call me that? It's a bit scary. Conqueror Kang smiled slightly, took out a pear in his hand, and took a bite gently. It seems that his attitude towards Miss Time is different from that of other people in the Time Management Bureau. In a way, the relationship between the two seems to be extraordinary. Can we talk in my office? I have a surprise for you. Conqueror Kang tilted his head towards the elevator and invited the two people. Loki and Sylvie looked at each other, holding their weapons very vigilantly, and slowly approached Conqueror Kang. They got on the elevator. Even though they were sitting in the elevator, even though Conqueror Kang had his back to them, neither of them had any intention of relaxing. Because the other person looked so weird. Not only did he not have any of the darkness of a villain boss, but he looked more like a kind and funny man. This was totally out of line with common sense. Did I surprise you? Conqueror Kang's tone was a little smiling. No, I just think it's easier to kill you. Sylvie replied very toughly. Now, what she said was undoubtedly just to give the two people courage. They were riding in the same elevator with the final villain. It was impossible not to be nervous. Swish. The next second, Sylvie seemed to be attacked, and Conqueror Kang's laughter rang out. But his laughter came from behind the two people. Before they could react, Sylvie was attacked for the second time. At this time, the two finally drew their knives and started attacking Conqueror Kang. However, this time, Conqueror Kang was nowhere to be found in the elevator. Boom. The elevator shook, and then the familiar ding-dong sounded. The elevator arrived. The two people kept panting, watching the elevator door gradually open, and the figure of Conqueror Kang stood outside the door again. "Please come in." Conqueror Kang waved and walked in first. The way he walked was very much like a child. Ronan sat in the office and pulled the corner of his mouth. He always felt that Conqueror Kang was a little schizophrenic. Looking at this all the way, either he was suffocated and crazy, or he had mental problems. How could a villain boss be like this? With a half-believing and half-doubting attitude, Loki and Sylvie walked out of the elevator little by little. They still held weapons and looked extremely vigilant, because the previous conflict in the elevator had already made them know the ability of Conqueror Kang. Loki had only seen this ability of teleportation in one person. That person was... Wait. When Loki walked out of the elevator, the first thing he saw was Ronan sitting beside him, smiling at him. This smile, this look, this action, he is so familiar with it. So familiar that every time he wakes up in the middle of the night, Loki will suddenly think of this smile. On the man's hands, there are infinite gloves inlaid with infinite gems. Subconsciously, Loki looked at Ronan's hands. When he found that there were no infinite gloves on them, Loki breathed a sigh of relief for no reason. But soon, a new question appeared in his mind. "Why are you here?" Loki blurted out this question. Obviously, he was asking Ronan. "I said this is a coincidence, do you believe it? And I was invited by him." Ronan pouted. This was originally a coincidence. Moreover, Ronan was indeed invited by Conqueror Kang to watch the show. What Ronan said was true. However, Loki would not believe such perfunctory words. Coincidence? Coincidence, your uncle. Are you the mastermind behind it? Sylvie stepped forward, her voice full of questioning. Thinking that the young couple would say goodbye soon, Ronan did not mean to be angry. "How could I be the mastermind? Look at my hands, they are so white." Ronan stretched out his hands with great grievance. He just wanted to express that he was not the mastermind. No other meaning. Yes, no. Kang the Conqueror on the side pouted with a hurt expression. "I know." At this moment, Loki suddenly screamed. He looked at Ronan with an expression of "I understand" on his face, and then at Kang the Conqueror. At this moment, he seemed to understand the truth of the whole time. Several other people, including Ronan, also looked at Loki. Next, Loki made his jaw-dropping remarks. "Please vote for me." Chapter 109. The Hooded Man appears again. Please order the whole book. In fact, you are the real mastermind behind the scenes. He is just a servant who took the blame for you. You planned everything, including the moment we were chosen and everything we experienced later. In fact, it all came from your plan. But you don't want to be exposed in the front, so you let this black servant stand in front. Even the way you instantly disappear and reappear is the same. In fact, you are the real mastermind behind the scenes. When Loki finished speaking, he and Sylvie pointed their weapons at Ronan. Ronan opened his mouth wide with an expression of disbelief. He couldn't figure out why such shocking words came out of Loki's mouth. A villain boss who can abuse you. Loki, with one hand, turned into a black servant in Loki's mouth. You still say you don't discriminate against people of color. You are so smart, Xiaodao. I've opened my eyes. I didn't expect you to have such a guess. It seems that the god of tricksters in Asgard is really full of tricks. Ronan clapped his hands with a strange look on his face, as if he was cheering for Loki's imaginative guess. Is this idea a little too bold? Is there a possibility? I mean a possibility. I have just known him for a short time. Maybe he is only a little older than you two. So, I'm just a spectator? Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth. He also wanted to know if Loki would make some earth-shattering remarks again. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Loki almost shouted this sentence. Because from his perspective, all his experiences came from the person in front of him. From the beginning, the other party took away his cosmic cube, cut off his escape route, and forced him to cooperate with the Time Variance Administration to hunt down Sylvie. In addition, they had met before on the planet Lamandus 1. Ronan was wearing a pair of infinite gloves inlaid with infinite gems on his hands. Loki can be said to never forget that scene. Combined with the fact that Miss Time had told them before they came in that if they wanted the Infinity Gauntlet, they could take it at any time. Combined with these points, Loki almost believed that Ronan was the mastermind behind the scenes. And Ronan never expected that he just wanted to test the Infinity Stones casually, but in the end he was regarded by Loki as the big boss behind everything. It even fits the villain in the TV series very well, and found a black stand-in for himself. Forget it. Anyway, no matter what I say now, you will think I'm not a good person. It doesn't matter, you continue. Ronan pouted. He was too lazy to discuss this with Loki and the others. He turned his head and looked at Conqueror Kang on the side. Before you start, I have a small doubt. You help me answer it. Why didn't a smart guy who was in the late stage of persecution delusion return to normal? Ronan said that returning to normal means that there was no other Loki, and he returned to the normal timeline track. The normal timeline should be that Loki was taken back to Asgard and imprisoned. According to the normal situation of the Time Management Bureau, Loki of the abnormal timeline will be taken away, and then they will close the timeline again when Loki escapes to ensure that the future will not change. Maybe your existence has caused the change of the established timeline. That's why I can't see through you. Conqueror Kang shrugged. Now it is obvious that he has no need to hide it, because according to the script, he can announce his curtain call soon. Ronan nodded. He was not as surprised as before. Change because of his appearance? Isn't that good? Okay, then you continue. Ronan made a gesture of invitation and continued to be his audience. Although in Loki's interpretation, he seriously suspected that the great wisdom in the late stage of persecution delusion mentioned by Ronan referred to himself, but he had no evidence. Moreover, Conqueror Kang had begun to tell him what happened. A long time ago, it was still the classic battle between multiple Conqueror Kangs. It caused the chaos of the timeline, which caused the turmoil of the parallel universe. Of course, before saying these, Conqueror Kang also told a story about script and future. The document he found recorded in detail how Sylvie and Loki found the end of time, and what happened, and what they said after they came in. Even the part about talking to Ronan was recorded. Just such a small trick made Loki and Sylvie's mentality unstable. No one could accept that their life was just a small part of a huge script, and they were just a role in it. It might even be a small role without any role. Then, taking advantage of the two people's unstable mind, Conqueror Kang gave them two choices. Let the two of them take charge of the Time Mutation Administration, and lead the Time Administration on another different path. Or, kill him in front of him, and then countless Conqueror Kangs will appear. Ronan had heard about this part once, so he was not very interested in it. The only thing he was curious about was why Conqueror Kang chose these two in front of him among so many Lokis. Loki was easy to say, because he was a template, so he was chosen. The so-called template actually refers to the fact that there are always a few people in countless parallel universes who look the same. People with different looks, such as the young Loki and Crocodile Loki that Loki had met before, were all planned to be included in the ranks of time offenders. And there was also the female Loki Sylvie in front of him. This was also what Ronan couldn't understand the most. With Conqueror Kang's ability, as long as he wanted to stop everything from happening, Sylvie would not have any chance. Therefore, the appearance of Sylvie was definitely chosen by Conqueror Kang from the beginning. Even Sylvie's experience, personality, and even the potential that burst out along the way, were all favored by Conqueror Kang. Maybe the person left behind in front of him really thought about handing over the Time Management Bureau to the two people in front of him. And then what else? The classic young couple disagreed and then fought. Looking at the clumsy fighting postures of the two people and the proud expressions on their faces, Ronan, who was sitting aside, didn't even have the eyes to watch their fight. Ronan performed better than them in this level of close combat when he was 8 years old. Do you have anything else besides slashing with swords? That little magic spell. Anyway, no matter what it was, Sylvie was moved. To be able to say this, Loki had already put down his face and made the most affectionate confession. Sylvie herself was also one of the Lokis, so she naturally understood what kind of personality she had. Therefore, a scene that was not suitable for children was created. The little love song sounded invisibly, and the two of them kissed each other. They even turned around. Conqueror Kang, who was sitting behind the desk, stared at the scene of the two kissing without blinking, as if he was sighing. After the kiss, the two looked at each other affectionately until Sylvie said a sentence. "But I'm not you." After saying that, she gently pushed Loki, and a portal appeared from behind Loki. She pushed Loki directly into the portal. As the portal disappeared, only Ronan and the other three were left in the entire office. The sad little song sounded, and no one expected the style of the painting to change so quickly. I don't know when Sylvie had picked up the time locator that Conqueror Kang had placed on the table. She raised the long sword in her right hand again, and with her left hand, she pushed Conqueror Kang's desk aside. "Aren't you going to beg me to spare your life?" Sylvie seemed to be a little hesitant. Not a bad suggestion. Conqueror Kang seemed to want to say something, but the smile on his face spoke his inner thoughts. Puff. There was a sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh. Sylvie stabbed out the multiverse with one knife. Ronan recorded this exciting moment. If it weren't for the huge age gap between the two, Ronan wanted to jump up and hug the other and kiss him. But the age gap made Ronan unable to do it. The multiverse, from this moment on, finally appeared. "We'll see you again." After saying this, Conqueror Kang blinked at Sylvie and then gradually stopped breathing. Sylvie sat down on the ground, as if she had avenged her great vengeance. Ronan walked to the window behind Conqueror Kang and looked out the window. The timeline that was originally a straight line has now split into countless forks, just like countless tender green buds growing on a straight tree. Oh, what a spectacular sight. From today on, countless Conqueror Kangs will be able to travel the world. Ronan turned off his phone and couldn't help but sigh. Sylvie slowly raised her head and looked at Ronan, who seemed to have no sense of existence. "Why didn't you stop me?" Sylvie seemed to have noticed something. "Why should I stop you? Do you really think that I'm the real mastermind, as Loki said?" Ronan looked at Sylvie helplessly. He was really not a mastermind. He was just a simple and ordinary wizard. How could he be that kind of bad guy? Sylvie stood up from the ground and pulled her weapon out of Conqueror Kang's chest. Blood splattered all over the ground. "You call him Conqueror Kang? You really know something we don't know." Sylvie looked at Ronan and slowly raised her sword. Ronan sighed and his figure disappeared instantly. Bang! A punch in the chest. Without Sylvie seeing Ronan's movements clearly, she was knocked away by Ronan's punch. The next second, Ronan appeared behind Sylvie. Bang! Ronan kicked Sylvie, who was still flying, and sent her flying again. Boom! Sylvie simply crashed into a pile of furniture and was buried directly. Although I have a relatively kind temper, it does not mean that I can tolerate others pointing weapons at me. And after I explained it so many times, Ronan clapped his hands. Although he is easy to talk to, it does not mean that everything is easy to say. At least Sylvie's actions just now have touched Ronan's bottom line. The last person who pointed a weapon at Ronan had his arm cut off by Ronan. Of course, I have to complain. Your close combat is really bad. Ronan curled his lips and couldn't help complaining. Sylvie struggled to stand up from the ground, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Just those two hits just now had already injured her. Thanks to her extraordinary physique, otherwise, she would not have been able to stand up from the ground with just those two blows. You came here just to watch this meaningless drama? Or are you like him, and you already know everything about us? Sylvie wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. It can be said that she is smarter than Loki, at least, more perceptive than Loki, because she had observed Ronan's expression before, about their appearance, what Conqueror Kang said, and even the fight and kiss between her and Loki. Even at the end, when she killed this person left behind, that is, Conqueror Kang in the other's mouth. The other party did not show the slightest surprise. It was as if everything was within his expectations. If this is true, then did the other party also see the so-called script like this person left behind? No, this is not a meaningless drama. I don't know what the script is. On the contrary, to me, your performance just now is undoubtedly very meaningful. Ronan shook his head. These things are not meaningless to him. On the contrary, all of this is in his plan. It's just that no one else knows. Then what are you waiting for? Watch me kill him and send Loki away. This means that your goal is not Loki at all, and you don't know me. Then what are you thinking about? At this moment, Sylvie felt as if she had fallen into another deep pit. However, Ronan smiled slightly and picked up the time locator left by Conqueror Kang from the ground. There was no doubt that this time locator was much more advanced than Tony Stark's. This is for you. Ronan took out the time locator he was carrying from his pocket and threw it to Sylvie. He shook another time locator of Conqueror Kang in his hand and put it on his wrist. After all, you exploded this thing. I will use that one, plus a message, to exchange with you. Don't you want to know what I'm thinking? I can tell you. Ronan pulled a stool over and sat down directly. Seeing his leisurely look, he didn't take Sylvie seriously at all. But Sylvie didn't dare to let down her guard. She didn't know what Ronan was thinking. What I'm thinking is actually very simple. I'm just waiting for someone. Ronan glanced around the office and couldn't help laughing. Waiting for someone? Who are you waiting for? What's your purpose? Sylvie asked 3 questions in a row. The other party is waiting for someone. Waiting for whom? Could it be one of the countless variations of him that the person left behind just mentioned? Or the person in front of him had some other plans from the beginning? But at this time, Ronan put his right index finger on the center of his lips, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hush, be quiet. He's coming. Ronan's handsome appearance made Sylvie slightly stunned. But soon, she reacted. What does it mean? What do you mean he's coming? Just when Sylvie was extremely confused, a black ripple suddenly appeared on the ceiling of the originally empty office. From the black ripples, 2 people, one big and one small, wearing black hoods fell out. These 2 people are very similar to the ones Ronan has seen before. No. As soon as the 2 men landed, miserable cries swept the office again. The hooded man in the lead seemed extremely hysterical. It was as if he had seen a completely unacceptable picture. With a plop, he knelt on the ground. It was as if all his strength was drained in an instant. Why? 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 Why is it like this again? Why has the future never changed? The wide brim of the hat covered the hooded man's face, but it could not stop his sadness. Soon, the hooded man stood up from the ground and turned to look at Ronan, who was sitting next to him. Why? You obviously saw me. Why didn't you stop him? You obviously had the opportunity to stop all this tragedy, but why didn't you stop him? The hooded man faced Ronan and asked him a roar. Then Ronan pouted. Why should I stop him? What's in it for me? And who do you think you are? I beg everyone to subscribe to all the packages. It's too difficult to skip the orders. Please don't skip the orders. Chapter 110. It's you. Ronan looked at the hooded man in front of him and couldn't help but sneer. He had expected the other party to come, including that Ronan had been waiting for him from the beginning. Because when the 2 met last time, Ronan remembered what he said. To sum it up, there is only one sentence. Stop the destruction of the Time Mutation Administration. What does this sentence mean? Will the Time Administration be destroyed? Not necessarily. Because even if Conqueror Kang died, the Time Administration in front of him still has 2 people to support it. Mobius and B-15. In addition to the small timeline branches that appeared at the beginning, it means that many people in the Time Administration have awakened their self-awareness and are no longer deceived by previous memories. Therefore, according to this situation, the Time Administration will most likely continue to exist. Since the Time Administration will not be destroyed, the hooded man is undoubtedly talking about Conqueror Kang. Only after Conqueror Kang died, the sacred timeline will be shattered, and countless Conqueror Kangs sealed on this timeline will begin to rule various parallel universes. If he guessed correctly, the hooded man in front of him might be one of the victims. Even Ronan narrowed his eyes. Who are you? Sylvie raised her sword and looked at the people who suddenly came. She thought that the people who came would be Ronan's helpers, but from their conversation, it seemed that this was not the case. The other party's purpose was to stop her from killing Conqueror Kang, but the young man in front of her had no intention of stopping her from beginning to end. Sylvie, you were deceived by Conqueror Kang and killed him. Countless parallel universes have experienced destructive turmoil. You are the culprit. The hooded man turned his head to look at Sylvie, but the anger in his voice could not be hidden. Hearing this, Sylvie did not regret it at all. She made the most correct decision for her free will, and Ronan would not comment on this matter. He only knew one sentence. Life is precious, but love is more precious. If it is for freedom, both can be thrown away. This sentence is a truth in the hearts of Western people. Anyway, all Ronan can say is that the story in front of us tells us that falling in love is very dangerous. The last time he fell in love, he almost caused the timeline to collapse. This time, the quarrel between the young lovers made countless parallel universes live under the shadow of Conqueror Kang. Take a look at how miserable the scene is. If someone else taught me a lesson, I might be able to accept it. But you are a guy who hides his head and shows his tail. What qualifications do you have to teach me? Sylvie sneered, not willing to be outdone. She has discovered that, even if the two new hooded men are not in the same group as Ronan before, they are also her enemies. Since they are enemies, don't give them face. The atmosphere in the office stagnated slightly, and Ronan sat aside, smiling at everything in front of him. The hooded man seemed to be impatient, because he especially wanted to find a culprit and attribute the responsibility to the other party. But in fact, is this trick useful? You don't know what you did. At this time, another person who had not spoken spoke up. Is it a woman? Ronan raised his eyebrows. The person who just spoke had a childish voice, and even from the voice, he was about the same age as Ronan. And it can be clearly heard that it is a little girl. I only know that I did what I should do. This time administration is a bloody slave factory. These people don't know who they are. They have no past, no future, and even the things they have been insisting on are fake. This is all too ridiculous. Sylvie became more and more excited as she spoke. When she was halfway through, she even used magic to smash the tables and chairs beside her. You can tell her current mood at a glance. You know, for Sylvie, the time administration can be said to have destroyed her life. She could have lived freely in Asgard like a little girl, enjoying the pampering of her parents. Even though she is a descendant of the Frost Giants, even if she is not Odin's biological child. But at least she can feel the love of her parents. All this has changed because of the emergence of the time administration. She was forced to change from a little girl to a time prisoner who is hunted down everywhere and at all times. She has to live in fear every day, cautious, and dare not make any changes to the world. Because once there is a slight change, the people of the time administration will chase her, and she will be forced to continue wandering. Therefore, her hatred for the Time Administration Bureau was no less than that of any of its employees. But he did protect the safety of the parallel universes. Once he dies, almost all parallel universes will be destroyed. Because of your revenge. The young female voice seemed to be unwilling to be outdone. She also had her reasons. However, after hearing this so-called reason, Ronan couldn't help laughing. Although I know it's a bit rude to interrupt you now. But I have to say, your so-called reason really makes me want to laugh. Ronan pointed at the hooded woman and couldn't help laughing. He seemed to have heard a very funny joke. Except for Sylvie, the other two were looking at Ronan with very shocked eyes. Countless multiverses are about to be destroyed. Why can you still laugh? What are you laughing at? Finally, after laughing for a full minute, the girl finally couldn't help it. She asked her question. Ronan slowly stopped laughing and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. I'm just laughing at your low level of education. Ronan looked at the two people in front of him, and his smile gradually faded. The hooded man grabbed the girl's arm and signaled her not to be impulsive. Because of that sentence just now, the girl almost rushed up to fight with Ronan. What does it mean to have a low level of education? Do you think I'm laughing at you? But sorry, this is not laughing. I'm just stating a fact. This time, Ronan finally stopped laughing, but the strange emotion on his face made people feel uncomfortable, no matter how they looked at it. Especially the two opposite. Is there a possibility? I mean possible. The thing you are raising now is actually a very famous trolley problem. When a train is running out of control on the track, it suddenly finds that there are 5 people on the track ahead. Now it is impossible for the train to slow down, so there is no possibility of rescue. If you have a button that can change lanes, just press it. The train will change lanes and rescue the 5 people on the track. But on the other track, there is another person tied up. Excuse me, at this time, should you press that button? Ronan looked at the hooded little girl with interest, wanting to know the answer from her. Sure enough, the beautiful and kind little girl didn't know how to answer when Ronan asked her this. Sacrifice 1 or sacrifice 5? Although from the perspective of numbers, this is a very easy choice, and you don't even need to think about it. However, once it involves issues related to human life, it is not so easy. It seems that you are also very conflicted. Then you might as well listen to my thoughts. Ronan smiled slightly and slowly stood up from the chair. Whether you choose to save those 5 people, or think that the other person is innocent, and he should not suffer such an accident, in fact, there is nothing wrong. Because this is everyone's choice and everyone's inner thoughts. Whether it is saving 5 or saving 1, in my heart there is nothing wrong. But have you ever thought about one thing? Ronan walked gently in front of the 2 hooded men, his expression looking a little helpless. It was like encountering 2 disobedient bear children. What's the matter? The girl only spoke at this time. It's a very simple thing. That is, when these people tied to the tracks are trying to save themselves. Can you not stand on the moral high ground and criticize him for damaging the lives of others for his own life? Is it possible to change your mind and stop the speeding train? Just such a simple sentence made several people quiet down. People are selfish, at least most people are. Especially when it comes to their own lives and the families behind them. Most people will only make choices that are beneficial to themselves. This is understandable. This question is said by many people to be a question left by God to the human heart. But please note that this is only for ordinary humans. The 2 people in front of them have already traveled through time and parallel universes. Can't they stop a runaway train? But have you ever thought that we face that person just like ordinary people face that speeding train? At this time, the hooded man who had been silent spoke. That person he was referring to was Kang the Conqueror. If ordinary people faced the runaway train, they could just stay away, at least not worry about their own safety. However, when Kang the Conqueror appeared, no one could survive this terror. You were able to defeat Thanos back then, and now it's Kang the Conqueror. You have no way to deal with him? Ronan raised his eyebrows. Although he always thought that Kang the Conqueror was very strong, he shouldn't be so strong that everyone would feel suffocated, right? At least, he shouldn't have no ability to resist at all, right? Do you know who I am? The hooded man was a little surprised. Ronan couldn't help but roll his eyes. I don't know who you are, but I know that the only ones who can do this are those Avengers. Then you should be a member of the Avengers. Even, you should be strange. Ronan sighed. In fact, he had already guessed this. Among the Avengers, except for the other 2nd tier heroes, the only ones who can be called the leaders are those few people. Steve Rogers has become a little old man, and the remaining facade figures are only Strange and Tony Stark. Only Strange, the supreme sorcerer, can master and use the ability to travel through parallel universes. Hearing this, the hooded man sighed and gently put his hood on his head with his right hand. Seeing his action, the little girl behind him was shocked and grabbed his hand. Don't expose yourself. We said before that it's too dangerous to expose your identity. The little girl couldn't help but say. It's okay, they know my identity. At least Ronan knows it. After saying that, the hooded man took off his hood regardless of the little girl's dissuasion. When his face appeared in front of Ronan, Ronan also showed a smile on his face. The hooded man in front of him was Strange. No, if we just say he is Strange, it's not quite accurate. When Ronan saw him for the first time, he did look no different from Strange, but the flavor on him was completely different. The dark energy that continued to surge and dissipate surrounded his body, and a 3rd eye appeared on his forehead. He is Strange, but he is not strange either. Although it sounds a bit strange to say this, it is actually true. If I guess correctly, you use the dark book, right? You have forced countless parallel universes of yourself into one body. In order to keep the soul from being torn apart, you must use dark energy to suppress those parallel universes of yourself. This is done to gain more powerful power, but the consequences are also very obvious. You don't have much time left. Ronan looked at Strange in front of him and saw his condition at a glance. In the dark book, there is an ability called sleepwalking, which means that your soul can sneak into other parallel worlds. But this is only the most basic application. As Ronan said, Strange's state at the moment is already the most crazy state. It can be said that the current Strange is no longer the Doctor Strange he had seen before. Instead, he has concentrated his soul into one individual from countless parallel universes. In other words, Strange's personality has changed drastically, and I'm afraid he can't even be called a person. When Kang the Conqueror came, all of us were shrouded in this darkness. In a battle, we failed. Strange did not show much sadness, especially in his current state. There was nothing to be sad about, because what should be lost has been lost. He wanted to save the failed past, but in the end he found that there seemed to be no chance at all. So, you kept trying to find a way to defeat Kang the Conqueror from time and parallel universes, until your irritable clone found me? You want me to stop the destruction of the Time Administration? Ronan raised his eyebrows. He roughly understood Strange's plan. Since they couldn't defeat Kang the Conqueror, why not prevent Kang the Conqueror from appearing at the source? This is the only way to solve the problem. One of them I remember, you once told him about a place about the Time Management Bureau. So I tried my best, and finally found the parallel universe where the Time Management Bureau headquarters is located, which is your universe. I tried every means to find this place, but every time I encountered various problems. Every time we ended up in failure. Strange's face was a little ugly, and it was obvious that he could not accept this kind of thing. The only way to solve the problem turned out to have no solution in the end. This made Strange very uncomfortable. In other words, every time you come to this time node, you can't stop his death. And every time I didn't do anything to stop the death of Conqueror Kang, right? Ronan glanced at Strange and asked. Strange nodded, and his eyes looked at Ronan again, his eyes full of sincerity. Ronan, I need your help. My Earth needs your help, and Tony, Natasha and others all need your help. This time, Strange finally showed some human emotions. He finally stated his purpose. Help? How do you need me to help you? Ronan looked at Strange in front of him with a smile. It seemed that at this moment, Ronan also wanted to help Strange. Hearing this, Strange's face showed obvious excitement. I only need to borrow some of your power to open the door of time and space and let me go back to the time before Kang the Conqueror died. After trying so many times, I finally found that the power of the two of us cannot go back so long, so we will fail here every time. So, I need to borrow your power. Strange looked very sincere, as if he had grabbed the last straw. However, Ronan looked behind Strange. America possess the legendary power to open parallel universes. Mutants? Ronan raised his eyebrows, as if talking to himself, and as if asking the other party. The girl was silent for a while, and finally took off her hood. Yes, it's me. The little girl. No, America admitted her identity. Her ability is to open the entrances to various parallel universes, allowing her to travel in parallel universes. This ability is very powerful. Even the current Ronan needs to abide by the cooling off period every 6 months if he wants to travel through parallel universes. Should we say, is this an unreasonable mutant? The Darkhold, plus mutants who can travel through parallel universes. Strange, you seem to have gathered something incredible. Ronan shook his head, as if he was sighing. Strange was slightly stunned. He didn't understand what Ronan meant by this. But soon, Ronan gave the answer. Since you have read the Darkhold, it means that you must know that the borrowing between the mages of Kamataj, if you put it in another word, that is deprivation. The so-called borrowing, you wanted to take away my power from the beginning, right? Even what you planned from the beginning was not just my power, but also my soul, everything about me. Isn't that right? Chapter 111. Was he scared to death? HMM. If the atmosphere between the two was pleasant before this, then after Ronan's words, the pleasant atmosphere took a sharp turn. America looked at Ronan with disbelief, not knowing why he made such a statement. And Sylvie, who had no role to play, raised her eyebrows. Why do these two people seem to be fighting? And Ronan was looking at Strange on the side, showing a sneer from a monk. Monster, I can tell at a glance that you are not a human. Ronan sneer limited edition. .jpg. What are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean. Strange glanced at Ronan, and his expression did not change much. However, his left hand, which was quietly hidden behind his back, had betrayed his inner thoughts. Ronan couldn't help shaking his head. In fact, he didn't see Strange's flaw at first, until that sentence. You said, you have seen me many times before, but you didn't stop me. Then I want to ask you, have I lent you my power so many times before? This is a very interesting question. If before this, Ronan still believed in the words of Strange in front of him. After this question, Ronan began to doubt him. No, but I didn't ask this question either. Only after we failed last time did I know that my energy was not enough. Strange pursed his lips, as if he really had such a psychological activity. But when he heard this answer, Ronan smiled. Did you suddenly find that your energy was not enough last time? You have absorbed so many supreme sorcerers from different parallel universes, and you tell me that your energy is not enough. And, is it just my energy that is missing? Ronan asked with a smile. Ronan never believed in coincidences, let alone such a coincidence that appeared in front of him. But this time, Strange was silent. Okay, even if it is true, why should I help you? And the previous question, how did they answer you when you met me before? Ronan crossed his arms and asked the second question. He hoped that the Strange in front of him could give him a different answer. For example, come up with some new terms that Ronan has never heard of, which are very difficult to pronounce and can scare a lot of people when they are said. This will not only raise Ronan's status, but also let Ronan know more things. However, Ronan's expectations were ultimately dashed. This time Strange remained silent. Seeing that the other party had no intention of cooperating, Ronan couldn't help but curl his lips and secretly complained that it was boring. It's not interesting to tell a crosstalk without a supporting role. Forget it. Since you don't want to say it, then I'll say it for you. In fact, you didn't see me at all in the previous few times, and you didn't even find this place. In fact, Ronan had this guess from the beginning. The reason is also very simple. He has heard others say more than once that he is the only one. What is the only one? From the literal meaning, the only one means there is only one, and there is no other. If we count from other parallel universes, only this universe has Ronan, and other universes do not have him. This is the only one. Then on a timeline, Ronan himself only exists at one point in time. Is that part of the only one? This reminded Ronan of the woman before. It was the woman who had always coveted Ronan's body and loved him, but could not get him. It can be seen that she had a deep hatred for him, and she wanted to cross the parallel universe to kill Ronan. However, she did not choose to travel back to when Ronan was still young and find an opportunity to kill Ronan. She chose to go to Ronan when he had a certain combat power and had the time gem to make trouble for Ronan. At that time, Ronan guessed that the reason was because there was an ancient one in this universe, so the woman had no chance. But then Ronan thought about it carefully, and things were a little wrong. If you are afraid of the ancient one, then just erase the concept of Ronan's birth. Kill Ronan's parents, and prevent the child from being born. Then Ronan will not be able to appear. In this way, you don't have to worry about the ancient one stopping her, and you don't have to take much risk. Why not do it? However, she did not choose to do that, but chose that time. Later, after several hints from the Ancient One, Ronan gradually figured out a lot of things. Because after leaving this universe, Ancient One can no longer interfere with the affairs of other universes, so the woman has the best opportunity. After leaving his own universe, Ronan's uniqueness is temporarily useless. Because the word unique, at least for now, in Ronan's understanding, can only be effective in this universe. As for how the two people in front of him found Ronan, Ronan actually didn't know. Maybe it was a special fate. How did you know? This time, Strange finally spoke. It seems that Ronan is right. You don't need to care how I know, because I don't want to tell you this. Maybe you haven't found me many times, and knowing my identity is not as simple as you think. So, you thought of a way. Ronan narrowed his eyes. He was quite interested in the way Strange could find himself. This time, the Strange in front of him might be trying his luck, so will there be a second time? What about the third time? Sooner or later, the other party will master this method. It seems that Ronan has to find a way to keep this person here this time. It seems that there are things you don't know. Strange sneered, and this time he no longer pretended. The face that was originally calm was now extremely gloomy, and the third eye on his forehead suddenly opened. The surging dark power in his body also surged over his whole body in an instant. It looked much more terrifying than before. The golden rings were put on his arms, and the red ring of Ragdoll, which represented the deepest level, was also unfolded in his hands. Are you really going to fight me? Ronan sighed and gently tapped the air with his left hand. Visible to the naked eye, a wave of space fluctuations like ripples appeared in front of everyone. When seeing this scene, America was shocked, as if she had sensed something. In the void, Ronan took out a glove. An infinite glove inlaid with 6 infinite gems. When seeing this glove, Strange's pupils shrank violently, and his body couldn't help but take a step back. Especially when Ronan easily put the glove on his left hand. The position of the back of his hand was inadvertently shown to Strange. The 6 infinity stones emitted a faint glow, as if they were rotating with streamers. How you are the first one who still wants to fight me after getting the 6 infinity stones. Now, you will get what you want. After putting on the infinity gauntlet, Ronan couldn't help but take a deep breath, and a very interested look appeared on his face. However, his expression made Strange dare not move at all. This is impossible. How could you collect all the stones so quickly? Strange blurted out subconsciously. In his impression, collecting gems is not an easy thing. Even as strong as Thanos, he collected them for so many years before he got what he wanted. But Ronan in front of him got 6 infinity stones so easily. This is impossible. What's impossible about this? With your help, I know the secret of traveling through time. There are also time particles in my world, and the devoured Strange would not have told you that when I returned to this world, I also got a set of equipment that can travel through time. In this way, I can go to any time node and any location to find these gems. With these things, do you think it's still difficult? Ronan showed the glove on his left hand again, with a satisfied smile on his face. The pretentious effect he expected has already appeared. After hearing Ronan's explanation, Strange remained silent for a long time, as if he still couldn't believe it. You are also the supreme sorcerer, although from a different parallel universe, but you should have used the time stone, right? Don't you plan to take a look at whether my time stone is authentic? Ronan raised his left hand and slowly clenched it into a fist, and the light of the infinity stone on the back of his hand suddenly shone brightly. Strange immediately raised his magic ring, and the third eye on his forehead began to rotate rapidly. Seeing that the situation was not good, Sylvie, who had not had a role for a long time, decided not to play with these people. She directly pressed the time controller, and a portal appeared behind her. Goodbye everyone. Oh yes, I hope we don't see each other again. After that, she jumped directly into the portal and disappeared here. Strange was stunned. He even forgot that there was a Sylvie here. But Sylvie is not important at all. What he needs to be most wary of now is Ronan in front of him. Wait. Seeing that the battle was about to break out, America jumped between the two people at this time. Seeing America jumping in the middle, Ronan's face was full of handsome question marks. This little girl can't see what the situation is, right? This is about to start a decisive battle. How can she ruin the atmosphere so much? We are here to solve the problem, aren't we? Now Kang the Conqueror has begun to destroy the world. Even if your world has not been invaded by Kang the Conqueror in the current timeline. But what about the future? Do you dare to say that he won't appear in the future? Are you going to watch so many cosmic creatures die in the hands of Kang the Conqueror? America looked at Ronan in front of her, and every sentence was full of moral kidnapping. However, he forgot that Ronan had no morals at all, so moral kidnapping had no effect on him. Ha 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 ha, you are really interesting. Don't you plan to ask what this Strange in front of you has done before? Let's not talk about Thanos. He made the right bet, and the winner has some conditions for a battle. But later, in order to fulfill a child's wish, he used the forgetfulness spell on the entire world, which is nothing. The most speechless thing is that he actually used it wrong. It was this time that he opened the door to the parallel universe. Ronan pointed at Strange in front of him, and the sneer on his face was like a sharp knife, piercing his heart. What's even more ridiculous is that he is no longer the supreme sorcerer, but he brought you into Kamatage, bringing a devastating blow to Kamatage. And the initial reason was just because of a human from a parallel universe. The Scarlet Witch's goal is not the universe he is in, but the parallel universe. At this point, Ronan didn't even want to continue. Counting the things Strange did, Ronan didn't even know how to complain. Since you, Strange, are no longer the Supreme Sorcerer, don't make any decisions for the real Supreme Sorcerer King on your own initiative. What's even more ridiculous is, what is your responsibility? Protect the Earth from invasion by external forces. The Scarlet Witch just wants to go to the parallel universe. To put it bluntly, this mission is the responsibility of the Supreme Sorcerer of that parallel universe. It's not your responsibility, Strange. You rashly intervened to change these things. Are you really worthy of being a person in Kamatage? Well, these are Ronan's own ideas. It is very likely that many people have different ideas from him, and Ronan respects everyone's ideas. But at least, if Ronan were to choose, he would never do such a boundless love thing. America's eyes widened. She couldn't imagine that she could hear such indifferent words from a person. However, Strange didn't have any intention of refutation. Haven't you learned a little bit of the essence of what Teacher Guyi did? Or do you think that our Supreme Sorcerer should intervene in everything and become the so-called savior of the universe? Ronan took a deep breath, and the more he said, the more he wanted to beat Strange to death. Obviously, at that time, he had hinted at Strange more than once. More importantly, he even saved Tony Stark. Looking at him now, I'm afraid that what should happen has still happened, without any change. Could it be that Tony Stark's existence still exposed Peter Parker's identity, and finally made Peter Parker beg Strange, and Strange still did these things for him? Thinking of this, Ronan couldn't help rubbing his brows. Isn't this a bit too disgusting? Is it the inertia of the timeline? Or did something happen that he didn't know about? I just did what I thought was right. Besides, what does it have to do with you? At this time, Strange finally spoke. Hearing his answer, Ronan couldn't help but sneer, and his left hand clenched into a fist again. This time, the Space Stone was activated, and Ronan's figure disappeared instantly. Strange's face changed drastically, but his movements were also very fast, and 8 hands immediately appeared behind him. The shape of Akon. In an instant, 5 huge seraphim shields flew out in all directions with Strange as the center of the circle. Ronan's figure retreated instantly, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. How come even this move was learned by Strange? This is his unique skill. It was at this time that the seraphim shield that had just flown out hit a terrifying space wave. At this moment, the space wave directly turned into countless broken fragments and flew towards Ronan. Fuck. Ronan naturally knew the horror of this move and couldn't help rolling his eyes. It's all Thanos' fault. If it weren't for Thanos, how could Strange have the experience of fighting with the Infinity Stones? Using Kamatage's ultimate defense move at the beginning, you really think highly of him. After forcing Ronan back, Strange's next move was also very fast. He swung his right hand suddenly, and a scarlet chain flew out instantly. Satorak's scarlet chain directly locked America's body and pulled her to his side. Ronan's figure disappeared again. He didn't mean to pay any attention to America. He had only one goal. Strange. Or rather, the black version of Strange. But a dazzling light flashed, and behind Strange and America, a multiple 5-pointed star logo appeared. They want to escape. Want to escape. Ronan's figure immediately appeared on Strange's left side. His left hand was already on Strange's shoulder. Seeing the Infinity Gauntlet that he was very familiar with, Strange's face changed drastically. But the next second, he was in unexpected pain from his shoulder. The dark energy in his body, which was originally uncontrollable, began to boil violently at this moment. And they gathered madly towards his shoulder. At this moment, Strange seemed to have thought of something. Once, Ronan also dealt with dark energy in this way. Ah! Strange screamed violently. The left arm that was originally caught by Ronan was automatically out of Ronan's control and was broken free. An invisible and intangible figure replaced Strange's original position and was directly absorbed by Ronan's left hand. Strange was sweating profusely, and blue veins filled his forehead. At this moment, Strange seemed to be weakened a lot. But, with a vibration, the figures of Strange and America disappeared on the spot. So cruel. Feeling the countless dark energy absorbed by his left hand, Ronan couldn't help but be a little stunned. Because this part of dark energy is almost half of the amount on this strange. In order to get rid of Ronan's control and threat, he actually gave up half of his dark energy. I just wanted to scare him, but I didn't expect him to be so cruel to me. Ronan looked at his left hand with a strange expression on his face, and then the next second, he couldn't help but burp. Burp. As the burp ended, Ronan's figure disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he had come to the body of the Avenger Kang. He kicked the body away and sat down on the chair. Then his eyes rolled up and he fainted. What is the old popular saying? Fainted gorgeously? Well, this is Ronan now. I was a little anxious to go home and write, so I didn't correct the typos. Please read it first and then modify it. Thank you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 112. Ronan's first social death in his life. In a trance, Ronan seemed to have a dream. Everything that happened in the dream seemed very real, as if Ronan had experienced it personally. But he couldn't remember what he dreamed about. When he woke up again, he was still in Conqueror Kang's office, sitting in his chair. He looked around and everything was still the same. Conqueror Kang's body was still lying on the open space over there, his eyes open, looking forward without spirit. It was like a dead person recalling his life at the last moment. One by one, they are cruel to themselves. It's scary to think about it. One of them committed suicide, and the other decisively gave up half of his dark energy. They are all cruel people. Ronan held the chair and tried to stand up from the chair. But the next second, there was a crisp sound from the armrest of the chair. Crack. With Ronan's many years of training experience, his reaction speed is naturally very fast. So, at the moment when the armrest broke, he quickly twisted his body in the air, intending to hold the chair with both hands, and then use this inertia to make his body rebound and stand. But what he never expected was that he turned around, but the amplitude seemed a little too large. After Ronan rotated 540 degrees in the air, fortunately he was still face down, so Ronan immediately held the chair with both hands. A familiar sound of click rang out. Bang. A few seconds later, Ronan climbed up from the broken pieces of the chair in a mess and spit several times in a row. It's not quite right to say climbing. Ronan's action just now should be called rolling and crawling, because he could clearly feel that his limbs seemed to have returned to the time when he had not yet been successfully domesticated. This feeling was really terrible. Ronan took a deep breath. He could figure it out with his toes. This must be caused by the dark energy he absorbed from Strange before. The dark energy he absorbed before was not much, and with his body that had been trained for many years, he could adapt quickly. But this time it was completely different. Ronan had to adapt again. Thinking of this, Ronan tremblingly took out the time controller from his pocket. The time controller fell to the ground with a click. Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth. He moved his arm again and gently picked up the time controller from the ground. He was afraid that if he used too much force accidentally, the time controller would be crushed by himself. If that was the case, Ronan would have to think of other ways. Relying on his strong control over his body, Ronan finally found the time node when he came. Excited heart, trembling hands. A portal appeared in front of him. Luo Ocean, I'm coming back. Ha 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 ha. From time to time, a cheerful laugh came from the training ground of Kamatage. The owner of the laughter was none other than Wang, who was standing aside and couldn't straighten his waist. He was not laughing at anyone else. It was Ronan, whose face was flushed. At this time, Ronan was practicing Kamatage's entry-level self-defense skills one move at a time, but it felt very awkward, no matter how he looked at it. If these actions were placed on a child of a few years old, it would be normal. However, it looked very funny to Ronan, the no one male fist in Kamatage. Hey, your laughter is a little too loud. Ronan glared at Wang angrily, and finally couldn't help it. He had been laughing over there, and he never stopped. Sorry, I just, ha 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 ha. I just didn't expect, I didn't expect that you would actually have such a day. Juan tried hard to hold back his smile, and it seemed very difficult to hold it back. Even Mordo, who was always known for his seriousness, seemed to be twitching at this time. He wanted to laugh, but was embarrassed to laugh, and looked very aggrieved. When I get used to it, I will definitely beat you up, and make you cry, and beg for mercy. Just wait. At this moment, Ronan truly showed what impotent rage was. Because he only had this mouth left now. As a person who can trip over his right foot with his left foot when walking, the words he said now can only be some unconfident words. Thinking of the way he came out of the secret door and knelt down on the training ground of Kamatage with a plop. At that time, including Wang and Mordo, there were more than a dozen trainee mages, all of whom saw Ronan being so polite. They were all dumbfounded. No one thought that Ronan would be so polite. Thinking of the situation at that time, Ronan wanted to find a crack in the ground to get into. Originally, he was in Conqueror Kang's office, and he returned to the normal time node through the time controller. But as soon as he landed, he ate a mouthful of sand. Fortunately, it was already night, and there were not many people on the beach, so no one noticed Ronan's predicament. While no one was around, Ronan opened the secret door again, and returned to Kamatage in one breath. And the moment he just stepped through the secret door, I don't know if Ronan was too excited, or for some other reason, he actually bent his knees involuntarily, and then Ronan didn't dare to think about the following scenes. After living for so many years, he finally understood what kind of experience it was to die in society. The experience was very profound, but I never want to experience it again. Okay, I'll wait for you. But you still have to practice hard now. Don't be lazy. Yes, your fist, you have to use force. When you punch out, what does it look like if it's soft? Pick anyone here, they can do it better than you. You said you learned self-defense for more than 10 years. That's it? That's it? That's it? Wang's last 3 soulful questions made Ronan want to give him a whole set of skills, and finally add a 3-way team. However, Ronan also knew that no matter what he said now, it was just impotent rage. Wait, you wait for me. I haven't recovered yet, and when I recover, something will change. Bang! Ronan punched angrily. The sound of breaking through the air disappeared, replaced by a gentle breeze. Put on some more strength. Yes, I'm talking to you. Did you see that? Kamatage's #1 male boxer. How arrogant he was back then. Now he has only known entertainment for a long time, and has forgotten training, and now he has become like this. If you don't want to be like him, kneeling in the middle of the training ground with a plop, then train hard. Wang's teaching to the trainee mages continued. Several trainee mages secretly looked at Ronan's position, and then shuddered uncontrollably. Kneeling in the middle of the training ground with a plop. Thinking of this, the trainee mages shook their heads quickly. This kind of thing must not happen, even if they are beaten to death. As a negative example, Ronan almost bit his teeth with hatred. If he hadn't lost the strength and had to swallow his broken teeth, Ronan would have signed a life and death agreement long ago. Thinking of this, Ronan took a deep breath and continued to train hard. In the following time, Ronan devoted himself to training. He got up at 6 in the morning and started running around Kamatage, trying to adapt his legs. Then he had breakfast at 7. After overturning his rice bowl and clipping the stir-fried vegetables to the middle of the table and throwing them away, Ronan switched to liquid food. Kamatage's version of tenfold tonic soup. After dinner, it was a day of training on the training ground. From morning to night, Ronan never relaxed for a moment. Social death makes him stronger. Ronan never thought that his recovery training this time would last a whole week. It only took him 7 days to recover from a baby who had just learned to walk to the #1 male boxer in Kamatage. This time made Ronan excited and sad. Excited that he was finally back to normal and no longer had to be laughed at by Wang. Sadly, his vacation was about to end again. You know, he seemed to have a bit of bad luck recently. Every time he had a vacation, all kinds of things would happen, making him spend the vacation inexplicably. For example, last weekend, and this winter vacation. It seems that, since the appearance of Tony Stark in the parallel universe, he has been in conflict with vacation. This won't work. So, Ronan decided to spend the next few days tapping the electronic wooden fish to accumulate merit. It seems that you have fully recovered? Just as Ronan was standing in a daze, Guyi appeared behind him without knowing when. Teacher, I'm almost well. It's just that Wang may need to rest for a few more days. When we were sparring just now, I was a little too heavy-handed. Ronan smiled at Guyi. If Wang was here, he would definitely scold Ronan for being cruel and ruthless to Guyi. Didn't he just laugh at you? Why did you hit him in the face? Don't you know that you shouldn't expose someone's shortcomings when you scold him, and don't hit someone in the face when you hit him? Oh, Wang's eyelids are so swollen that he can't open them and can't see the road clearly. That's fine. This is all your business, just handle it yourself. But be careful not to overdo it, understand? Guyi seemed to have an open attitude towards these things. In her opinion, having a strong candidate would more or less be a positive guide for the mages of Kamatage. As for what Ronan said when he was sparring with Wang, practice more and you can repay him like I beat him up in the future. It was unnecessary. Wang was a strict teacher, but starting from today, his status was bound to plummet. Don't worry, teacher. After we finished sparring, I was very considerate to send him healing medicine. Ronan nodded with a smile, selectively forgetting the screams of pain when he carefully applied the medicine to Wang. The medicine was good, very suitable for the symptoms, and it healed quite quickly. It was just that Ronan was still a little rusty in the technique of applying medicine to people and needed more practice. You seem to have gained a lot from going to that place this time. Even your body has undergone surprising changes. Guyi looked at Ronan in front of him. Unknowingly, Ronan had grown to 1.85 meters. The height increase in such a short time is itself a matter of interest. Teacher, you may not know. This changes all round for me. I can even do this. Ronan turned his neck and moved his arms and legs. Then soon, a little light emanated from his body. Gu watched Ronan, who was 1.85 meters tall, slowly become shorter and became a child of 5 or 6 years old. The baggy clothes on his body had wrapped Ronan up. Of course, only the height and body shape changed, and Ronan's face hardly changed. I can stretch my body freely, and I can also change my height and limb length. But I can't change my face. Ronan returned to his original height with some regret, but this time, he returned to the previous 1.8 meters. From 1.8 meters to 1.85 meters, it seems that the increase in numbers is not big, but in fact, it looks very different to the naked eye. Of course, on American campuses, there are many examples of people whose height has grown rapidly in a year, mostly among professional athletes. However, this is still too conspicuous. Ronan tidied his clothes and turned into the handsome man with elegant appearance and romantic style. Apart from this ability, the rest are very common daily enhancements. For example, he strengthened his mental strength a little bit. He also strengthened his physical strength a little bit. For example, he also strengthened his soul strength a little bit. That's right, a little bit. Of course, no one knows how much this so-called little bit is. Not bad. It seems that you are one step closer to being able to stand on your own. Guyi nodded with great satisfaction, as if he was very satisfied with Ronan's growth. Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth. Guyi's plan to take a vacation was a bit impatient. Should he slack off for another 2 years? By the way, teacher, I suddenly remembered that I haven't finished my homework yet. So I'll go do my homework first. Let's talk about it later. After that, Ronan didn't care whether he finished his words or not, and directly opened the secret door and returned to his residence in New York. If Guyi continued to talk, he might tell Ronan all his retirement plans. So, Ronan hurried away under the pretext of doing homework. Of course, he did have some homework to do. Back in his New York apartment, Ronan took out his homework and found something very strange. Why did he seem to have written no words on his homework? This is a thought-provoking question. He clearly remembered that he seemed to have written 1 or 2 strokes, but why was the homework book as clean as new? This question has troubled Ronan in his past and present lives. If there is another life, he will probably be troubled by it again. So, in order to finish his homework as quickly as possible, he had no choice but to use his ultimate move. Shadow. Oh no, the form of Akon. 3 clones that looked exactly like Ronan appeared from behind Ronan and stood in the living room. These Ronans looked at each other and then at the original body. Each clone had a look of understanding on his face. However, the clones did not say anything nonsense. They opened their school bags in tacit understanding, took out a homework book from it, and then spread out with pens, and started to write their homework. As for Ronan's original body, he still had very important work to do. Maintaining these clones requires consuming his own mana, so Ronan must do a good job of logistics. So, Ronan just lay down on the bed, covered himself with his own quilt, and began to meditate. Meditation restores mana. This is normal. However, Ronan never thought that as a high school student, when he was still worried about his homework, someone was secretly plotting how to deal with him. The person plotting was none other than Tony Stark, whom Ronan had met before. On the top floor of Stark Tower, as one of the richest people in the world, Tony Stark transformed this place into his lounge and research room. Especially after the mansion in Los Angeles was bombed, this place became the main research battlefield. Sitting in his own research room, Tony Stark observed the 3D images presented in the air. The content of these images is mostly related to mysterious energy. It also includes some unsolved mysteries and strange things that have happened on Earth since records began. These have become the focus of Tony Stark's research. Of course, there is also some top secret information given by Nick Fury. As Nick Fury's trump card, the Pegasus project was not included. The cooperation between the two parties was only the most basic cooperation. Mr. Stark, the analysis of these materials has been completed. Most of the materials are unconfirmed or legendary, so they cannot be investigated. The only places that can be investigated are 3 in total. Jarvis' voice rang in the laboratory. Open them for me to see. Tony Stark looked at the 3 projected screens. These 3 screens were all written with a long string of dense characters, which looked very troublesome. Tony Stark clicked on the first screen, and the 3D projection instantly enlarged it and displayed it in front of him. This is some records of the slaughter of witches by people in the Middle Ages. In the Middle Ages, witches suffered large-scale violations. Of course, the deeds that have been passed down now are basically religious persecution of innocent women. Jarvis began to introduce the first screen. We don't need to popularize history anymore. Tell me why you kept this picture? Tony Stark was not interested in these historical knowledge. He just wanted to know whether the persecuted people were witches or innocent women. If it was the former, then that was one of the goals he was looking for. If it was the latter, then over the past few hundred years, countless people had already spoken up for them. Because in the memoirs of a surviving witch, they were able to survive because of a mysterious man. A mysterious man of unknown gender wearing a yellow windbreaker and a hood. He used magic to save them. Chapter 113. A monster that has lived for hundreds of years. Mysterious person? Magic? When Tony Stark heard this, his eyes lit up. He began to read this memory from the Middle Ages carefully. The girl claimed that she and several young girls who were also framed as witches had been captured by the church. When they were about to be burned to death, a mysterious person saved them. The mysterious person was wearing a hood and kept his head down, so it was unclear what his face looked like. However, the mysterious person waved his hand and knocked away the residents who were watching the excitement around him, and the church members who were executing the execution were killed one by him. After dealing with these people, the mysterious person waved his hand again, cut the ropes on the girls, and let them go. At this time, the place that made Tony Stark extremely excited appeared. According to the girl's memory, in order to keep them alive and no longer be caught by people nearby, the mysterious person actually summoned a golden portal and took them to a completely unfamiliar place. Many years later, they learned that they had come to a place hundreds of kilometers away from their hometown. Of course, this memoir has no substantial evidence to prove that it is true. So in the scientific community, it has always been believed that those witches back then were just ordinary girls. Jarvis' voice sounded again. Tony Stark did not speak. Now he knew why Jarvis saved this memoir. Because they had just seen the golden portal mentioned in the article some time ago. It was the mysterious man wearing the Iron Man helmet. It seems that you all like to hide your head and show your tail. After my anti-magic armor is completed, I will definitely let you experience that embarrassing feeling. Jarvis, record it and continue to trace in this direction. See if there are similar things and new clues. Tony Stark curled his lips and looked at the second screen. The content of the second screen is richer. It records an ordinary middle-aged man who claims to be an Asgardian. This is a document from SHIELD. When SHIELD found him, they also had a conversation with him. According to him, he was an ordinary blacksmith in Asgard, who followed Odin to Earth to fight thousands of years ago. After the victory of the war, he did not return to Asgard with other comrades, but stayed on Earth. Correspondingly, when he stayed on Earth, he met a man who claimed to be a wizard, and had a conversation with him. The wizard was very powerful, so powerful that he was terrified. The other party's meaning was very simple, and he was welcome to stay on Earth. However, he needed to change his residence every once in a while, and he couldn't let people on Earth find out his identity, and the Earth couldn't be in crisis because of him. He agreed at the time, and since then, he has never seen the man who claimed to be a wizard again. And the wizard's name is Zoroaster. Zoroaster. This name comes from the transliteration of Greek, and the ancient Avestan is Zarathustra. Some people think he is a fictional character, but most scholars believe that he is a historical figure who lived in the 12th-11th century BC. In terms of age, there should be no problem. Jarvis, like Wikipedia, began to popularize this character for Tony Stark. This character is a niche character, and perhaps not as many people know him as Tony Stark. But according to this Asgardian, there was indeed such a person in history, and he seemed to be a very powerful wizard. But Tony Stark frowned 12th-11th century BC. What's the difference between this and a legend? Although this matter came from the oral account of the Asgardians, no one can say whether it is reliable. Tony Stark has seen Thor after drinking. If the Asgardians are similar to Thor, then this statement is even more unreliable. Thinking of this, Tony Stark couldn't help shaking his head and looking at the last screen. However, the last screen gave the closest time point. 16 years ago. In London 16 years ago, there was a very horrible murder case. According to the file description at the time, the number of deaths reached dozens. According to the survivors, the murderer almost killed everyone he saw, and the means were very cruel. If that was all, it would just be a cruel murder case. But the actual effect is not like this. According to the subsequent investigation by Scotland Yard, the deaths of the deceased were extremely miserable. Some had their arms torn off, some had a large cut on their abdomens, and some had their heads smashed directly. It is said that half of the police officers who went there at the time could not help but vomit. After the forensic autopsy, it was found that such injuries could not be caused by humans at all, unless the opponent was extremely powerful and used a machete or an electric saw. Many of the wounds could not be explained at all. According to the description of the survivors at the time, after they escaped, they saw a golden light flashing from time to time in a room at the crime scene. And some people also claimed that after the incident, they saw a person wearing yellow clothes and a hood leaving the scene. He was holding a baby in his arms. According to the investigation of the number of victims at the scene, it was indeed found that a baby was missing that year. After listening to Jarvis' description, Tony Stark stood up from his chair. He pushed the second screen away and put the first and third screens together. The mysterious man in yellow clothes and a hood. One used a golden portal, and the other was seen to have a golden light appearing on the scene. The combination of these two. Tony Stark's face changed drastically. There was a difference of more than 500 years between them. What kind of monster was he fighting with? No, that's not right. Maybe it was the air of those people back then. People like them definitely can't be alone. They must be organized. Because I have seen Mr. Fantastic before. Whether it is the tone of the other party's speech or some small movements, it doesn't look like an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years. Instead, it looks more like a young man. So, thinking of this, Tony Stark couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was not dealing with an old monster who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years. Otherwise he really didn't know how to start. But even so, the other party's mysterious ability still made Tony Stark feel tricky. Among the rest of the information, there are several pieces of information that are more meaningful for reference. One of the materials describes the wizard and the magician. Tony. Just as Jarvis was introducing, Pepper Potts' voice came from outside the laboratory. Tony Stark turned off all the 3D projections and said to Jarvis, "You take care of it." Try to meet each other if you can. Then he smiled and welcomed Pepper Potts back. Pepper, are you done? Tony Stark opened his arms and gave Pepper Potts a big hug. Ever since he set off fireworks on all his Iron Man suits in front of Pepper Potts, the relationship between the two has heated up rapidly. Except for not getting married for the time being, the two are like a couple. Tony, what are you doing? Pepper Potts stepped back from Tony Stark's arms and took a look at the laboratory. Tony Stark opened his mouth and finally said only a few words. Just some research. It must be said that Tony Stark is not very good at lying. At least in front of Pepper Potts, his lies were quickly exposed. Some research. Pepper Potts didn't see any research materials here. Okay, as long as you like it. I just don't like you to be in danger. Pepper Potts smiled and didn't expose Tony Stark's little lies. After all, she knew that this was Tony Stark's hobby and his responsibility. At least, don't be used by two holes like last time. Keep falling and need me to save you. When he said this, Pepper Potts also showed a bright smile on his face. Tony Stark couldn't help showing a helpless expression when his own embarrassing things were mentioned in this way. Come on Pepper, let's not mention those bad memories, okay? Such a beautiful night, we shouldn't be delayed by such things, so we should rest. Jarvis, enter night mode. 2 days later, Ronan rode a bicycle and shuttled through the extremely prosperous streets of New York. His goal was the building of the Stark Group. From a superhero who saves the world to an ordinary high school student, this transformation is not easy, especially after experiencing a big purple potato who wants to destroy half of the human beings in the universe, and experiencing another big boss escaping from the seal. There is even a Strange who has absorbed many parallel universes. It is really hard for a high school student to accept all these. Of course, Ronan recovered after 3 friendly exchanges with Wang. At least the frustration of going to school turned into the pleasure of beating someone up. It can be said that the two offset each other. The streets of New York are always in a state of traffic jam, no matter what time it is. It seems that this is the case in big cities in every country. With Ronan's speed of riding a bicycle and his enhanced reaction ability, he soon arrived at the downstairs of Stark Group. At this time, the Stark building has completely restored its appearance before the New York War. It is even said that some of the internal facilities have been updated, and the speed is so fast that it is unimaginable for a poor person like him. It has only been a short time, and such a building has been completed. It is worthy of being one of the most wealthy dog owners in the Marvel world. Money can make the devil push the mill. The speed of reconstruction is fast. Looking at the watch on his wrist, he found that there was still time. Ronan rode his bicycle and turned to a food truck on the left side of the square. This is the only food truck in the entire Stark Group's plaza that can set up a stall here. As for the reason, it is also very simple. It's just that Tony Stark likes the cheeseburgers he makes. Hello, welcome. Seeing a customer coming, the fat boss of the food truck showed a very professional smile. Although backed by Tony Stark, the boss looks no different from an ordinary merchant. This is good news. Ronan glanced at the menu on the food truck and couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth. Tony Stark's favorite? Soul partner? The most unpalatable set meal? What the hell are these names? Perhaps the restaurant owner noticed Ronan's abnormality and understood his thoughts and immediately introduced him. This is Tony Stark's favorite, which is the signature of our store, this cheeseburger. This cheeseburger is praised by Mr. Stark as the best cheeseburger in the world. There is only one store, no other branches. When he said this, the boss even patted his chest and looked very proud. And the sole partner is Mr. Stark's favorite dessert, donuts. As for the last one, when talking about the last one, the boss looked around nervously. After finding that there was no one else, he was relieved. That one is the hamburger that Mr. Stark hates the most, but it is the best selling one here. So, you know. The boss winked at Ronan, and everything was self-explanatory. Ronan opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Should I praise the boss for his business skills, or should I say that people have to bow their heads under the eaves? What does that set meal include? Ronan glanced at the price of $15 at the back. This price is not low. Normally, a set meal would not cost so much money. In the United States, where the fast food industry is so developed, there are places where you can eat a hamburger for less than $1. For $5, you can eat a set meal with fried chicken, hamburgers and many other things. The price here seems very expensive. It includes a double beef burger with my own secret sauce, which tastes great. And there is also a drink, cola, coffee, or tea, you can choose. Of course, there is also a classic giant taco. More importantly, whether it is beef patties, drinks or tacos, they are all made by me. The boss introduced his own products eloquently. In fact, so many things are not worth the price if bought in other places, even if they are handmade. It's just because he is setting up a stall downstairs in Stark Group, so he can sell it so expensively. But Ronan doesn't care about this little money. Since this is the set meal that Tony Stark hates the most, Ronan will buy it. Okay, give me a set meal. I want Coke for the drink. Ronan directly took out 3 $5 bills and handed them to the boss. Just as the boss took the money, he seemed to suddenly think of something. "Kid, are you an intern who came to Stark Group for an interview today?" The boss looked at Ronan. Boss, do you even know this? If he hadn't been sure that the boss had no signs of training, Ronan would have really suspected that he was an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. He even knew such a small thing. Isn't the intelligence too accurate? At noon, I heard from their employees who came to buy things. If you are here for an interview, then I suggest you buy the first product. It tastes very good, and the price is cheaper. I can also give you a free cup of Coke. The boss kindly reminded. Although he said it very obscurely, he was also telling Ronan that it would be better to buy the first burger. But Ronan shook his head. Just buy this. In fact, he didn't care what he ate at noon, and he didn't care whether it tasted good or not. The most important thing was that this set meal was what Tony Stark hated the most. He knew Tony Stark's character. As long as the other party did something he hated, Tony Stark would hate this person. Even if the other party ate something he didn't want to eat. And Ronan didn't want to intern at Stark Group at all. He just wanted to be a high school student quietly. In order to prevent others from finding out the flaws, Ronan had to start with small things. For example, 10 minutes later, holding the most unpalatable set meal that the boss had just baked, Ronan found a corner of the square and started eating. Coincidentally, this corner was the only way for Tony Stark to enter the building. It must be said that the boss did not lie. The beef burger that had just been made was not only heavy in the hand, but also tasted great. The patty was tender and juicy, and the sauce was also very special. No wonder a meal called the most unpalatable set meal is the best set meal sold in the store. It really is a good deal. Ronan took a bite of the burger and nodded affirmatively. Although it tasted good, it was still a burger after all, and the price was not cheap. Not only would Ronan get tired of eating it every day, but he couldn't afford it either. Even though he earned a lot of pocket money from Wang and others through several legal transactions, he couldn't afford to eat like this every day. The food in Kamatage was still more fragrant. Just as he was thinking, a very cool big red sports car flashed past Ronan. It was very fast. Ronan stole a glance at the license plate number of the sports car, and a smile slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Tony Stark's car. The next second, the red Audi that was speeding past slowly backed up in front of Ronan. The car window slowly rolled down, and Tony Stark's face wearing sunglasses appeared in Ronan's sight. Seeing this scene, Ronan was not at all panicked, but showed the hamburger and taco in his hand generously. Oh no, it should be very panicked looking at Tony Stark, with embarrassment written all over his face. Of course, the hamburger and taco in his hand were always held up. As an actor, you have to be more professional. Although Ronan is not as good as Star-Lord in singing and dancing, he is not a match for Mazafak in rap. But in basketball and acting, he thinks he can still be better. Tony Stark took off his sunglasses, looked at the hamburger in Ronan's hand, and looked at Ronan again. Boy, it seems you really have no taste. Chapter 114. Oh no, it's a trap. Although Tony Stark used the slightly arrogant word kid, Ronan didn't seem angry at all. After all, in the battle with Thanos, his output was far more than 443. He should be considered one of the candidates for MVP. No, he is the MVP. And more importantly, this was all planned by Ronan. since he has already calculated Tony Stark. What's wrong with letting him talk nonsense? Unlike Ronan, Tony Stark seemed a little confused. Jarvis, when did we allow people to sit here and eat in the square of our Stark group? Contact Happy and ask him how the security work is done. Sure enough, as Ronan expected, Tony Stark has such a little temper that he hates the whole house. Judging from the expression on Tony Stark's face, Ronan succeeded. Mr. Stark, the other party's identity has been found out. Ronan Yeo, 16 years old, a freshman at Midtown High School. His grades are only above average. The purpose of coming here today is to participate in the internship interview. Soon, Jarvis reported all of Ronan's identity information. The more Tony Stark listened, the more confused his face became. Yeo? Oriental? With this score, why was he selected? Don't we recruit top talents in our Stark group? What is the department head doing? Tony Stark flipped through Ronan's grades. It was hard for him to imagine that this boy with average grades could pass the initial screening of the Stark group. It was hard for him not to suspect that the department head had accepted bribes. The other party is not an Oriental. He was just adopted by a man named Yeo and Gu. And it was actually your decision that the other party passed the initial screening. However, Jarvis quickly slapped Tony Stark in the face. Hearing this, Tony Stark felt even more confused. My decision? Tony Stark couldn't help but ask back. He didn't even remember this happening. Yes, according to the records, when aliens invaded the Earth, a young man wearing an Iron Man helmet appeared. The ability he used cannot be explained by our group's technology for the time being. But in historical records, it was once named Spell. So, at that time, you issued an order to recruit some talents who have studied mysticism. Jarvis played Tony Stark's every move at that time, including the appearance, killing of the enemy, and the final departure of a little Iron Man in the New York War. Even, he saw himself and that little Iron Man at that time. I know about this. I did have this order at that time. But what does this have to do with his interview? Why don't I have any impression? Tony Stark frowned. He knew the former. It is also normal to recruit talents in the field of mysticism. But interviewing a child, this child has studied mysticism. A few nights ago, you were sorting out and analyzing the collected information on occultism. Among them, at the end, Miss Potts suddenly came in, and you told me to let me handle these and try to meet them. Later, I found out that this person had already arranged to attend today's interview, so I didn't remind you again. Jarvis, like a loyal butler, told Tony Stark the cause and effect of the matter. And this is also a butler with a very strong memory. Hearing this, Tony Stark pulled the corner of his mouth, and he suddenly remembered this matter. At that time, he was also afraid that Pepper Potts would find out that he was still studying these things. So, he hid it in a hurry at that time. In addition, that night was dark and windy, and the spring flowers were blooming. Tony Stark quickly avoided these memories. Although they were wonderful, he couldn't tell others. So what you mean is that this boy Ronan is a talent in the field of occultism? Tony Stark obviously didn't believe it. How could such a young man be a talent in this field? The reason why occultism is mysterious is because there are few people who know it, right? How could you just pick a random student and know this? According to past records, Ronan once wrote an investigative report on occult research in the entrance test of Midtown Middle School. Although his knowledge was very superficial, some of the theories in it made the teachers of Midtown Middle School think he was very talented. So Ronan was admitted to Midtown Middle School. Of course, his grades just happened to be on the passing line. Jarvis called up some records again. As a famous and good school, Midtown Middle School is not only the choice of some rich children, but also has many poor students with good character and academic performance. As for how to determine the qualifications, there is such a test. Just on the passing line, Tony Stark walked out of the elevator, walked straight to the bar, and opened a bottle of wine. After pouring himself a glass, he called up Ronan's investigative report. Tony Stark had read most of the theories in it. After all, after meeting the little Iron Man, he would be able to find information about occultism and ask Jarvis to sort out some of it. Even last night, he was studying this. Can't sleep at night. In Ronan's investigation report, there is a description that aroused Tony Stark's interest. The mysticism in everyone's imagination may be similar to the magicians in games and movies. Not only can they summon fireballs and lightning with a wave of their hands, but they can also launch forbidden spells and destroy the world if they disagree with each other. However, according to my investigation, I found that few wizards recorded in history are like this. Most of them are very low-key, and they take hard practice as their mission, and they don't care much about the human world. Perhaps this is related to the massacre of witches in the Middle Ages, so most of them hide themselves in the vast sea of people, and they are no different from ordinary people. Maybe he is the neighbor who says good morning to you every day, or maybe he is the owner of the store near your home. Of course, they are more likely to be independent of the world and hide in places where few people go. In just this paragraph, although there is not much to appreciate, it mentions a conjecture of Ronan. He guessed that these people with mysterious abilities are hidden among ordinary people. Everyone around him may be a very powerful wizard. Similar to a sentence Tony Stark saw in an ancient oriental book when he was studying mysticism a few days ago. Hiding in the city? This is an interesting argument. Ronan neither said that these magicians have become extinct nor where they appeared. However, it gave Tony Stark an idea. Should we investigate some strange phenomena in daily life? Perhaps he will find something unexpected if he investigates more. More importantly, Ronan used a word in this investigation. He used the title of master instead of magician. There is a difference between master and magician. After all, in the eyes of many people, the so-called magicians are just a group of people who do magic tricks. The former title aroused Tony Stark's interest. What time is the internship interview today? Tony Stark closed the report and asked. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, sir. Jarvis replied. Tony Stark sat on the sofa, looking at the prosperous New York in the distance, and thought of what happened some time ago. Especially when he played it over and over again, the other self appeared. In addition to the changes of the years, Jarvis did not check out any other differences. This made Tony Stark fall into thinking. Is there really time travel in this world? And who is that magician? Tony Stark pondered for a while and drank the wine in the glass. Jarvis, tell Pepper to go to the interview in person. If this child shows up, let me know. I want to meet this one. Ronan Yeo. On the other side, inside the Stark group, Ronan walked inside the building, observing the latest decoration inside. It has to be said that after closing the weapons department, the Stark group is far less beautiful from the outside. As the first weapons manufacturer in the United States, the profit at that time was no different from printing money. But now, the weapons department has been transformed into a special research of new weapons for Tony Stark, and it is no longer open to the outside world. Revenue naturally fell a lot. However, the emergence of the arc reactor has allowed the Stark group to find a new lifeline. Based on the arc reactor, the Stark group has created a variety of products and made a lot of money. For example, nuclear energy is just the first step. In other aspects, Stark group has entered the right track of research, which can ensure that it will always be ahead of other companies. Of course, this is not what Ronan said. It is the company employee who is responsible for guiding them. There are about a dozen students coming to Midtown Middle School this time, but only 1 or 2 can be selected. In order to show humanistic care, each company will take them to visit the corporate culture. After all, not being selected this time does not necessarily mean that you will not be selected in the future. With this explanation, those who are not selected can also visit an exhibition. After all, once you have a good impression of the company, you will leave a lot of impression points when choosing a company in the future. This world allows geniuses, and it must also allow ordinary people. Top jobs require geniuses and scientists to do, but most trivial jobs require ordinary people to do. Therefore, brushing up the good impression in advance can change the other party's heart to a certain extent. Why not? After all, Stark Group is still a capitalist. Even if its owner is a superhero. In the introduction of the employee, Ronan even saw the first arc reactor on Tony Stark's chest. It was placed in the center of the exhibition room for people to visit. Of course, no one knows what Tony Stark meant by this. He even put out the one that Ironmonger stole. Sure enough, he had his own little thoughts. After explaining all the way, more than a dozen people came to the 17th floor. Among these people, only Ronan and Gwen Stacy were freshmen, and the others were sophomores and juniors. Compared with the former two, the latter had less time. They wanted to get the opportunity more urgently than Ronan. The job fairs held twice a year were almost the most precious opportunities for them. After all, they were about to go to college, and most of the people here were children from ordinary families. Although they were not poor, they were definitely not rich. Not everyone was like Ronan and Gwen Stacy, one of whom came from a family of invisible rich people and the other whose father was the famous New York police chief. Most of the others who wanted to go to college needed student loans. Even though most American students were like this, before they entered society, they had to take on such a heavy loan. But if they had the opportunity to go to school without taking on a loan and someone helped them pay for their tuition, they should still seize this opportunity. Therefore, after realizing the difficulties of his seniors, Ronan was very style-oriented and took the initiative to ask to be the last one to be interviewed. Because the later you are, the less patient the interviewer will be, and the probability of being selected will be greatly reduced. It is foreseeable that when it comes to Ronan, the interviewer will basically be impatient. In this way, he can not only complete his plan without making a sound, but also not be suspected. What a smart little brain. Sure enough, when Ronan took the initiative to ask to sit at the end, everyone else cast a grateful look at him. Everyone knows that the further back you sit, the fewer opportunities you have to show yourself. Ronan is really selfless. No, after returning to school, whether he can be selected or not, he must be promoted more. Remember, Ronan is still single? The process of interview sorting went very smoothly, but what surprised Ronan was that Gwen Stacy actually passed him without saying a word and sat at the end of the line. Huh? Compete with me for the last place? What does that mean? Ronan silently bypassed Gwen Stacy and sat at the end again. Gwen Stacy looked up at Ronan, opened her mouth, and wanted to say something. But Ronan stretched out his right index finger, put it on his lips, and winked at Gwen Stacy with his left eye. After doing all this, Ronan was just like a person who had nothing to do, swiping his phone boredly. There was no way. The phone had just been bought, and he had to show it off. The interview process was just as Ronan thought, very smooth. Some of the students who were called in front were ecstatic, some were disappointed, and some even cried out loud. It can be said that life is full of joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness. However, Ronan, a rich second generation who will inherit the Supreme Master's legacy in the future, is completely different. What's wrong with having a capable elder, have money to spend, a house to live in, and even lie flat in the future? Just practice a little, and then add a little more, and the days will pass. How beautiful it is. Finally, when it was Gwen Stacy's turn to go in, Ronan couldn't help laughing. In fact, Gwen Stacy was ahead of him, which fully reflected the gap between Ronan and her. In comparison, Ronan would definitely be eliminated. Everything was under Ronan's control. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, Gwen Stacy walked out of the interview room with a smile on her face. It seemed that her interview was very successful. As Ronan said before, Gwen Stacy's performance was absolutely top-notch. As for whether she wanted to go to Stark Group or Osborne Industries, it depended on her own choice. The last one, Ronan Yeo, the assistant in charge of calling people, came out in an old skirt. The high heels fell to the ground, making a pleasant sound. TSK, white in black, long and thick. Ronan quickly shook his head, tidied his clothes, and smiled at the assistant. Seeing that Ronan was the last one, the assistant's eyes lit up. It seemed that she also wanted to get off work. Nearly 2 hours had passed, and she had been standing for a long time, and she also needed someone to give her a massage. It's normal to relax the muscles and activate the joints. Just as Ronan guessed, when he entered, he saw another interviewer yawning. He looked exhausted. What surprised Ronan was that Pepper Potts was also here. As the CEO of Stark Group, he actually came to interview interns. Isn't it too obvious that you are slacking off? However, Ronan's face did not change. He just smiled and nodded to the interviewers and sat down. After a brief self-introduction, the interviewers were also uninterested. They didn't know how such a mediocre student could pass the first round of screening. However, in order to maintain their faces big shots, and Pepper Potts was also present, they did not do anything to despise Ronan. This disappointed Ronan. In Ronan's plan B, he wanted these interviewers to mock him. Then he would be very angry and stand up, scolding the interviewers. Finally, he turned around and left the door of the interview room in a chic manner, leaving a sentence, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, don't bully the poor young. Perfectly completed his plan. Unfortunately, this scene does not seem to have happened. I don't know whether these people are of high quality or because of Pepper Potts, but Ronan guessed that it is most likely the latter. Okay, classmate Ronan, we have almost understood your specific situation. You are very good, and today's interview was also very successful. Next you can go home and wait for our notice. The interviewer said to Ronan very kindly. If he hadn't put Ronan's information in another pile of information that was completely different from Gwen's to see, Ronan might have really believed it. However, this is what Ronan wanted to hear the most. Okay, thank you. After saying that, Ronan was about to stand up. But at this time, the door of the interview room opened. A strong man in a black suit, oh no, fat man, opened the door and walked in first. He looked left and right, as if to see if there was any danger. This person is none other than Tony Stark's personal bodyguard and driver. Happy. A very festive name. Tony Stark pushed his huge body away, his face full of helplessness. Happy, what's the danger here? Don't block me. After saying that, Tony Stark looked into the interview room and finally locked his eyes on Ronan. Not good. Ronan suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. This beep. There is a conspiracy. Chapter 115 chant his name. Tony, you're here? Seeing Tony Stark walk into the interview room, Pepper Potts was not surprised at all. Her reaction instantly made Ronan feel something was wrong. The two of them must have made an appointment, otherwise this kind of conversation would never happen. Tony Stark nodded, glanced at the interviewers next to him, and tilted his head at them. You can go out. I'll interview the remaining one. He pointed at Ronan and gave orders to the interviewers. Even though the interview was over, several people had no intention of refutation. Who doesn't know what kind of personality their boss has? In an instant, the others had completely cleared the room, leaving only Ronan and Tony Stark in the interview room. And his bodyguard Happy. That's right, Pepper Potts also left. Looking at the still slightly younger Tony Stark, Ronan was not panicked. He was just thinking about the purpose of the fight. There is no doubt that the person Tony Stark is looking for is definitely himself, otherwise he would not come so late. So why is he looking for me? Could it be that he recognized my identity? This is not right. Ronan had put on high-heeled shoes that day and even wore clothes he didn't normally wear. His voice was also processed, so it was impossible to reveal his identity. Then what was the reason for Tony Stark? Ronan yayo, right? Have we met at the door before? Tony Stark sat on the chair, turning the chair as if bored. Ronan narrowed his eyes, nodded calmly, and pointed in the direction of the entrance of Stark building. Yes, I was sitting downstairs eating lunch at the time. I met you driving by. Although it was a deliberate coincidence, Ronan still said it. Anyway, he had a reason and evidence, and he was not afraid of being checked. Yes, I have seen you. You are not bad, just a little worse than me. But your taste is really not good. Tony Stark curled his lips, obviously complaining about the set meal Ronan bought. The set meal he hated the most. Ronan rolled his eyes secretly. I can tolerate you saying that I have bad taste, but you are more handsome than me. Haha. Next time we meet, I'll let you experience what the protected animals of the Eastern country look like. Yes, my taste is the taste of ordinary people. It can't be compared with some non-human guys. Oh, the non-humans I mentioned refer to the people here who are different from normal people. Ronan tapped his temple and shrugged. Although his expression seemed to be admiring, the meaning of his words was not that. More importantly, the only person in the entire Stark group who didn't like that package was Tony Stark. And obviously, Tony Stark was choked. Then let's start your interview. You can introduce yourself. Tony Stark decided to change the topic. For some reason, he always had a feeling that he couldn't beat the other party in bickering. This idea seemed very outrageous to him. After all, Tony Stark was also the top in terms of poisonous tongue. My interview is over. Just now I was told that I can go back and wait for notification. Why don't you ask other people's opinions, Mr. Stark? Ronan immediately put on a very humble expression. Although he spoke politely, Tony Stark didn't think so. He always felt that the other party was mocking him. Then can't you introduce me again? Tony Stark took a deep breath. He felt that this guy was difficult to deal with. I'm sorry, Mr. Stark. Although I'm just a student, I'm also here to apply for an internship position. But after the interview, you asked me to do it again. This is very insulting. So, I refuse. After saying that, Ronan stood up from his seat. Although his face was a little angry, he was already laughing in his heart. Here he comes. Plan B that Ronan expected actually appeared in another way. Now, he looked insulted and turned to leave Stark Group. Perfect plan. However, hearing this, Tony Stark was not angry, but was stunned. He didn't expect that after just a few words, the other party would actually overturn the table. Happy next to him also pulled the corner of his mouth. His boss had almost never interviewed other people and didn't understand what the rules were. Asking people to introduce themselves twice is indeed a bad habit. Sorry, it's my fault. Can we sit down and talk? Just as Ronan was about to reincarnate and leave, a scene that Happy could never have imagined appeared. Tony Stark actually said sorry. What's going on? Is today the end of the world? Or has Tony Stark's soul been replaced by someone else, and now he is another person? Happy's eyes widened, looking at Tony Stark, and then at Ronan. His eyeballs almost popped out. Tony Stark apologized. Come and see. Seeing this scene, Happy even felt that he had traveled through time. He had been injured for more than a week. How come his boss seemed to have changed? Ronan on the side was also a little dumbfounded. He had seen aliens who wanted to destroy the Earth, and even aliens who wanted to destroy the Earth, but were finally persuaded. But he had never seen Tony Stark apologize. At least this apology seemed to be quite sincere. He didn't know whether others had seen it or not, but he certainly hadn't seen it. Are you sure you are Tony Stark? Aren't you possessed or something? Ronan raised his eyebrows and complained subconsciously. As soon as the voice fell, Tony Stark's face turned visibly darker. He couldn't help but look at Happy beside him and ask doubtfully, is my personality so bad? When he asked this question, Happy opened his mouth, hesitated for a long time, and finally looked at the ceiling. Huh? Who are you talking to? I don't know. Anyway, Happy, seemed to have suddenly lost my hearing just now, and didn't hear anything. Yes, I just didn't hear it. Happy's action undoubtedly gave Tony Stark a bigger blow. Tony Stark took a deep breath and tried to calm his emotions. Don't be angry, don't be angry. These people are just jealous. I, Tony Stark, have good looks, money, and even talent. These people must be jealous of me. And the kid in front of him. Tony Stark wanted to have a good argument with him. He is so sharp-tongued at such a young age. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to find a job in the future? However, this idea was quickly hidden by Tony Stark. I still have something to ask him, and I still need him now. Let's talk about it after I finish asking. Okay, anyway, I want to find out something from you now. If your answer satisfies me, I can let you skip the intern part and make you a formal employee. Tony Stark forced himself to change his state. Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth. No, this Tony Stark is definitely wrong. No, he has to try again. I'm still a student, and I can't be your formal employee. However, if I only get paid and don't need to come to work, I can still accept it. As I said, if you don't take advantage of it, you are a bastard. Ronan didn't want to be a bastard, so he had to fleece this big customer. He had to buy himself a new computer. Okay, anything is fine. As long as you tell me what you want to know. Tony Stark almost bit his teeth. He now felt more and more that the kid in front of him was his nemesis. From the first meeting, he deeply felt that the two of them didn't get along. Just like the man wearing the Iron Man mask. Okay, you say. Ronan shrugged and decisively stopped provoking Tony Stark. He was really afraid that Tony Stark would put on the Iron Man suit directly. I want to know where you got the news about the occult. Are there really mages in the world? Mages? When he heard Tony Stark ask this question, Ronan's expression was obviously stunned. He obviously didn't expect that Tony Stark would ask such a question. Are there mages in the world? Of course there are, and there are many. One of the first and second most powerful ones is sitting in front of you, and he has played tricks on you many times. Of course, Ronan can probably guess what Tony Stark is thinking. It was probably during the New York War that his appearance made Tony Stark feel a crisis. In addition, some time ago, he appeared in his house and had a friendly interaction with him, which deepened his sense of crisis. Well, what can I say about Tony Stark now? Anxiety disorder may have been cured, but PTSD is definitely still there. After all, they are aliens. Earthlings have always imagined that there are alien civilizations outside the Earth, and sooner or later they will attack them. However, just some time ago, everything imagined in science fiction novels came true. In addition, the appearance of Ronan, the wizard, also broke Tony Stark's three views. The three views of only science and no metaphysics were broken one after another during this period, which made Tony Stark sometimes doubtful. Have I been dreaming all the time? These are all things in dreams. Can I ask why you are interested in this? Have you met a wizard in your daily life? Although it is one thing to know roughly, you still have to ask. Otherwise, if you only rely on your own guesses and leak any details, it will not be worth the loss. After all, when I was in school in my previous life, the teacher's words "tell me about your mistakes yourself" could make students confess all the bad things they have done. You can imagine the horror of brain supplement. That is, I was young at that time and didn't know the teacher's plan. As soon as he was scared, he confessed everything. Just thinking about it made him feel uncomfortable. I've read a report you gave at Midtown Middle School. You've done some research on mysticism, especially the magician industry. But I didn't find what you described in the relevant books. So I want to know, where did you know these things? Perhaps it was Ronan's question that brought up the thing Tony Stark was most reluctant to mention. Although he was trying his best to control his expression and even change the subject. But Ronan could clearly see Tony Stark's constantly shaking eyes and evasive gaze. It seems that the good memories brought to him by the Infinite Fall are far more than just the surface. In fact, it's normal to think about it. A few days ago, he just carried a nuclear bomb into space and destroyed the enemy's headquarters. Therefore, he became a hero admired by thousands of people. However, just a few days later, he was fooled around by a person who impersonated him with an inexplicable trick. And it was in front of the woman he loved most. It can be said that he lost face. This kind of experience, let alone a rich man like him, even ordinary people, facing such losing wife in front of the face spending, I'm afraid they can't accept it. No matter what, the person in front of him is also a well-known figure. That scene is really terrible. This is not actually what I saw in the book, but from some legends in the East. My adoptive mother is an Oriental. As you know, Eastern parents often help their children complete their homework together. So, when I was writing this, my adoptive mother provided me with some Eastern legends. Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth, and he also remembered what he wrote a year ago. At that time, it was just to be able to enter school, so I just wrote a little and handed it in. I didn't expect that it would be discovered by Tony Stark now. It must be said that having an artificial intelligence like Jarvis is really worry-free and labor-saving. If you want something, you can find it by searching it casually. Eastern legend? In the Eastern legends, are there any descriptions of wizards? Tony Stark was obviously excited. Ronan narrowed his eyes. He would not let Tony Stark get his way. Yes, but they are very few. Just as I wrote in the article, they are said to have the ability to change the world. They are also very low-key and their daily lives are no different from ordinary people. But when someone threatens their safety, they will not show mercy either. Of course, the previous sentence is my guess. Ronan raised his eyebrows. This is no longer a subtle warning, but a naked threat. It seems that the last warning has not made Tony Stark give up. In this case, Ronan has to think of a way to make Tony Stark give up. What method is good? Oh, right. That boiled egg. Why do you have such a guess? Or, what theories are your guesses based on? Tony Stark caught the key point in Ronan's words. Similarly, this is what he wants to know most. It's very simple. If they really exist, why are there only some very vague records left over the years? For that entrance exam, I looked for almost all the records about mages in the country, but most of them are more like novels to deceive children. In that case, then I made a very bold guess. Those who know the truth are either forced to keep the secret, or have been eliminated. Ronan shrugged, as if it was a matter of course. After saying this, Tony Stark was speechless. Yes, if there are really mages in this world, why are there only some very vague records left? The reason is probably the two described by Ronan. Do you have any other insights on mages? If you need anything, I can exchange with you. Tony Stark pondered for a moment, trying to dig out some secrets from Ronan. However, Ronan was not interested in his things. In addition to money, Tony Stark's most precious things are nothing more than two. One is the arc reactor on his chest. The other is his iron suit. If the latter is without the energy support of the former, it is just a pile of scrap metal and has no use. As for the former, Tony Stark's biggest reliance is Iron Man. Unless Ronan reveals the secret that he is the master of camouflage, it is impossible to exchange it. As for the money, cough cough, Ronan is not a person who will bend over backwards for a few buckets of rice. 20,000 US dollars. I just want a few useful information. Perhaps seeing Ronan thinking, Tony Stark set a price very generously. He even took out a checkbook from his jacket pocket and wrote a 2 and several zeros on the amount. Finally, he signed his name below 20,000. Question mark? Ronan couldn't help but curl his lips. Just 20,000. Who are you looking down on? Sorry, I don't know much. Ronan shook his head and refused. 50,000. Tony Stark raised his eyebrows, tore up the first check, and filled out the second one again. 50,000? Ronan swallowed his saliva and looked to the other side. This action fully expressed his disdain. 100,000. I just need you to reveal a little bit of useful information. As long as you agree, this 100,000 will be yours. Tony Stark raised the stakes again. 100,000? You are the chairman of Stark Group, one of the richest people in Marvel, Iron Man, and you only want 100,000? And what is my identity? The #1 male fighter in camouflage, the next Sorcerer Supreme, a 50-50 match with Thanos, a brother to Kang the Conqueror, and a player who cleared Sekiro with one hand. You only want to give me 100,000? For this 100,000, I can only give you one piece of news. Ronan looked at Tony Stark very seriously and took the check from the table. You say? Tony Stark's expression was also very serious. He finally got the news he had been dreaming of. Before I say anything, I have something to remind you of. When I was a kid, I once heard someone talk about a human who intended to steal the inheritance of a wizard and was killed by a wizard. That scene, I still remember it when I have nightmares sometimes. So, I hope that you, a good man, don't die because of this. Ronan's expression was quite serious, and he gave Tony Stark a shot of prevention in advance. You will be beaten. No, you will definitely be beaten. Because the person who beats you is me. Go on. Tony Stark exhaled lightly, indicating that he was mentally prepared. Seeing that he was still insisting, Ronan couldn't help shaking his head, but still spoke. Let them go out first. I'll only tell you. According to the words of the wizards, this is called the law is not passed on to 6 ears. Ronan glanced at the others. Tony Stark was slightly stunned, but soon he understood what the law is not passed on to 6 ears meant, and nodded to Happy and others. Happy glanced at Tony Stark, then at Ronan, meaning I'll remember you, and then he opened the door and left. Finally, Ronan and Tony Stark were the only ones left in the room. Go on. Tony Stark was also getting nervous at this time. He wanted to understand what could have made the other party so serious. I once heard an old man say that, if you want to pray for the wizard to come and help, you must have a ceremony. At 0:01 in the middle of the night, you have to be alone, take a bath, and change your clothes, find the highest place in the area, and kneel on your knees. And, recite his honorable name devoutly. A venerable who does not belong to this world, the only supreme being above the sky, the master of all realms who controls the immortal law. When you recite the venerable name, the person you want to see will appear. I recently watched the 3rd time of Weird Mystery, and I'm eagerly waiting for Weird Mystery 2, so I made a joke. Just a joke. Don't think too much. Chapter 116 Arrival. If Ronan hadn't been so sure about what he said and his serious expression, Tony Stark would have thought that Ronan was teasing him. The time of 001 in the middle of the night was ridiculous enough, and he had to kneel on his knees? When had Tony Stark ever kneeled on his knees before? Except for that time, and that time, he had never done that before. More importantly, reciting that so-called honorable name, isn't that something that only cultists would do? This kind of thing doesn't sound real. Ronan, who was standing aside, obviously saw the distrust in Tony Stark's eyes. But he didn't argue, just shrugged. I know this will be very dangerous. If an evil god is summoned, it will really be a problem. So, I have never tried it. Such a dangerous thing, you'd better not try it. Ronan glanced at Tony Stark and couldn't help shaking his head. What do you mean by shaking your head? Also, who is the look of contempt in your eyes directed at? Seeing Ronan's expression, Tony Stark almost exploded. From childhood to adulthood, only Tony Stark had the right to provoke others. How could others look at him with such eyes? This is a provocation. A naked provocation. If what you said is true, then I will naturally try it. As for whether it is dangerous or not, it has nothing to do with you. Besides that, do you have any other news? If you still have it, I will buy it at this price. Tony Stark shook his plane ticket again. But this time, Ronan shook his head and rejected Tony Stark's good intentions. It's enough to say one sentence for this kind of thing, to make the other party alert and feel uncomfortable like a kitten scratching its heart. That's enough. Sorry, I only know this, and I can only tell you so much. Oh, by the way, someone told me this sentence at the time. Just think of it as a free gift from me to you. Ronan shook his head. His expression looked very serious. What? Tony Stark didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. Ronan raised his head, looked at Tony Stark deeply, and opened his mouth gently. Don't try the existence of magic casually, otherwise you will fall into a place of no return. Once a person involves a field that he is not good at, then you will find that you have already sunk without knowing when it started. This is still a warning, and it can be regarded as Ronan's advice to Tony Stark. In fact, Ronan is not exaggerating. In the world of magic, it is not only white magic, but the most popular magic is black magic. On the one hand, the conditions for practicing white magic are more stringent, and it requires professional guidance, so there are very few that can be passed down. But black magic is different. Many black magics can be learned in one go, and even only a ritual, plus a little sacrifice, can even summon a demon. Just think about how outrageous this is. I'm afraid that these camouflage wizards who want to see Vishanti can only think about it in their dreams. However, using black magic to see some hell creatures or demons is a piece of cake. Should we say that those demons and hell creatures have more free time than Vishanti? Just as Ronan said, when Tony Stark really started to study black magic, that was when he fell. Once bewitched by the creatures of hell or the devil, then the Iron Man in front of him would become the Spokesperson of hell or the dark dimension. Ronan could only say this. If Tony Stark still insisted on his delusion and still wanted to get involved in the magic world in the future, then all Ronan could do was to help him live out his next life. Tony Stark on the opposite side also fell silent at this time. He was not unaware of the dangers of magic. On the contrary, he was very clear about it. Because in many books of mysticism, people who study these have been warned more or less that magic is extremely dangerous. But who is Tony Stark? A representative figure who will not turn back until he hits the wall. Just mention one of his representative works and you will know how harmful it is. Ultron, an artificial intelligence that almost destroyed the entire Earth. Of course, this does not mean that Tony Stark's thinking is wrong, but that there is something wrong with his personality. Sometimes, one of his inspirations can create an instrument that can travel through time and space and rewrite the tragic ending. But sometimes, one of his ideas can also destroy the Earth. Okay, Mr. Stark, our deal is done. As for today's interview, I'm sure your employees will tell you the result. I should go. Ronan stood up from his chair and patted his pocket. Earning $100,000 for nothing is already Ronan's biggest gain on this trip. Moreover, He was sure that Tony Stark would definitely not be able to resist his curiosity and would definitely read out that paragraph at that time. So Ronan was also waiting for him. It will definitely give him a more unforgettable memory at that time. Ronan's words interrupted Tony Stark's meditation. He looked up a little blankly and looked around. After finding that it was only him and Ronan, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Happy," he shouted to the outside of the door. Happy immediately pushed the door open and looked at Ronan with a vigilant face. "I'm fine. Please help me take him back." Tony Stark pointed at Ronan across from him, looking exhausted. If Happy, who was standing outside the door, hadn't heard any noise, he would have thought that Tony Stark had gone through a big battle. He looked like he was exhausted. "No need, I came here on a bicycle and can ride back by myself. Thank you, Mr. Stark, for your kindness." Ronan smiled, refused Happy's service, and turned to leave the meeting room. In the meeting room, only Tony Stark, who was looking out the window, and Happy, who was confused, were left. After leaving the room, Ronan suddenly found that Gwen Stacy was still sitting on the chair outside the door and was still studying hard. "Huh, Gwen, why haven't you left yet?" Ronan looked at Gwen Stacy with some curiosity. Hearing Ronan's voice, Gwen Stacy raised her head and quietly packed up her things. "I'm the captain designated by the teacher to lead the team, so I have the responsibility to wait for every student to finish the interview," Gwen Stacy said in a flat tone. "Where are the others?" Ronan glanced at the others. They all went back to wait for news. "Don't look at it, you are not so popular. I'm the only one waiting for you." Gwen Stacy directly broke Ronan's fantasy. Ronan couldn't help rolling his eyes, feeling that his initiative to the last action really didn't make these people grateful. "In this case, don't blame me, Ronan, for not treating you to dinner. Okay, then they don't have this blessing. Today's interview has some unexpected gains. Come on, come on. To thank you for waiting for me, I will treat you to dinner." After saying that, Ronan didn't wait for Gwen Stacy to refuse and walked towards the elevator not far away with his head held high. "Why, are you hired? I saw Mr. Stark went in just now." Gwen Stacy followed Ronan's pace and asked in surprise. Since Tony Stark went in, she has been observing the situation in the house. However, because Happy was standing outside the house, she wanted to go closer to listen, but was stopped by Happy. So, she didn't know what happened inside. "Hired? No, no, no. If the interview is successful, it would not be a good thing. It's just that Mr. Stark bought a little secret from me, and he paid for it." Ronan patted his pocket and showed a very satisfied smile. $100,000. How long will he keep hoarding? "No, I have to have a good meal tonight to celebrate." "Little secret? Can I hear it?" Gwen Stacy's face was full of curiosity. She also wanted to know what kind of secret it was that Tony Stark paid for. However, Ronan, who was facing the elevator, turned his head, blinked at Gwen Stacy, and smiled mysteriously. "Sorry, this secret is kept secret for the time being. Maybe one day, you will know it too." After saying that, Ronan stopped the elevator door that had just opened and made a gesture of invitation to Gwen Stacy with his left hand. "Please, ladies first." Hearing Ronan's extremely mysterious words, Gwen Stacy pouted and walked straight into the elevator. Ronan is a good person. If he says he will treat you to a meal, he will definitely treat you to a meal. The two chose a restaurant with good reviews and had a simple meal. When the two finished their meal, Ronan was also responsible for sending Gwen Stacy back home. After all, considering the security environment in New York at night, a girl walking home alone, to be honest, has a high probability of encountering danger. But when Ronan left Gwen Stacy's house, for some reason, he always felt a chill on his back. It made him nervous all the way. On the other side, in Stark Tower, Tony Stark's situation was not so leisurely. He sat on the sofa, looking at the streets of New York late at night through the glass, and waves of waves rose in his heart. Is to believe what Ronan said. Forget these things, and stop provoking those dangerous wizards. Or believe in your own heart. This is actually a very difficult choice for Tony Stark. From Ronan's words, he can clearly feel that Ronan seems to be very afraid of these things. Maybe he has heard a lot of legends since he was a child, and he has a natural fear of wizards. However, for Tony Stark, The desire to explore the unknown has long been stirring. Tony, are you okay? At this moment, Pepper Potts' voice interrupted Tony Stark's thinking. Tony Stark came back to his senses, hugged Pepper Potts who was sitting next to him, and forced a smile. I'm fine. Just thinking about some small things. To be honest, I don't know whether Tony Stark will not lie, or Pepper Potts has seen through him a long time ago. Whenever Tony Stark showed this expression, Pepper Potts could see at a glance that he was not sincere. Since meeting that kid today, you seem to be a little absent-minded. Even when signing in the afternoon, you made a mistake. Did something happen? Pepper Potts leaned on Tony Stark's shoulder and asked in a low voice. She was very perceptive and naturally noticed Tony Stark's strange expression, especially after meeting the kid named Ronan. Nothing, I just heard a surprising piece of news. Tony Stark patted Pepper Potts' shoulder, indicating that he had no problem. However, Pepper Potts didn't believe his nonsense. We agreed not to lie to each other. Don't make a mistake. Pepper Potts gave Tony Stark another chance. Tony Stark opened his mouth. He really didn't know how to tell Pepper Potts, because the dangers that might be encountered in this matter were beyond Tony Stark's estimation. But if he didn't say it, okay Pepper, I heard a little rumor about the wizard from that child today, and he told me a few words. It is said that those wizards can be summoned. It's just that I have been hesitating. Tony Stark finally told what happened. Summon those wizards? Just like that day, Pepper Potts suddenly remembered the special memory of Christmas. After all, she has spent so many Christmases and has never had such an exciting experience. Maybe it's worse than that. Tony Stark pursed his lips. He knew that Mr. Fantastic that day had no intention of taking it seriously. According to his words, he was just warning Tony Stark, and it was indeed the case. If he really wanted to do it, that day might really be the day Tony Stark died. So, what do you think? Pepper Potts seemed to hear the crisis. However, Tony Stark shook his head and did not answer the question, because he hadn't thought about it yet. Since he completely let go of his worries last time, he has always had someone in his heart. If he had regretted his heroic actions when he rushed into outer space with a nuclear bomb before, then this time, with the same danger, how should he choose Tony? At this moment, Pepper Potts stroked Tony Stark's face. Tony Stark lowered his head and looked at Pepper Potts in his arms, and the two kissed gently. Tony, no matter what happens to you, we can face it together. I support all the decisions you make, but you must also promise me that you must come back safely no matter when. Okay? Pepper Potts' eyes were shining. Looking at his beautiful girlfriend, Tony Stark smiled and nodded heavily. The two hugged each other again. Late at night, 11:30. At Jarvis's reminder, Tony Stark, who had fallen asleep, woke up from his bed. According to Ronan, he not only needed to be alone, but also needed to take a shower and change clothes before that to show respect. More importantly, he had to find the tallest building in New York City. Of course, the tallest building was his Stark group, which he had already checked. So, for his own safety, Tony Stark took a shower and changed into very clean clothes. After doing all this, he also meditated in the room for 10 minutes to calm himself down, in order to achieve the respect that Ronan said. Finally, when the time reached 0 hours, he walked to the top floor of his building. At this time, the sky was dotted with stars, and the cold wind belonging to winter was constantly blowing on Tony Stark's face. Tony Stark took a deep breath and walked to the center. It was just 1 minute after midnight. It was at this time. He knelt on his knees and began to chant. The venerable who does not belong to this world. The only supreme being above the sky, the lord of the 10,000 worlds who controls the immortal law. I, Tony Stark, request to meet you. Boom. Just when Tony Stark finished the last word, a lightning bolt appeared out of thin air in the originally clear sky. As the lightning fell, a strong wind suddenly blew. The violent wind blew on Tony Stark's body, making him almost unable to control himself. Boom. The dense dark clouds instantly covered the stars in the sky, and lightning bolts enveloped Tony Stark in it. Seeing this scene, Tony Stark's face changed instantly. He never thought that the weather would change so much. What's more terrifying is that the invisible pressure made Tony Stark feel a little breathless. Although he hasn't seen where the person is, these situations alone are enough to shock Tony Stark. What on earth did he summon out? Is it a devil? Or maybe it was some evil god that had been sealed for countless years. Tony Stark didn't dare to think about it, but he didn't leave here either. Because he knew very well that, if he really summoned a terrifying evil god, then even if he left, the whole world would probably not escape the doom. Many classics have said that when the evil gods or demons just came, they were at their weakest. So, Tony Stark's idea was also very simple. If the other party was really one of these monsters, then he would take advantage of the other party's weakest time to kill the other party. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but touch the bracelet on his right hand. That was his last and greatest reliance. Crack. At this moment, a huge lightning struck. The shining lightning instantly lit up the dark night. It was at this time that Tony Stark clearly saw that a person slowly walked out of the dark clouds in the sky above him. The man was wearing a black robe and a black hood. It seemed that he was stepping on the air, and there were thousands of lightning behind him. Just this appearance posture has shocked Tony Stark so much that he couldn't speak. Tony Stark in the hooded robe swallowed his saliva. He only had one thought in his mind. Did he do something wrong? He shouldn't have said that, nor should he have tried this. But it was too late. Chapter 117. I'm a professional at digging holes. Once, Tony Stark was also a very firm materialist. He believed in this world, and science could explain everything in the world. But a few years ago, a god who claimed to be from Asgard fell to the earth, and from then on Tony Stark knew that there were really gods in this world. Of course, these so-called gods are just like them, but they live on another planet. They can be regarded as aliens. Aliens are stronger and more technologically advanced, so there is nothing outrageous. However, when he found that there was a group of people called mages on the earth, he felt that his worldview seemed to be shattered. Mages. That's a character left in the book. But then he thought about it carefully again. Even the fucking aliens appeared. Is it really strange that the wizard appeared in front of them? However, today, it's you again. It seems that you still don't give up and want to pursue the secret of magic. The person in front of him is naturally Ronan, and this is actually what he planned long ago. The so-called calling the honorable name is just a small spell of camouflage. When the distance is not far, through some spells, you can hear the other party's call. His apartment was not far from here, so he could easily hear it. As for these lightning and thunder and some small spells to control the weather, they were not worth mentioning. I just want to ask you something. I have some doubts in my heart, and I need you to help me solve them. Tony Stark stood up. Since someone came, he naturally couldn't kneel in front of the other party. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing. However, Ronan didn't respond to him. He just looked at Tony Stark silently, and then began to talk to himself. Who exactly leaked the secret of magic? Let me see who dares to leak the secret of magic. As Ronan's deliberately changed voice entered Tony Stark's ears, Tony Stark's face changed immediately. No way. These wizards actually have this ability? It's a lie. However, before Tony Stark could figure out what was going on, Ronan on the opposite side spoke again. So it's this guy Humph. If you dare to reveal the secret of magic, you're dead. After saying that, a golden portal appeared in front of Tony Stark. Ronan gently stretched out his hand towards the portal, and the Ronan that Tony Stark had seen during the day was strangled by the other party and dragged out. Fuck. When Tony Stark saw this scene, he couldn't help but swear. What's going on? At this moment, Ronan. Oh no, it should be said that Ronan's clone seemed to be unconscious and was strangled by Ronan in the air. Now Ronan only needs to exert a little force, and the clone will die. But Ronan did this not to kill himself. He had other purposes. Did you see it clearly? It's him, right? He leaked the secret of magic to you. For a mere $100,000, he dared to tell others the method of summoning me without authorization. He will pay the price for his mistake. Ronan looked at Tony Stark coldly, as if he was going to strangle this clone to death in the next second. Wait. At this moment, Tony Stark stretched out his right hand to stop Ronan's action. Put down the child. I asked him to tell me all this. If this is wrong, you can come to me. Why punish an innocent child? Tony Stark looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but roar. although he thought he was not a good person. In fact, his heart was kind. In any case, Ronan, who was strangled by the throat, fell into this dangerous situation today because of him. How could he, Tony Stark, the dignified Iron Man, watch this happen? Iron Man would not allow it, and Tony Stark would not allow it either. Innocent? I guess he should have told you that these things are not allowed to be disclosed privately. He violated the oath of their ancestors and told outsiders the secrets that could not be told. Is this still innocent? Ronan's voice like a villain sounded. He had arranged an identity for himself in front of Tony Stark, a child whose ancestors had been involved with a wizard. Well, this identity is quite suitable. What do you want me to do to let him go? Tony Stark signaled Ronan to calm down, but he slowly approached Ronan in small steps. His little action naturally could not be hidden from Ronan's eyes, but Ronan pretended to ignore it. Let him go? Why should I let him go? He deserves to be punished, and you can't escape the punishment. It seems that the last reminder to you was not enough, so this time, I will use this child's life to make you remember it more deeply. After saying that, Ronan's mouth curled up a smile and lifted his clone directly outside the rooftop. Although Ronan was sure that his clone had started to curse in his heart, Ronan was still not panicked, because he was sure that Tony Stark would take action. If you can save him, I will spare his life. And, I will answer one of your questions. After saying that, Ronan let go of his hand. Whoosh! Ronan's clone began to free fall at a very fast speed. Seeing Ronan's nonchalant action, Tony Stark was completely dumbfounded. He never expected that the wizard in front of him would actually start fighting immediately, and it was so unexpected. Jarvis, catch that kid! Tony Stark shouted. Bang! Crash! The glass under his feet made a crisp sound, and an object that looked like a long box was ejected from the building. This scene was just like the Iron Man chasing Tony Stark when he was free falling some time ago. Mr. Stark, the speed of this child's fall is a bit wrong. The Iron Man can't catch up with him. At this time, Jarvis's voice rang in Tony Stark's ears. Tony Stark was slightly stunned, and he suddenly looked up at the mysterious man opposite. If it's so simple, then why should I make this request? Ronan smiled slightly. He knew Tony Stark would definitely have a way. Tony Stark suddenly ran in the direction of the fall, and when he reached the edge of the rooftop, he stopped directly. Jarvis, activate plan 2 and 3. Start the ground rescue vehicle, and make sure to get that child. After saying this, Tony Stark actually jumped down. Soon, 2 robots flew out from the other floors of the building. The backs of the robots that flew out opened instantly, fixed Ronan on the left and right in the air, and then wrapped him up. The parachute was also immediately opened. The floor tiles on the originally flat square ground quickly opened, and a vehicle carrying an air cushion appeared. While adjusting the position, the air cushion just caught the falling clone. It's great. Standing on the rooftop watching all this, Ronan couldn't help but reach out and click a thumbs up. It seems that this is a new idea that Tony Stark came up with after jumping off the building last time. If it weren't for Jarvis saving his life, I'm afraid there would be no Iron Man in the world, and only a pool of mud would be left. So, these things are probably the life-saving straws that Tony Stark came up with during his anxiety disorder. Unexpectedly, Ronan's clone experienced it first. 10 seconds later, Tony Stark, who had transformed into Iron Man, flew up again. In his arms, he was still holding Ronan's clone who was sleeping soundly. Seeing Ronan's clone sleeping so soundly and even snoring, Tony Stark couldn't help but roll his eyes. Do you know that you almost died? My heart is about to jump out, and you are still sleeping so soundly. Don't you feel anything at all? Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect you to have such a complete plan. Since you are such a coward, why do you dare to take the initiative to spy on the secrets of magic? Hasn't anyone told you that spying on the secrets of magic is more terrifying than what he just experienced? Ronan crossed his arms over his chest and seemed to not understand Tony Stark's idea. Of course, how could he not understand? Everything was just a lie by Ronan. What's wrong with him? Tony Stark did not answer Ronan's question, but looked at the clone in his arms. Wait. Just when Ronan was about to speak, Tony Stark spoke first. This question is not what I want to ask you. If you don't want to answer, forget it. I can change the question. Tony Stark was very alert, fearing that Ronan would deny it. Ronan smiled. He came here today for other purposes. Since Tony Stark wanted to get some information from him, Ronan might as well give him some information for him to guess. It's okay, this question is not included. He's fine. I just used an illusion to make him fall asleep. Ronan replied. Illusion? Tony Stark asked back. Seeing that he didn't believe it at all, Ronan didn't say much, and the mirror space instantly enveloped him. Then, Tony Stark saw the following picture. His girlfriend, Pepper Potts, was having a cordial conversation with a man. Not only that, the man even made a move. Not only did he hold Pepper Potts' waist with his hand, but the distance between the two people was getting closer and closer. Until the two people were face to face, they were almost. Enough. This kind of husband in front of scene made Tony Stark unbearable. Fortunately, Ronan did not intend to provoke him again, otherwise he would definitely let him see how exciting the next scene is. After all, it is an illusion, just like AI face changing. Now do you know the horror of magic? If you want, I can let you immerse yourself in this picture for 23 hours a day. Ronan looked at him with a smile. What about the remaining hour? Even at this time, Tony Stark still did not forget to ask back. It seems that he has not reached his threshold. For the remaining hour, let you slowly savor it. I'm a person who considers others very much. After all, it is not good for your body and mind if you keep watching. So leave some time for you to recover. Ronan said it clearly. Tony Stark's face turned black. Is this called considering others? What a vicious strategy. Let's change the subject. I want to know, will people in the future really travel to the present? No, it should be said that the person I met that day was really myself. Tony Stark looked at Ronan and asked a question that had troubled him for a long time. In fact, whether it was an alien or a wizard, Tony Stark always believed that he could solve it. It was just a matter of time. However, the thing that made him most unable to let go, and the thing that finally affected him to read out this honorable name, was that he saw his future self after the battle that day. The same face, the same dress, and even the temperament was almost the same. This made Tony Stark have to doubt whether he really met his future self. Later, when communicating with Steve Rogers, he told Tony Stark that he had not met anyone. But Tony Stark clearly remembered that he not only saw another self at that time, but also heard Steve Rogers' call for help in the headset, saying that someone was wearing his clothes and trying to take away the scepter. All this did not match his memory. Later, Tony Stark also asked others indirectly, but the answers he got were the same. No one remembered that the scepter had been taken away by others. Even if he looked through the entire Stark group's surveillance, the scene in his memory did not happen. So, he doubted his memory. He didn't know if he remembered it wrong or there was a problem. Ronan, who was standing aside, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Didn't the memory disappear? Was it because the two Tony Starks met, or was it because something went wrong when Steve Rogers returned the Mind Stone? Normally, after Steve Rogers returned the Mind Stone, the scene where he fought with himself should not exist. The memories of other people were correct. However, Tony Stark had completely different memories from others. This shows that the reason must have nothing to do with the Mind Stone. Then normally, you shouldn't ask me about such technological issues. After all, there have been countless time travel plots in movies and novels. According to the current development of technology, time travel may indeed appear in the future. Ronan wanted to get away with these answers. However, Tony Stark was not so easy to fool. After all, this question was a demon that had been haunting him for a long time. In order to figure it out, he almost risked everything. I want to know, is that person me? Tony Stark stared at Ronan. Ronan was silent for a while, and finally nodded in Tony Stark's expectant eyes. Yes, that person is indeed you. When Tony Stark heard Ronan say this, he seemed to be relieved. His legs softened, and he sat on the ground. As smart as he was, he could even guess why his future self traveled through time and space to come back. Unless there was danger, he would never do this. Can I know why? Tony Stark seemed to be muttering to himself. But this time, Ronan shook his head. This kind of thing is not something you can know. You should understand that if a person knows his future, then the future he knows will definitely change. So, in order to maintain the stability of the timeline, you shouldn't know these things. Ronan seemed to have inadvertently revealed something important. The stability of the timeline? Sure enough, this little flaw of Ronan was immediately caught by Tony Stark. He stared at Ronan with wide eyes, as if trying to see something from Ronan's face. Unfortunately, the hood blocked Ronan's face, and Tony Stark couldn't see anything. Okay, I've answered your question. Since you asked me to answer a question that's not that difficult to answer, I'll give you a little hint. Ronan gently waved at the clone on the ground. In Tony Stark's shocked eyes, the clone actually floated up and flew towards Ronan. When the clone was about to reach Ronan, a golden portal appeared and swallowed the clone in. What hint? Tony Stark returned to the topic. Besides you, there was another organization investigating my situation. Do you know about this? Ronan finally told the purpose of his trip. I know, SHIELD. Tony Stark nodded, and Nick Fury's miserable appearance was still unforgettable. SHIELD. No, it seems that you don't know anything. You don't know. The so-called SHIELD seems to have another name. Ronan's mouth curled up with a smile. Another name? Tony Stark was stunned. Could it be the full name of that country? Security or something like that? Yes, it also has a nickname, called Hydra. Internally, almost 90% of the members are actually Hydra people. Ronan stopped there. It's enough to say this 90% of the people are Hydra agents. So who is their director? Captain America, Hawkeye and Black Widow, who once fought side by side with Tony Stark. What are their identities? Thinking of this, Tony Stark shuddered. Of course, Ronan is only responsible for digging the pit. As for how to clean up later, it depends on them. My promise is fulfilled. But there is one more punishment for you. You haven't completed it. As he said, Ronan stretched out his hand, and the illusion was ready. He had to give Tony Stark a little sweetness. Then how can I find you in the future? Tony Stark heard that Ronan was going to leave, and asked quickly. However, Ronan shook his head. I will come to you when I need you. After saying that, the illusion directly swept Tony Stark's senses, and he was completely trapped in the illusion. Seeing Tony Stark, who had fallen into a coma, Ronan smiled and waved his right hand gently. The whole person disappeared on the platform. Chapter 118, Fishing with a Straight Hook. Some people really believe it. In the illusion, Tony Stark realized what he would not experience in his life. The Iron Man was the one who saved human beings. Still in Stark. Oh, Luo Nan group still works. This security guard was none other than Tony Stark's most trusted driver, Happy. Happy carried Tony Stark out like a chicken and threw him on the street. He warned Tony Stark not to bother Pepper Potts anymore, or he would not be beaten up next time. Tony Stark was desperate at this time, but at this moment, aliens led by Loki invaded the Earth. He dodged in a hurry and finally saved his life in the turmoil. However, something even more unacceptable happened to him. Ronan, who claimed to be Iron Man, actually rushed towards the enemy's fleet with a nuclear bomb. Not only did he not faint due to lack of oxygen, he even came back intact. A bunch of New York passers-by who didn't know where they came from actually shouted the name Iron Man loudly. This man named Ronan not only took away his identity, but also his most glorious moment. It can be said to be a murder. Countless passers-by reveled for each other. Many beauties surrounded him, and even the entire Avengers respected him. Steve Rogers polished his shoes, Black Widow massaged his shoulders, and Hawkeye drove for him. He looked like the Emperor of New York. At this time, no one remembered who Tony Stark was, and no one remembered this playboy. Even the woman she loved most entered the palace of marriage a few days later. And her other half was Killian, who was rejected by him at the beginning. Tony Stark rushed into the wedding scene like crazy, trying to stop the wedding. However, before entering the venue, he was stopped by several of Killian's men and thrown into the sea. The cold sea water, mixed with a heart full of grievances, Tony Stark was unwilling to die. Just as his consciousness gradually faded, he seemed to hear an extremely familiar voice. Tony, why are you sleeping here? In a daze, Tony Stark opened his eyes and saw Pepper Potts. Just a while ago, she put on a white wedding dress and walked into the palace of marriage with another man. Pepper. Tony Stark jumped up and hugged Pepper Potts. His sudden action made Pepper Potts confused. What's going on? Tony, are you okay? Did you have a nightmare? Or is there any other reason? Pepper Potts patted Tony Stark's back gently and asked carefully. After she woke up, she found that Tony Stark beside her was gone. I thought he had entered a laboratory or went to do other work. But after Pepper Potts looked around, she didn't find Tony Stark. Finally, with Jarvis's prompt, she found this place. As soon as she came here, Pepper Potts found that Tony Stark was lying on the rooftop and fell asleep. I'm fine. I just sneezed. Nightmare. Sneeze. Tony Stark sneezed twice in a row, and then the whole person began to shiver. It's not that he is very weak. Just let a normal person, even someone who exercises all year round, sleep on the rooftop for a whole night in the cold winter of January and see if he will catch a cold. Obviously, Tony Stark has been infected. Pepper Potts quickly reached out and touched Tony Stark's forehead and found that his forehead was burning hot. No, Tony, you have a fever. Jarvis, notify Happy and let Happy find a doctor. Pepper Potts hurriedly said to the omnipresent Jarvis. Tony Stark wanted to be strong and say no, but his feet were weak and his body was soft, and he almost fell down. It was a kidney deficiency. Soon, with the help of Happy, Tony Stark was finally put on the bed. After a lot of hassles, things finally eased after his private doctor came to hang up and forth. Dragging his sick body, Tony Stark only told Happy one sentence. Go and observe the student named Ronan. Ronan once again returned to the leisurely campus life. Although he looked relaxed, Ronan always declined to attend classes. If there was no other way, who wouldn't want to be a rich second generation dude? So, during the class, Ronan was already a little drowsy. So, what about the sound wave during gliding? Just as Ronan was getting more and more confused and even dreaming, the bell for the end of get out of class suddenly rang. Ronan was startled and woke up immediately. He glanced at the blackboard on the podium suddenly, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that he didn't travel back. Just now, he dreamed of a teacher named Ma, who began to talk to him about the operation of the blind monk. It is commonly known as Ma's triangle kill. It made him think that he traveled back again and became a social animal watching live broadcasts. Hey, Ronan. How was your winter vacation? Peter Parker rushed up first and put his arm around Ronan's shoulders. It seemed that the two of them had become good friends. It's okay, at least it's more enjoyable than last weekend. Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth and thought about what he did during this winter vacation. Practice the use of space gems, strengthen the knowledge of camouflage spells, and witness the conqueror Kang from 1 to countless. Also, create a name for yourself, or dig a hole for some idiot and earn $100,000 from some good person with a lot of money. Anyway, Ronan thought that he had a good winter vacation. Do you remember what I told you before? Peter Parker whispered. Things? What things? Ronan was slightly stunned. He couldn't remember what Peter Parker said to him at all. Because he suffered too much stimulation on the day of the phone call, he didn't even remember the content of the conversation. As for the memory of that day, Ronan only remembered the succubus with a pretty good figure and the hell demon who almost occupied the earth. He saved the earth. It's okay to forget some things, right? That, you said several things that day. Which one did you say specifically? Ronan vaguely remembered that Peter Parker told him a lot of things at that time. The most memorable thing was that Tony Stark exploded. Of course, it didn't explode completely. It's just that the house blew up. It's about the circle drawing thing. Do you remember it? Peter Parker's eyes were full of hints. Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth. How could he still remember this thing? Ah, I remember. Do you have any clues? Ronan continued to ask along with his words. I don't have any clues, but yesterday, I accidentally met a person who was saved by Spider-Man at the explosion site. You know, that's how I met him. He told me that recently an agent who claimed to be an FBI agent talked to him and asked about the identity of Spider-Man and the person who could draw circles. So I think I have to tell you. Peter Parker shared a little secret with Ronan. What he called encountering should not be encountered as Peter Parker, but as Spider-Man. Otherwise, the other party would not have told him about Spider-Man. As for the people in this mysterious department, Ronan could figure it out with his ankles. It must be someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. It's just that the FBI or CIA has always been the one to take the blame for them. Why are you telling me this? Ronan suddenly woke up. No way. The little spider he met couldn't be so smart, right? However, Peter Parker patted Ronan on the shoulder, as if to say, you don't have to tell me, I understand. Hey, how come you understand now? Can you at least explain it clearly? Didn't you see the breaking news this morning? Last night, someone filmed this scene near Stark Tower. Take a look. As he said that, Peter Parker took out his mobile phone, found a video, and started playing it. In the video, on the roof of Stark Tower, a boy in pajamas inexplicably fell from it. Then Tony Stark jumped down from the roof and rescued the child. The video was very clear, and the boy was Ronan. Even his face was captured. After watching this period of time, Ronan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He did this on purpose. The reason is also very simple, just to avoid being associated with the identity of the mage. At that time, the original body used the mirror space to cover himself, so no one could be seen in the video. As for the clone, it can't be covered by the mirror space. Otherwise, when Tony Stark sees the video, he will definitely be suspicious. More importantly, if he doesn't throw himself out, how can he lure Nick Fury into the trap? Since he still doesn't give up and wants to continue investigating, Ronan might as well give him a quick death. It's not convenient to catch fish under the water, but once the fish is hooked, it's not so easy to get rid of it. But what does Peter Parker mean by saying these words? Can I say I don't know anything? I slept very well last night, and I didn't even dream. Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth and told a lie he had made up long ago. In fact, he found this morning that many people looked at him with the wrong look in their eyes. Ronan thought they had forgotten the dark moments when they were shrouded by the iron fist of Kamar-Taj. But he never expected that it would be such a thing. Looking at the location where Peter Parker opened the video, this video has become popular on a certain news website. It should be said that anything related to Tony Stark can become popular. I believe you. In fact, I thought about it carefully later. You may not really be the wizard. Peter Parker patted Ronan on the shoulder and said something that shocked Ronan. Oh. Did this buddy figure it out? But combined with what happened today, I think the wizard must have something to do with you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to throw you. Combined with the fact that you just passed through the portal that day and didn't perform any spells, I think it was him who opened the portal and let you reach the safe area. Peter Parker gestured a bunch of dazzling movements in his hands. In his opinion, those were the magician's spellcasting movements. Although Kamar-Taj has a lot of spellcasting movements, it's not that bad. No. Ronan rolled his eyes. No, how do you know we are friends? He threw me down from such a high place. How can we still be friends? Ronan was a little upset. He didn't even know how Peter Parker came up with it. Throwing someone off the roof can prove that the two people are friends. Then, I'll throw you off the top floor, and then we can be friends again. It must be because you two teamed up and discussed something with Mr. Stark. I heard from the seniors that it was Mr. Stark who interviewed you personally yesterday. I guess he went to avenge you. Peter Parker blinked, looking like he understood everything. Ronan took a deep breath, and he felt that his brain circuit was no longer able to turn around. Although the matter was similar to what Peter Parker said, Peter Parker could go around in such a big circle and think of such a thing. This was something Ronan had never expected. From a normal person's perspective, Ronan would definitely not be associated with that so-called wizard. After all, the other party had thrown Ronan down, so how could the two sides still be friends? Just when Ronan wanted to complain, he suddenly thought of something. Wait. Although Peter Parker's brain circuit is not normal, there won't be people who have the same idea as him, right? For example, the S.H.I.E.L.D. Their brain circuits must be different from those of ordinary people. As he spoke, several policemen walked in at the door of the classroom. Ronan Yeo, please come with us. The two policemen had a clear goal. After scanning the classroom, they immediately locked their sights on Ronan. It seemed that they were here to find Ronan. The other students in the class all looked at Ronan, but there was no surprise. Obviously, they had seen the video. Sorry, officers, what are you doing here? If you don't have the relevant procedures, I won't allow you to take my students away. At this time, Teacher Jenny, who was secretly called a female demon by many students, appeared. Although she had a bad temper, the students respected her very much. The reason was also very simple, and you could tell from the current scene. Hello, ma'am. We just want to take him to assist in the investigation of last night's case. It's not an arrest or a takeaway, don't get me wrong. This is our procedure for assisting in the investigation. The leading policeman obviously knew that the students here were either rich or noble, or they were all good students with both good character and good academic performance. Therefore, the teachers here must be difficult to deal with. For these little policemen, they would try not to offend these people if they could. Are you okay? At this time, Gwen Stacy also walked to Ronan's side. Ronan smiled at her, gave her a reassuring look, and then stood up from the chair. Ronan, the procedures are fine. Teacher Jenny glanced at Ronan and nodded at him. Ronan also nodded and took 2 steps forward, but unexpectedly Gwen Stacy took the lead and walked in front of him. Uncle Grant, this is my classmate and my good friend. Gwen Stacy didn't say much, but emphasized that Ronan was her friend. The leading policeman showed a helpless expression. Who wouldn't know the princess of their own police chief? They must have done relevant investigations before coming here, and they must know this. Don't worry, Gwen. It's just a routine inquiry. I guess you also watched the video this morning. Officer Grant said with a smile. Gwen Stacy nodded and looked back at Ronan. Ronan sighed. He had actually been mentally prepared for these things. Don't worry, I'll come back and tell you. After saying that, Ronan patted Gwen Stacy's shoulder and followed the 2 policemen out of the classroom. Since Ronan was only assisting in the investigation and had white skin, the 2 policemen talked and laughed with him. Not only did they comfort him, but Officer Grant even patted his shoulder and signaled that he didn't need to be so nervous. Of course, in addition to the correct skin color, it was also related to Gwen Stacy. The atmosphere in the police car was good. The 2 policemen were still joking with him until they reached the door of the police station. From their performance, it seemed that the New York Police Department had not discovered anything. Ronan was not worried about the New York Police Department because they were easier to deal with. The most difficult to deal with were undoubtedly the people from the Snake Shield. If Ronan guessed correctly, the person in charge of interrogating him should be Phil Coulson, right? Of course, Phil Coulson's resurrection should still be a secret and not be spread so widely. Who else could it be? Melinda May? The so-called Chinese? Ronan narrowed his eyes. While Ronan was thinking, the police car slowly stopped. They have arrived at the New York Police Department headquarters, not the branch. Ronan got out of the car and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It seems that the other party still takes him very seriously. Oh no, it should be said that they take everything related to the master very seriously. Especially in this incident, there is another protagonist. Iron Man, Tony Stark. Standing at the door of the New York Police Department headquarters, Ronan couldn't help but sigh. Is this considered entering the palace? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 119 Fish, Take the Bait. New York Police Department headquarters, in the interrogation room. Ronan sat in the interrogation room, observing the surrounding situation in boredom. Oh no, according to those policemen, this is not called an interrogation room, but an inquiry room. Although the names are not much different, they are actually very different. But for Ronan, it doesn't matter if it's a different name. Anyway, it's the same in his eyes. Not long after, a middle-aged man with golden hair walked in from the door. He was holding a cup of coffee in his hand. He gently put the coffee in front of Ronan, and then sat opposite Ronan. Hello Ronan, I'm George Stacy, the commissioner of the New York Police Department, and also Gwen's father. George Stacy looked at the boy in front of him expressionlessly. He clearly remembered that it was this boy who sent his daughter home last night. When he asked his daughter what she was doing, his daughter just said that she was going to have dinner with a friend. Obviously, Ronan is this friend. "Hello, Mr. Stacy. Nice to meet you." Ronan smiled. It's good to meet a friend's father. Although not as good as his mother's friend, at least he could get some information in advance. "Just call me George. Actually, I didn't come to you to question you. Because this time it's not our New York Police Department that wants to question, but another more mysterious department." George Stacy glanced at Ronan and gave him some useful information. Although Ronan had been prepared in his heart, he still accepted such a kind reminder with a smile. "Mysterious department? Does it have anything to do with what happened to me last night?" Ronan didn't seem to be flustered. Some people would think that when they hear about the mysterious department, they should be a little flustered. However, Ronan's situation at this time is different. In his setting, he is a person who knows nothing and even slept very comfortably last night. So, the first thing he has to show is a kind of doubt. Why would the so-called mysterious department come to him? Although he doesn't know if there are people from S.H.I.E.L.D. watching him now, he can be sure that there is definitely surveillance here. Even putting surveillance in the interrogation room is an act that violates human rights. But if you don't tell the person being questioned, then there is no surveillance. Unless you can find this video. You don't seem panicked at all. George Stacy looked at Ronan with some admiration. A 16 or 17-year-old kid coming to a place like a police station was not panicked at all. It was indeed rare. Even if someone had never committed any crime, he should be a little panicked from the bottom of his heart. "No, actually I was panicked. I just thought about it in the police car. This matter has nothing to do with me from beginning to end. I just need to tell the truth. So, there is no point in panicking." Ronan smiled and said his truest thoughts. "Just pretend that it has nothing to do with me. Presumably, the other party can't get a lie detector, right? But even if they get one, Ronan will not let them arrange a lie detector, because this involves human rights. In the United States, the word human rights is not a joke. Knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. The door of the interrogation room was opened, and two people in suits, a man and a woman, walked in from outside. Phil Coulson, Melinda May. Seeing these two familiar faces, Ronan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sure enough, Nick Fury, that bastard, would definitely not let this kind of thing go. But what he didn't expect was that he actually sent out his most elite subordinate, Phil Coulson, at one time. Didn't he die during the New York War? Is it really okay to show up so openly? Director Stacy, let us take over here now. We will be responsible for this case. Phil Coulson smiled at George Stacy and directly declared sovereignty. Although their shield was pointed at and scolded by the 5 permanent members every day, they still had greater power over these units. George Stacy glanced at Phil Coulson, then looked at Ronan, and then stood up from the chair. When he walked to Phil Coulson's side, he stopped. "This is my daughter's boyfriend. I hope you don't do anything out of line. Ronan, if they ask something irrelevant, you can call me. I'll be outside." George Stacy nodded at Ronan, and then walked out of the door in a chic manner. "Wait a minute. No, uncle, wait a minute. When did I become your daughter's boyfriend? Your daughter and I are innocent. We haven't even held hands. You just became my father-in-law. Isn't that a disadvantage for me?" "No." Ronan wanted to explain, but he never expected that George Stacy would leave so quickly. Now Ronan finally figured out why he always felt a chill on his back when he left Gwen Stacy's house that day. He originally thought he had met some blind devil from hell, but he didn't expect that it was the gaze of the old father-in-law. This was too unfair to him. Phil Coulson and Melinda May looked at each other and saw the 3 words difficult to deal with in each other's eyes. The other party is the director of the New York Police Department. Even if their shield is powerful, it is just a hidden organization. In addition, the superiors obeyed by each department are different. If something happens, it may be difficult for them to carry out their future work. So, they have to be careful. "Okay, young man, since Director Stacy is your girlfriend's father, let's have a good chat." Phil Coulson and Melinda May sat opposite Ronan. Ronan sighed. When did he become someone else's son-in-law? "Let's talk. What do you want to know?" "If it's about last night, then I can tell you that I don't know anything." Ronan showed a helpless look on his face. It's like he has been asked this question countless times and now he is a little impatient to answer. When it comes to acting, Ronan is a professional. Are you sure you don't know anything? Phil Coulson asked again. Really? I slept at home last night and didn't even dream about it. If my classmate hadn't shown me that video today, I wouldn't even know that this happened. Ronan looked at Phil Coulson, spread his hands, and his face was full of helplessness. Spreading his hands. Then haven't you paid attention to the news yourself? Melinda May continued to ask. I got up late this morning. I even rode my bike to school while eating breakfast. So I didn't pay attention to the news. Ronan shook his head and became clueless. As long as he was sure that he knew nothing, he knew nothing. No one could change that. Then why did this happen to you? Melinda May asked back. When she asked this question, Ronan immediately looked at her with a very strange look. That strange look made Melinda May very uncomfortable. She felt like the other person was looking at a fool. Why did this happen to me? Why did you ask this question? Shouldn't this be asked to you? Ronan's classic sarcasm appeared. His words blocked Melinda May from saying anything. Because what Ronan said was right. However, Ronan did not give them a chance to fight back. What kind of mysterious department are you from? Since you asked me about this, it means you are responsible for these things. In the final analysis, you should catch the murderer and give me an explanation. Although I don't make money and pay taxes, everything I buy is also taxed to the country. I'm half a taxpayer, right? In this case, I, a taxpayer, was played like this, and you don't investigate the murderer, but ask me why. Don't you think this is ridiculous? My classmates have asked me about this today, and I don't even know how to answer. And the way I look at them is like looking at a person with a problem. Do you think I will feel comfortable? At this time, Ronan was like a firecracker that was suddenly lit and exploded directly. He acted like an adolescent high school student. A high school student who was annoyed by his classmates asking about this, but he didn't know it. This kind of emotional outburst was obviously within Phil Coulson's expectations. Calm down, Ronan. We know how you feel, so we'll handle this. May didn't ask about this on purpose. If there's anything wrong, I apologize to you on her behalf. Phil Coulson comforted Ronan, but his expression didn't change much. Obviously, this question was also within his calculations. Even Ronan's reaction, they had already calculated it. Hearing what Phil Coulson said, Ronan's anger was restrained a little. He sat on the chair, but his expression was not as kind as before. A high school student in a bad mood. Well, Ronan can give himself 9 points for this performance. From the video, we can see that this matter is also related to Mr. Tony Stark, because he saved you at that time. And according to our investigation, you had a conversation with Mr. Tony Stark that afternoon. Excuse me, what did you talk about? Phil Coulson finally got to the point. Everything in the previous was a foreshadowing, including deliberately angering Ronan. It was to make Ronan throw out his remaining rationality. Their purpose was to know what Ronan talked about with Tony Stark. Are you interrogating me? Do I have to tell you? What Phil Coulson didn't expect was that Ronan actually asked back. We are not interrogating you, but routine questioning. We don't force you to tell us what you said, but for the sake of this case, we suggest you tell us. Phil Coulson used the rhetoric of a non-stick pan. He didn't dare to answer yes, otherwise Ronan would call a lawyer over, and they would have to be involved in a lawsuit. The lawsuit was easy to say, anyway, these lawsuits were all the FBI's responsibility. However, he was worried that, if the court issued an injunction prohibiting them from approaching Ronan, then their idea of getting information from Ronan would be directly shattered. Okay, give me $100,000. No, $80,000, and I'll tell you. Ronan stretched out his right hand. At this time, Phil Coulson and Melinda May were full of question marks. We came to help you investigate the case, and you asked us for money. What's the reason? Obviously, they didn't expect that things would develop in this direction. You don't have to look like that, because it's very reasonable for me to charge you money. Mr. Tony Stark spent $100,000 to buy the conversation between us from me. Since this information has been sold to one person, you are the second batch of people, so I will only charge you $80,000. Isn't this very reasonable? Ronan glanced at the two people and smiled. At this time, he was like a little fox who succeeded in revenge. This little expression was controlled by him. This Phil Coulson's expression was extremely strange. He never thought that there was such a relationship between them. But $80,000, this amount of money is not a big deal, so I gave it. But I always felt a little aggrieved. When have they ever suffered such grievances when doing things in S.H.I.E.L.D.? However, just when he was entangled and uncomfortable, he didn't expect that Ronan would change his mind again. Forget it, I don't want to sell it, even if you pay now. Ronan's face changed in an instant. Why? You don't want it, even if you have money? Melinda May frowned, seeming to be a little confused about the high school student in front of her. She always felt that something was wrong. As agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., when should they follow the other party's rhythm? It's not that we don't want to. It's just that Mr. Tony Stark bought out the news with $100,000 at that time. Although I like money very much, I'm a good American citizen with credibility and bottom line. Since he bought out the news at that time, I can't sell it to others anymore. If you want to know, you might as well ask Mr. Tony Stark. Ronan shrugged his shoulders, looking like I can't do anything about it. Phil Coulson opened his mouth wide, and his mood now can be described in 2 words. Regret. Very regretful. Why didn't you just agree at that time? Now, he has created such a situation again. If we can ask Tony Stark about this, then why do we still look for you? $80,000. You really have a bottom line. Faced with Ronan's great and glorious image, Phil Coulson had no way to deal with him. He could only tell Ronan the danger of this matter from another angle. Ronan, you have to know the danger of this matter. This is the first time he can kidnap you in your sleep and not wake you up. There will be a second time. Mr. Tony Stark saved you the first time. What about the second time? Phil Coulson could only reason and move his emotions. However, the expression on Ronan's face became even stranger. If I tell you, you can guarantee that I will not be attacked by him, right? If you can, then we will sign a contract. If anything happens to me, you will be responsible. Is it okay? Ronan asked back. This clean and neat counter-attack immediately made the 2 people on the opposite side speechless. Who dares to give you such a promise? If something really happens, what awaits them is not only to induce confessions and defraud citizens' private information, but also to be responsible for Ronan's life. Who dares to guarantee this? More importantly, since he can approach me quietly once, there must be a second time. If he is determined to kill me, I would never be alive until now. I'm afraid I would have died last night. Ronan sighed, as if he understood something. Seeing him like this, Phil Coulson couldn't help but frown. You seem to know the other party's identity? Phil Coulson asked. Of course, although I thought it was a legend at the time, it seems that it is not that simple now. I'm afraid that legend is true. If the legend is true, then I have leaked their secrets. If they want to kill me, no matter who it is, even if Mr. Tony Stark is present at the time, he can't stop it. So, according to my guess, Mr. Tony Stark must have reached a deal with the other party to save my life. Otherwise you can't see me now. Silently, Ronan threw out another fishhook again. They? Obviously, Phil Coulson was also directly attracted by the bait on his fishhook. Looking at Ronan's current appearance, it seems that he knows something, but he doesn't say anything. Phil Coulson now feels like countless ants crawling on his body. Oh, it's so uncomfortable. Are you sure you don't want to tell us what happened? Phil Coulson took a deep breath. However, the only answer he got was Ronan's shaking head. Sorry, the only thing I can tell you is one piece of information. You can listen if you want to, or you can listen if you don't want to. In the end, Ronan finally prepared his ultimate move. Tell me about it. The 2 people's eyes lit up immediately. My conversation with Mr. Tony Stark is only about one thing. He wants to find the legendary wizard, and I just happen to know one thing about the wizard. As for what this thing is, I can only tell you one thing. Ronan looked at the 2 people who were listening attentively, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I gave Mr. Tony Stark a name. With that name, you can summon a very powerful wizard. As for who he is, and what his name is, I don't know the former, and the latter is confidential, so I can't tell you. If you want to know more information, you might as well ask Mr. Tony Stark. I guess he may share more information with you, right? Take the bait. Little fish. Chapter 120. Your girlfriend is in trouble. In fact, everyone knows whether Tony Stark will share the news with them. The answer is definitely no. Phil Coulson has known Tony Stark for so many years, so he naturally knows what kind of donkey temper he has. It's okay if he is pleasing to the touch, but once he is unhappy, the result can be imagined. You have to know that everything you know is related to the security of this country. I hope you can face this problem. Since the normal path is not feasible, Melinda May also began to put pressure on Ronan. This is also a common method used by their shield. Once you resist them, or don't cooperate with them, the pressure will follow immediately. It's just a means of interrogation. Who knew that? When she just finished this sentence, Ronan's face became even weirder. If I guess correctly, you should be Asian, right? To be precise, Chinese? Ronan asked with a smile. Yes, I'm Chinese. Why? Do you have prejudice against Chinese people? Melinda May narrowed her eyes, and she seemed to have found a loophole in Ronan's words. Walter? Ronan couldn't help rolling his eyes. You are yellow-skinned, so at least you should have some yellow-skinned brains, okay? Why do you learn from those black people every day and play racial discrimination? I originally wanted to say that as a Chinese, you can get to this level in the mysterious department, it should be because of your good brain. But it seems that I really thought wrong. You keep talking about prejudice and discrimination. In that case, when the US government dropped a nuclear bomb on the Japanese who were living a good life, the name of the nuclear bomb was Little Boy. Why didn't they call it Little Girl? Are they discriminating against you women? Why don't you go to the White Palace to protest and let them throw another little girl? Oh, that's not right. There are more than 50 ethnic groups and races in the United States. You might as well let them throw them according to each race, each ethnic group, and each color. Then let's talk about this matter again, okay? Ronan's speech was like a machine gun, which made Melinda May look extremely ugly. Fuck. Azarayan cavalry, when has she ever been criticized like this? If Ronan was not a suspect at all, she would have let Ronan have a good time. Well, I wanted to say something, but you succeeded in shutting me up. Uncle George. Ronan shouted to the door. At this time, it was too late for Phil Coulson to stop him. George Stacy opened the door of the interrogation room and looked inside. I have said everything I can say. They just said something, and even tried to lead me to racial discrimination. I think I need a lawyer, or if possible, I want to end the conversation with them. Ronan glanced at the two people opposite. Want to put pressure on me? Then let my lawyer come over. Hearing what Ronan said, George Stacy's face was not very good. As a member of the law enforcement department, he naturally knew some means of inducing confessions when dealing with prisoners. But that was only for criminals. Ronan was just here to assist in the investigation. He was not a criminal at all, not even a suspect. You can end the conversation with them. George Stacy waved at Ronan, and Ronan also walked out. At this time, Phil Coulson stood up and wanted to speak out to stop him. Wait, we haven't finished asking. However, Ronan ignored him and walked out of the police station's interrogation room. After watching Ronan leave, George Stacy turned around and looked at the two people in the room. Using this method to deal with a minor. If he finds a lawyer, I guess you will be in trouble too, right? George Stacy glanced at them, and after saying this, he closed the door of the interrogation room. Only Phil Coulson and Melinda May were left in the interrogation room. Phil Coulson sighed and shrugged at Melinda May. Let's go. Let's talk about it outside, if there is anything. The two packed up their things and quickly walked out of the police station. When they walked to the police station, they happened to see Ronan getting into a police car, and two policemen took him back to school. Looking at Ronan's back as he left, Phil Coulson's eyes also showed a hint of confusion. Did you find anything? Melinda May walked to his side. Nothing special was discovered. Ronan's background is too white. He was adopted by his foster mother when he was a child and has been living in New York. His interpersonal relationships and growth trajectory can also be traced. Except for a few fights with several students with a history of school bullying in high school, there was nothing else. Excellent grades, handsome, although average popularity, but also has a few friends. You can say that this is the template of a good student. Phil Coulson recalled Ronan's life and could not find any flaws in it. It was normal for him not to find any flaws because these were not forged at all, but Ronan's real life experience. So there was no problem at all, which was the most normal. What about you? What do you think of his reaction just now? Phil Coulson sighed for a while and asked Melinda May. In terms of interrogation, he was indeed not as good as Melinda May. It's normal, quite normal. Whether it's the rebelliousness in puberty or the deliberate teasing of us later, it's just like a high school student. Even the last remarks about discrimination are normal. It's just that I was a little surprised that he actually used that incident to fight back. Melinda May smiled. Obviously, all this was arranged in advance, just waiting for Ronan's reaction. As a Chinese, although her ancestors have passed away 2 or 3 generations, she always hears the old people talking about the hatred of the Japanese, and she has a little bias in her heart. This is human nature. Anyway, he is the only way for us to find each other now. Although according to the current evidence, the other party has nothing to do with the wizard. But, you know. Phil Coulson shrugged and opened his coquettish retro sports car. Melinda May sat in the co-pilot seat and fastened her seatbelt. What about Tony Stark? Is he in charge, or will Nick Fury go? The news of Phil Coulson's resurrection is still kept secret for the time being. So, it's definitely not them who asked. The director said he asked it personally. But you should know the result. Phil Coulson started the car. He didn't have any hope for the result of Nick Fury's questioning. After all, Tony Stark's temper is well known to those who know him. What about this child? Should we monitor him as before? Melinda May continued to ask. Let's follow him for a while and see if there are any clues that we haven't found. As for other things, we need to check them out again. Ronan, who returned to school, didn't expect that, after going to the police station, he would have an inexplicable father-in-law and a girlfriend. What's more outrageous is that he also found a few more tails around him. No need to think, these must be people from SHIELD. Ronan has a way to deal with these people. Are you okay? After returning to school, Ronan was the first to receive Gwen Stacy's concern. Nothing, just assisting in the investigation. Ronan smiled. He thought for a long time and didn't tell Gwen Stacy about the so-called boyfriend. On the one hand, this is a non-existent thing, and it is easy to be caught by the wind and make a false accusation if you say it out. On the other hand, Gwen Stacy is a girl after all, and it will definitely be embarrassing to say such a thing. So Ronan pretended that it didn't happen. Over time, this misunderstanding was resolved. It's good that you are fine. If you have anything, you can call me anytime. Gwen Stacy smiled. Okay, you can call me anytime if you have something. Ronan nodded, and he understood the kindness. If I have something, I'm afraid your father can't solve it. Of course, Ronan couldn't say this, but just responded politely. After seeing Ronan and Gwen Stacy finish their conversation, Peter Parker also wanted to come over and say a few words. Unfortunately, the teacher who walked into the classroom stopped his idea. So he could only keep his words in his stomach and wait to talk to Ronan after school. The boring afternoon passed quickly, and the moment the bell rang, Ronan was still the first to rush out of the classroom. When it comes to the speed of running out of the classroom after class, Ronan has been honed for many years. Even in his previous life, he was always the first to rush out of the school gate. As long as the teacher didn't delay the class, he would be the first bad student to rush out of the school gate in the eyes of the teachers. Peter Parker rushed out of the school, but when he rushed out of the school, he only saw Ronan's back riding a bicycle. Peter Parker couldn't help but sigh at the speed. This is too fast. Just when Peter Parker put on his school bag and was about to go home, he suddenly found that 2 cars were following Ronan. Black, SUV, powerful, and fast. This is the kind of vehicle that villains must have. When seeing this situation, Peter Parker couldn't help but frown. He glanced around and quickly hid in an alley. When he appeared again, he had changed from an ordinary high school student to the famous Spider-Man. Peter Parker, wearing his tight battle suit, wandered at a very fast speed in New York, where tall buildings are everywhere. He followed the 2 black SUVs slowly until he followed them for 2 streets, and then he was sure this group of people was following Ronan. Now that he had determined the other party's purpose, Peter Parker hurriedly followed all the way to Ronan's home. As Ronan parked his bicycle downstairs of the apartment building, a total of 5 men in suits walked out of 2 cars. They were tall, short, fat, thin, black, and white. Peter Parker took a deep breath. He was almost certain that this group of people would definitely harm Ronan. At this time, it was too late for him to notify Ronan. Seeing these people walk into the apartment and even knock out the security guards who were guarding the door and drag them away, Peter Parker was sure that the matter was definitely not a small matter. Swish. He immediately jumped downstairs of the apartment and quietly touched the back of the person in charge of looking out. Pa. Don't get me wrong, this sound was the sound of Peter Parker patting the other person on the shoulder. The black strong man turned his head with a puzzled look on his face, only to see a short man wearing a red spider mask. Hey. Peter Parker waved at him. Before he could react, Peter Parker punched him in the face. Bang. Don't fall, don't fall. You need to watch for a while longer. As he said that, Peter Parker quickly supported the black man who was about to fall and made him sit on a chair with his back to the apartment. Although from the opposite side of the street, this man was asleep. But from the side of the apartment building, he was still awake and looking out. After doing all this, Peter Parker immediately sneaked into the apartment building. As soon as he walked in, another strong man in a suit appeared in front of him. It's over. Peter Parker slapped his forehead fiercely, looking extremely annoyed. His infiltration plan had not even started, but it had already failed. Who are you? The white man's voice was so loud that it startled several people upstairs. The remaining 3 people looked at each other and immediately divided into 2 groups. 2 people went up to find Ronan, and the other ran down to support. 2v1, a big advantage. I said I was passing by, do you believe it? Peter Parker pointed to the direction of the stairs and asked tentatively. It must be said that after putting on this mask, Peter Parker became a different person. Not only did he talk a lot, but his personality also became much more cheerful. Well, you definitely don't believe it. Peter Parker looked at their expressions of disbelief, shrugged and said, in that case, let's have a fight. After that, Peter Parker took the initiative to attack. In terms of fighting skills, Peter Parker is not the opponent of these 2 strong men. No, it should be said that 10 Peter Parkers combined are not as good as one of them. But, what can he do? He has a plugin. Whether it is a perception ability brought to Peter Parker by Spider Sense or the physical fitness brought to him by mutant spiders, Peter Parker only needs to do one thing. Break all laws with one force. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 consecutive rounds of fighting, Peter Parker instantly knocked a strong man away, and then spider silk spit out from his wrist, directly sticking the strong man to the wall. The first one, done. Peter Parker just finished this sentence and was knocked down by another strong man. The strong man immediately bullied himself and wanted to suppress Peter Parker directly and lock him up. But he didn't expect that a huge force came directly from behind him, making him come into close contact with the wall. Then, he fainted. The person behind the burly man was none other than Ronan. Ronan glanced at the Spider-Man hanging on the wall and winked at Peter Parker. Peter Parker understood instantly, flew up from the ground, and knocked the man unconscious with one punch. Well, knock him unconscious. With Peter Parker's strength, it was basically impossible for the other party to pretend to be unconscious. Are you okay? Why are you here? The 2 people asked almost at the same time. Ronan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Fortunately, he had noticed Peter Parker here a long time ago. Otherwise, he might really reveal something. I'm fine. I have dealt with those 2 people. Ronan patted the dust off his body and said calmly, when I was at the school gate, I saw them driving after you, so I followed them together. I didn't expect you to deal with 2 so easily. Peter Parker took off his mask. In front of Ronan, he had no secrets at all, especially after he announced his identity that time. This was even more so. Have you forgotten what my nickname was in school? Ronan raised his eyebrows. His nickname is so exciting. There were a few senior students who wanted to bully him. After being beaten up by him, they found a few accomplices to take revenge. The result can be imagined. They were beaten up by Ronan again. After this time, they were not convinced and found a few friends in the taekwondo gym to get back at them. However, it is said that those people left the taekwondo gym after they went back. Because when Ronan heard that they were learning taekwondo, he beat them more fiercely than the previous ones. Okay, I'm glad you're okay. What are you going to do with these people? Peter Parker pointed at the crooked people. Ronan shrugged and pouted at Peter Parker. As a good neighbor of New York and a messenger of justice for civilians, of course you have to deal with these people. They had destroyed the surveillance before they came, so you don't have to worry about exposing your identity. After you leave, I will call the police and say that you saved me. Ronan smiled at Peter Parker. How could he not use such a good scapegoat? As long as the matter is pushed to Spider-Man, everything will make sense. Okay, it seems that the righteous Spider-Man has saved the people of New York again. Peter Parker understood instantly. Anyway, his current identity is not liked by the officials, but the people like it very much. So, just give it to him, and it will be done. Ronan quickly went upstairs and dragged down the two knocked out strong men upstairs. Peter Parker gave each of them a spider silk and hung them on the wall. After doing all this, Peter Parker put on the mask again, said goodbye to Ronan and left. Ronan nodded, watching Peter Parker's back as he left in a chic manner, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. These Hydra people really don't seem to give up. I'm not fishing for you little fish. Why are you biting the hook so hard? Ronan took out his mobile phone and prepared to call 911. But at this moment, Ronan's mobile phone suddenly rang. The person calling was Gwen Stacy. Ronan was stunned, but soon answered the phone. Hello, Gwen? Ronan asked in a low voice. However, a voice that Ronan was very unfamiliar with came from the other end of the phone. Want to save your girlfriend? Come to Morgan Arthur's warehouse in the north of the city. Remember, come alone. It's over. I think today's game will not go home until I get drunk. I haven't finished the first round yet, and I have to drink the second round. Everyone read this chapter first, and I will secretly code another chapter when I go to the KTV later. Hehehehes. Chapter 121 You kissed me secretly. Ronan's head was full of question marks at this time. What is a girlfriend? How come this broken relationship has spread so far? Aren't you kidnappers more professional? How much money can a poor student like me have? You should go to her rich father. Ronan, don't be clever, we are not doing this for money. If you dare to call the police or tell others, then wait for him to collect his body. After saying that, the person who spoke in a muffled voice on the other end of the phone hung up. Walter, you threatened me? Ronan opened his mouth wide, listening to the busy tone from the other end of the phone in disbelief. He has lived for so many years, and this is the first time in his life that he has received a threatening call. Damn. Why do I feel a little excited? He was threatened. Thinking of this, Ronan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Calm down first. If he was threatened, then what should he do at this time? Morgan Arthur Warehouse. This area is the most dangerous place in New York, and it can be called a slum in the slums. According to the government's plan, it was originally intended to transform this place into a stock factory so that people here could find a job. However, it was too chaotic here. There were gang gunfights almost every night, and people died on this land every day. The gunfights among gang members were actually no different from an arms display. If RPG was not too expensive, residents nearby could even see fireworks every day. It was precisely because of this that the warehouses that were originally partially built were all abandoned for various reasons. Morgan Arthur Warehouse was one of them. It is said that this name was given to commemorate a very famous person in the Western period, but Ronan had never heard of his name. Ronan rode his bicycle and received 5 waves of gang members' weapons along the way, and finally rushed to the warehouse. He had only worn a sweater and a down jacket when he came here. After the struggle along the way, he was not only fully equipped with pistols, rifles, spray guns and other weapons, but also got a good bulletproof vest. Although this thing is not very useful to Ronan, it can still be used for Gwen Stacy. Finally, when Ronan walked into the warehouse with a lot of bags, he finally saw the group of people who were looking for him. Oh no, to be exact, he only saw Gwen Stacy. At this time, Gwen Stacy was tied to a chair, and there was no one around. When she saw Ronan, she couldn't help but want to say something. Ronan didn't even look at the situation around him and walked directly to Gwen Stacy and tore off the tape on her face. "Be careful, they have set a trap." This was the first sentence Gwen Stacy said. However, as soon as she finished speaking, the sound of bolts being pulled rang out. A dozen fully armed thugs in suits holding AR-15s came out from all directions. Their guns were pointed at Ronan very neatly. As long as Ronan made a move, they would definitely shoot. Gwen Stacy was already scared by this scene. She had never encountered such a thing. Although her father told her that, because of her father's work, he often offended some gang members. But, isn't this scene too grand? Seeing this scene, Ronan couldn't help but sigh. This level of welcome ceremony really made him a little flattered. "So, why did you go through so much trouble to find me here? You don't want to show me how powerful your weapons are, do you?" Ronan looked around. These people in suits are all minions, and they still need to find a leader. Gwen Stacy stood beside Ronan with a vigilant face, holding Ronan's sleeves tightly with both hands. It can be seen that she is very nervous. "It seems that you are really not an ordinary high school student. You can still remain calm in this situation." At this time, a voice came from far away and slowly reached Ronan's ears. A bald man walked out from behind the group of men in suits and came close to Ronan. "Sitwell." Ronan narrowed his eyes and recognized the man in front of him at once. "You seem to know me." Sitwell was a little surprised. According to common sense, his identity is strictly confidential, and ordinary people can't recognize his existence at all. However, Ronan shook his head. "No, I don't know you. I just think that you don't look like the big boss behind the scenes. More like a big minion who works for him." Ronan glanced at Sitwell and said very calmly. To be honest, Ronan has never taken the people of Hydra seriously. Even now, they have produced the two most powerful weapons, Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch. Ronan doesn't think much of them. An organization that can only hide in the stinky ditch and dare not show its head will forget what it looks like in the sun after a long time. Really smart. If it weren't for the embarrassing situation now, I really want to absorb you into our organization. But you guessed wrong about one thing. I'm not working for a certain person, but for. Having said this, Sitwell didn't say anything else. He seemed very vigilant. Although he thought Ronan was already in his hands, he couldn't relax. Who knows if something unexpected will happen. "It seems that you must be taking me away." Ronan couldn't help but sigh. Sitwell smiled. Although he didn't answer Ronan's question, the answer was already obvious. Seeing him like this, Ronan shrugged and reached out to take out the bulletproof vests given by the gang fans. "Take off your clothes," Ronan whispered to Gwen Stacy. Huh? Gwen Stacy was stunned. "What does it mean to take off your clothes? There are so many people here. What do you want to do?" "I asked you to take off your coat and put this on." Seeing Gwen Stacy's expression, Ronan couldn't help rolling his eyes. Although he was not old, he thought a lot. Hearing this, Gwen Stacy first glanced at the bulletproof vest and then rolled her eyes at Ronan. "Can I blame me for thinking wrong? It's not that you have a problem." Although she said so, Gwen Stacy still took off her coat and put on the bulletproof vest as Ronan asked. However, when she put it on, the bulletproof vest seemed a little small. How should I put it? Gwen Stacy has a perfect figure with a thin waist and long legs. But, Ronan smacked his lips. Although he was not very old, the bulletproof vest was indeed a little small, and the key position was almost not fastened. Hearing Ronan smacking his lips, Gwen Stacy patted him lightly and put the coat back on. Sitwell just watched the two people flirting quietly. He didn't understand what Ronan meant. "Thank you for giving me so much time. But after thinking about it, I still can't go with you. Because I still have to go to class tomorrow." Ronan put one hand around Gwen Stacy's waist and smiled at Sitwell. Sitwell was stunned, but at the same time, Ronan lowered his head and glanced at Gwen Stacy. "Hold me tight, or else." Before Ronan could finish his words, Gwen Stacy directly put her arms around Ronan's neck, and the weight of her entire body was pressed on Ronan. Ronan couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Big sister, I just want you to hold me tight, not like a koala." But things have come to this point. Ronan can only make the best of a bad situation. "Goodbye, Mr. Sitwell." In Sitwell's extremely surprised eyes, Ronan put his left hand around Gwen Stacy's waist and waved his right hand gently at him. The next second, fire. At the moment, when Sitwell shouted to fire, Ronan and Gwen Stacy, who were originally standing on the ground, actually fell directly into the ground. That's right, they fell into the ground. The figures of the two continued to fall down, and before the bullets hit them, the two had disappeared. Cease fire. Search for the target. Sitwell immediately gave the order. A group of people began to look for the target, but in this empty warehouse, no matter where the person hides, they can see it clearly. So, they can't find Ronan at all. Fuck. Sitwell cursed secretly and quickly took out his mobile phone from his pocket. Bang. Just as he put the phone to his ear, a golden light directly shattered his phone. At the same time, his ear was also blown into pieces. Sitwell covered his ears and looked around with horror. Ronan was floating in the air, looking at them with a faint gaze. By the way, he also put on the Iron Man helmet with his hand. A classic scapegoat. You are surrounded by me. Seeing Ronan's figure floating in the air, Sitwell seemed to have figured something out all of a sudden, and suddenly realized it. The so-called wizard they have been pursuing has been hiding under their noses all along. It's that ordinary high school student. You are the wizard. Fire. After saying that, without giving Ronan a chance to speak, he directly ordered to open fire. Bullets continued to vent towards Ronan, and the sound of bullet shells falling to the ground formed a beautiful concerto. The flames from the missiles also illuminated the slightly dim warehouse. However, Ronan floated in the air and let them vent bullets like this. It was visible to the naked eye that all their bullets penetrated Ronan's body. The bullets penetrated Ronan's body and bounced wildly in the warehouse, forming the ricochet bullets that these gunmen feared the most. Because the bounce of ricochets is irregular. So, people hit by ricochets began to appear. In this situation, Sitwell's orders began to work less effectively, and these gunmen began to hesitate. After all, this was about their lives. Looking at the way these people stopped firing, Ronan slowly fell to the ground. It's really unfair for so many of you to fight me alone. So, let's do something fair. As soon as the voice fell, one after another, people with the same face appeared from behind Ronan. They were all Ronan. The original is showing off, but we, the clones, are in trouble. Quick battle, brothers, we have to go home and do homework after the fight. On the other side, Gwen Stacy, like a koala, experienced the most exciting roller coaster in her life. When she felt her body falling rapidly, she closed her eyes immediately. She buried her head on Ronan's shoulder. But soon, the cold night wind began to slap her body, making her shiver. Okay, you can raise your head. Well, as long as you are brave enough. Ronan's voice sounded in her ears. Raise your head? Gwen Stacy hesitated for half a second, but still believed what Ronan said, and slowly raised her head. But the next second, Gwen Stacy screamed, because she clearly saw that she and Ronan were falling rapidly from midair. The strong sense of weightlessness made her hug Ronan again. Be gentle, sister. If you use more force, you can crush me to death. Ronan couldn't help rolling his eyes and gently patted the back of Gwen Stacy's head. Gwen Stacy felt the warmth of Ronan's palm, raised her head again, and looked around. They were still falling rapidly. Come on, if you don't want to be the headline of tomorrow's front page, put this thing on. Ronan took out the omnipotent Iron Man helmet. When Gwen Stacy saw this helmet, she seemed to understand something. But Ronan just smiled at her and didn't mean to explain at all. Gwen Stacy didn't continue to ask anything. After putting on the Iron Man helmet, she found that the helmet fit her head naturally. Not loose or tight, very comfortable. She looked up again and saw that Ronan had also put on another Iron Man helmet. Let's start. Ronan chuckled and suddenly changed the posture of the two people in the air. The two people went from falling down to sprinting down. Gwen Stacy's scream rang again. However, unlike the last time, this time, the screams were filled with excitement. They were all young people, and when they encountered such exciting projects, their adrenaline would be secreted like crazy. Fortunately, the place where they were located was basically an uninhabited area. People living in this area only followed one principle at night. That is, they could not see anything, and could not hear anything. Screams? In this chaotic area, it was basically a family meal. Some people were curious and thought it was safe to hide at home, so they planned to take a look through the window. Then, they had no more. The bullet penetrated the glass directly and hit their foreheads. Most of the people who watched the excitement died. Therefore, no matter how lively the things outside were, even if Iron Man came, these people might not dare to show their faces to take a look. The two people sprinted very fast and were about to fall to the ground. Gwen Stacy couldn't help but exert a little force in her arms. This feeling was really a bit too exciting. But the imagined situation of the two people hitting the ground did not happen at all, because she clearly saw that a golden light appeared and the two people plunged into the door. As the sound of the wind passed by her ears, Gwen Stacy suddenly felt the weightlessness disappear and they seemed to be back on the ground again. Gwen Stacy looked around through the helmet and suddenly found that she was home. Gwen Stacy looked around in disbelief. She thought she was dreaming. Ronan took off his helmet and gently tapped Gwen Stacy's head, who was still immersed in disbelief. Oh no, it was the helmet. Okay, you're home safely. Go home and have dinner quickly. Ronan breathed a sigh of relief. It was the first time he was threatened, and he didn't handle it well in the middle. He will have experience next time. Next time, Ronan will definitely be more gorgeous than this time, whether it is the way he appears, or the way he leaves. Well, I hope the next time he is threatened will come soon. Ronan, are you really that Mr. Fantastic? I've seen the news. Gwen Stacy stopped asking questions very consciously halfway through, because she knew that the reason why Ronan concealed it for so long was that he didn't want others to know his identity. In this case, Gwen Stacy, who is very considerate, did not allow herself to ask more questions. Actually, I'm just the agent of Mr. Fantastic in the world. Of course, what the agent said is not in line with the actual situation. I'm just a lucky person. He taught me a little magic, but I also have to help him. As he said that, Ronan stretched out his right hand, and a tattoo-like pattern appeared on the back of his hand. The pattern flashed with a little golden light, but as Ronan wiped it with his left hand, it disappeared. Then will you be in danger? I mean, like the last time aliens invaded the Earth, if there was such a thing, would you? Oh no, it's that Mr. Fantastic. Will he appear again? Gwen Stacy's words were a little confused. Ronan couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth, and what he said just now seemed to be said in vain. However, with Gwen Stacy's IQ, such a lie could not deceive her at all. Not necessarily. Of course, who knows? Maybe Mr. Fantastic will appear again next time to help you through the crisis. Ronan shrugged, and a portal opened behind him. The meaning was obvious. Ronan was leaving. Okay, I should go, and you should go home too. Otherwise your parents will worry. Ronan glanced at the building not far away. This time he chose a position that could perfectly avoid any sight of George Stacy. He didn't want to experience the chill on his back last time again. Wait. Just as Ronan was about to enter the portal, Gwen Stacy suddenly called him. Ronan turned his head with some curiosity, and before he could say anything, a touch of warmth touched his lips. Damn. A sneak attack, right? Then, before he could react, he felt someone push him hard and pushed him directly into the portal. As the portal closed, Gwen Stacy's face turned red. She tightened the Iron Man helmet in her arms, took a deep breath, and tried to calm herself down. She must not let her parents find out, not only about today's kidnapping, but also about Ronan's situation. Bang! At this moment, Gwen Stacy heard the sound of a car door closing behind her. She turned around and froze in place, because she saw her father, George Stacy, holding his head in shock, as if he had seen an incredible scene. What the F*** CK? I woke up in the lounge of the bath center. If those people were not lying around me, I would definitely feel that I had traveled through time, because all my memories of last night disappeared. To be precise, I have no memory since the second game. I don't even remember how I went to the bath center to take a bath. Then I had a headache all day and slept until 2 in the afternoon. I'm going to watch a certain Monkeys Live broadcast to see when the God of War can be cleared. Slipping away. Chapter 122. Father-in-law wants to meet the new son-in-law? Ronan is having a romantic time here, but it's a completely different story at SHIELD. Phil Coulson sat on his plane with a bad look on his face. Since he formed this special team, he rarely stayed at the headquarters and spent more time dealing with other things. Of course, most of them are related to the things left by the aliens after the Battle of New York. At least so far. Phil, we have found what you want to find. At this time, Melinda May walked to Phil Coulson's side. Tell me about it. Phil Coulson also came back to his senses. Yesterday, the team we sent to monitor Ronan found that another group of people wanted to capture Ronan. But before they showed up, the group that wanted to capture Ronan was rescued by Spider-Man. Melinda May pressed a few buttons on the screen at hand, and Spider-Man's photo appeared on the big screen. Spider-Man? Phil Coulson had heard of this name. That's right. Maybe you don't know yet. Spider-Man is actually a high school student at Midtown High School. His real name is Peter Parker. He is one of the so-called vigilantes. He is a classmate of Ronan. Melinda May immediately pulled up a photo of Peter Parker and put it on the big screen. Perhaps for ordinary people, Spider-Man's identity is a secret. But for an organization like S.H.I.E.L.D., they only need to track Spider-Man's activities to know who he is. So, it's not a secret at all. In other words, the group was discovered by Spider-Man while tracking them. And then they were solved by coincidence? Phil Coulson couldn't help but frowned. Yes, our people also took pictures of Spider-Man knocking out the enemy. When studying Spider-Man's activities afterwards, it should be that the other party discovered that someone was following Ronan from the beginning, so they followed them and went to Ronan's home together. Melinda May nodded and played a video of Peter Parker subduing the lookout. The video clearly recorded Peter Parker's every move, especially the last punch. It's just that we don't know what happened after entering the apartment, because the camera was blocked as soon as the other party entered the apartment. Melinda May shrugged. After she finished speaking, Phil Coulson immediately thought of an organization. S.H.I.E.L.D. Our people. Because this method is so familiar. Melinda May nodded and continued. To be precise, it was another team of people who disguised themselves. You should know the thinking of some people in the bureau. We are responsible for direct questioning. If the questioning fails, they will also use this method. It's nothing more than disguising as a terrorist organization, kidnapping people, and asking about the situation at the time. Then, the other party will be discovered and rescued by the police or other law enforcement agencies by coincidence. These are all tacitly approved. This is also the consistent style of S.H.I.E.L.D. As an organization that looks like a government department on the surface, it actually has many means in private. Small means like this have almost become a routine. Of course, this kind of means exists in any department in the United States, specializing in dirty and tiring work. Therefore, the civilians who were rescued later would most likely thank the government for their rescue and forget what happened. I didn't expect them to be so unlucky and run into Spider-Man. Phil Coulson smiled, but there was a bit of bitterness in his smile. He actually didn't agree with this kind of thing. But he was just an ordinary agent, although the confidentiality level was slightly higher. But this time, some people in the bureau went too far. To be on the safe side, they even secretly kidnapped the daughter of the New York Police Commissioner, Gwen Stacy, who is also Ronan's girlfriend. After the first team's mission failed, they immediately called Ronan. Ask Ronan to come to the appointment alone. Melinda May's face remained unchanged, and it was obvious that she had become indifferent to these things. Hearing this, Phil Coulson's face changed immediately. What was the result? If they were to take Ronan away, Phil Coulson would not have reacted so much. After all, it was to obtain intelligence, and they would not harm Ronan's life. However, kidnapping another innocent person for a piece of information was really a bit too much. The result? Melinda May glanced at Phil Coulson and couldn't help but sigh after finding that he was extremely determined. For this information, the headquarters asked us not to spread it to the outside. You should understand, right? Melinda May said spread it to the outside, referring to the other 4 team members on the plane. From what she said, it was not a question of confidentiality level, but a question that some people could not know. Phil Coulson nodded, and his expression began to become serious. Seeing that he was ready, Melinda May started to play the following video. The content of the video was not long, but the picture in it was extremely terrifying. A person wearing an Iron Man helmet instantly split into countless clones, each wearing the same helmet, and even the dress was exactly the same. What's more terrifying is that when they released that terrifying magic with their hands and feet, Phil Coulson couldn't help but turn his head. This is simply a crushing. Those well-trained agents had no room to fight back at all, especially the leader Sitwell, who was directly blown away by a flash of red energy. The remaining scream. Okay. Phil Coulson sighed and planned to turn off the video. Although he was an agent who had killed many people, he really couldn't bear to watch such a scene. However, Melinda May stopped him. Soon the content of the video also solved Phil Coulson's doubts. Nick Fury, I didn't expect that the lesson I taught you last time didn't hurt you completely. This time, you actually coveted my people. Run, run. The farther the better. Try not to let me find your location. Otherwise, next time it won't be a leg, but your life. At the end of the video, an indescribable voice sounded in the video. There is no doubt that the owner is the man wearing the Iron Man helmet. After our sound analysis, the final result is that these sounds and words are not human voices at all. And the leg that the other party is talking about, I guess you also know. Although Melinda May didn't say it clearly, Phil Coulson also understood it. At that time, the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. was broken into, and Director Nick Fury was injured in one leg, but the enemy escaped unscathed. Although this matter has been declared confidential. But in fact, many people know about it. After all, many people heard the alarm sounded in Nick Fury's office. That person is the wizard that the director and his friends mentioned. It seems that our guess was correct. The child is indeed related to this wizard. Phil Coulson took a deep breath. This was his first contact with this person. Most of the previous contacts were on paper or from other people, but this time, it was enough to make Phil Coulson feel scared. This feeling is completely different from the last time he met the mythical Thor. I'm more grateful than knowing the so-called truth. Melinda May shook her head. Her icy face, that had not changed for thousands of years, also changed. Lucky? Phil Coulson was a little confused. Yes, I'm just thankful. I'm thankful that our attitude was good at that time and we didn't touch his bottom line. Otherwise, they would be our end now. Melinda May's face was also a little ugly, because this was not a difference in combat power at all. It was simply an adult beating a child. Even if they knew more fighting skills and had better weapons and equipment, they had no power to fight back. No wonder the child was so calm at the time. It turns out that he also had something to rely on. Phil Coulson remembered Ronan's performance when they asked at that time. They also found the reason for his calmness. The director also asked Tony Stark, and they did have a deal at the time. Ronan told him how to get in touch with the wizard, but Tony Stark refused to tell us. The result is the same as you thought. Melinda May talked about another thing. Of course, they would not listen to Ronan's one-sided words about this matter. Although Tony Stark's performance was within their expectations, what happened last night had proved that Ronan was not lying. At least he also had the means to summon the wizard. The headquarters told us these things, but they didn't inform us, did they? I don't think we have that privilege. So, what is our mission? Phil Coulson took a deep breath and brought the topic back on track. In S.H.I.E.L.D., once you are informed of certain things, it means you are to complete certain tasks. Phil Coulson is already familiar with this situation. Yes, we do have mission. The whole next day was another calm day. Those who should go to class went to class, and those who should go to work went to work, as if nothing had happened the night before. Especially Gwen Stacy, since she attacked Ronan last night. She didn't dare to look at Ronan straight in the eye this morning. Occasionally, when Ronan's eyes met hers, she subconsciously avoided him. That feeling made Ronan feel a little puzzled. Big sister, it was obviously you who took advantage of me. Why are you still shy? Ronan also knew that with his handsome face and the plot of being a hero saving a beautiful woman, it was normal to be kissed. After all, not everyone has such strong self-control as Ronan. When facing a succubus with such a charming figure, they can use the ultimate move of holding a girl in their arms to kill. Hey Ronan, are you free tonight? We are holding a party at home, and I want to invite you to attend. Since the last falling from the building incident, Ronan has inexplicably become an internet celebrity in school. Especially some fans of Iron Man have expressed their love for Ronan. Of course, some brainless fans think that Ronan became an internet celebrity by riding on the popularity of Tony Stark. However, the result of the matter is that Ronan is famous in school. In the past few days, people who know and don't know want to invite Ronan to their parties. It's just that their parties are too serious. No, not too serious, so Ronan basically refused. Sorry, he has promised me that he will go to my house for dinner tonight, so he doesn't have time. Before Ronan opened his mouth to refuse, another voice had already refused for him. Gwen Stacy appeared out of nowhere, naturally holding Ronan's arm, and raised her head towards the coquettish bitch in front of her. In terms of appearance, the other party can't compare with her. In terms of size, the other party is even less of a match. In terms of background, forget it, that one is even more incomparable. The very cool dressed female student glanced at Gwen Stacy, then looked at the hand holding her arm, and showed a very ugly smile. Sorry, I didn't know he had a girlfriend. After saying that, the female student turned around and left. Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth. He felt that something seemed to be wrong. He was obviously a single dog. How could he have a girlfriend inexplicably? If this matter was spread outside the school, it would be fine, but now it has come to the school. Wouldn't he be called a single noble? Thank you for helping me out. If it weren't for you, I would have a headache for a while. Ronan smiled. It's not bad to have a shield. At least you can be quiet for a while in school. Anyway, people of their age, breaking up and getting back together is normal. Since I helped you out, shouldn't you do me a favor as well? Gwen Stacy quietly pulled her hand back, but still held Ronan's sleeve. She was afraid that Ronan would run out in one step. Something is wrong. Ronan's heart skipped a beat. This tone, this expression, and this way of speaking. Ronan subconsciously felt that something was wrong. Although he was a single dog, he had never eaten pork, but he had seen pigs run, right? Although those love dramas in his previous life were already rotten, some of the details in them still taught Ronan a lot. The more it got to this point, the more wrong things seemed. However, before Ronan could speak, Gwen Stacy spoke first. My father wants to invite you to my house. Let's have dinner together. Well, tonight. Gwen Stacy directly blocked Ronan's words of refusal. I knew it. Ronan looked up at the sky, and he knew that this was not a good thing. I'm afraid I can't help. Ronan took a deep breath, as if he had already thought of the scene tonight. When he arrived at Gwen Stacy's house, his father George Stacy had already prepared a welcome meal for Ronan. AC plus AR-15 is an appetizer. Then RPG is the hardest main course. Finally, dig a hole as the final dessert. This is the necessary trilogy for a father-in-law to meet his son-in-law. More importantly, Ronan and Gwen Stacy don't have that kind of relationship. When you left last night, my dad happened to be nearby. So Gwen Stacy thought of the scene last night, and she didn't know what to say. Is it just a coincidence? This sentence is also what Ronan wanted to say. He saw you kiss me. He saw you leave through the portal. At the same time, the two people said two completely different sentences. After saying that, the two people were silent at the same time. What's going on? This time he has obviously avoided all the cameras, and avoided his father's sight, so how could he be discovered again? Since learning from the last lesson, Ronan is not like that. Ronan doesn't have that idea at all. He sent for. Well, in that case, I can only agree. Ronan took a deep breath, with a rather imposing manner. The current situation is that no matter whether he has some relationship with Gwen Stacy, the most important thing is that her father has misunderstood. If sending Gwen Stacy home last time was just suspicion, then the last time Gwen Stacy called his father and asked him to take care of Ronan, the seeds of suspicion had already taken root. Until last night, in just one day, George Stacy suffered 2 blows. His good daughter actually fell in love secretly, and the one she found was a pretty boy. Bang. Thinking of this, Ronan couldn't help but slap his forehead. Headache. Don't be nervous, my father said, just to thank you for saving his life. It's just a meal, nothing else. Seeing Ronan like this, Gwen Stacy hurriedly comforted him. It's over. It's completely over. Hearing what Gwen Stacy said, Ronan was completely desperate. This kind of words is the most terrible. If his father was furious at the beginning, Ronan would never go. The current situation is that his father must pretend that he is not angry at all and even very kind so that he can trick Ronan to go. After tricking him, he will be served a big meal. Thinking of this, Ronan couldn't help but take a breath. He wondered if he should bring the Infinity Gauntlet when he went. Otherwise, he would most likely die. Don't think so much about my dad. My dad is not that serious. Gwen Stacy looked at Ronan's fearless look and couldn't help but pat him. Ronan rolled his eyes. You, as a daughter, naturally can't feel it, but he, the fake son-in-law, is the first victim. Should he go back to Wang to ask for advice on how to deal with his father-in-law? Although he is a fake father-in-law, his life is real. If it doesn't work, he can send a clone to test it first. Beep. At this moment, the sound of a car horn interrupted the conversation between the two. Ronan looked up at the source of the voice. Phil Coulson was standing next to a bright red retro sports car, waving at him. Chapter 123. There is a traitor among you. So soon. Ronan was not surprised at all by Phil Coulson's appearance. What surprised him was that he had the courage to come to him. It seems that people who have died once are different. Ronan admired his fearless spirit. Go home first. I'll go see. Remember to tell me the time. I need to go home and get dressed. Ronan patted Gwen Stacy's arm. Anyway, he had already thought about it. If he stretched his neck, he would be stabbed. If he shrunk his neck, he would be stabbed. It would be better to make it clear. There is really nothing between me and your daughter. We just hugged, and kissed. There is really nothing else. After sending Gwen Stacy away, Ronan walked straight to the red retro sports car. Without Phil Coulson's greeting, he sat directly in the co-pilot seat and closed the door. What do you want, brother? Ronan looked at Phil Coulson helplessly. As one of Nick Fury's closest subordinates, this buddy will take over the position of director of SHIELD in the future. Of course, the director of SHIELD was a mess at that time. Nothing. I just want to confirm something with you. What happened last night? Was it you? No, it was that Mr. Fantastic who did it. Phil Coulson asked with a smile. Who else could it be? There are so many of you, and even everyone has lethal weapons. I can't do it. Ronan spread his hands and gave a very happy answer. Anyway, he asked his clone to leave a message at that time, so it didn't matter if he admitted it. How do you know it's our people? Phil Coulson was a little surprised. Please, big brother, you just finished talking to me at noon, and someone wanted to kidnap me at night. If it's not you, who else could it be? I'm not stupid, and my brain is not bad. Are you looking down on me by asking this question? Ronan sighed and looked at Phil Coulson with an idiotic look. Phil Coulson was also speechless for a while. He only thought that their shield acted strictly, but forgot that the person opposite was not a fool. No, to be precise, anyone with normal intelligence would doubt them. Well, I can only say that every organization is divided into many factions. You should understand that some things are not that simple. Phil Coulson looked at Ronan helplessly. Originally, according to his idea, he should have a good chat with Ronan. Maybe after getting to know each other, he could really get some information. But now it seems that the situation is completely different. They kidnapped Ronan and his girlfriend, and they have become villains in Ronan's eyes. And on the SHIELD side, Mr. Fantastic killed a team of them, so it is definitely impossible for them to live in harmony. So, now it is a knot that cannot be untied. He the so-called factions within you have completely bound me to that person. If I die, nothing will happen to him, but if he dies, I will die. So, I have to thank you. Ronan showed a mocking smile on his face. What do you mean? Phil Coulson's face changed. He is now very sensitive to the word death. Moreover, what Ronan said is a bit too scary, right? Looking at Phil Coulson like this, Ronan couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up in his heart. His acting talent was really overflowing. Because of your so-called other faction, I was forced to summon the wizard like Tony Stark. That's why I've been marked by him since then. Ronan stretched out his right hand, and a very complex pattern appeared on the back of his hand. The pattern flashed with golden light, and Phil Coulson couldn't help but squint his eyes. He couldn't see the content of the pattern clearly. Did you see it? This is the price of reciting that honorable name. From now on, those who recite the honorable name will become the vassal of that person. If he dies, you will also die. If you don't believe it, you can ask Tony Stark. I think he has the same symbol on his hand. Ronan retracted the back of his hand with a sneer on his face. Hearing Ronan say this, Phil Coulson opened his mouth several times to say something, but finally stopped. To a certain extent, their appearance made Ronan lose control of his own life. From this point alone, it is not easy for Ronan to sit here today. Sorry, this kind of thing. Phil Coulson was about to apologize, but Ronan, who was sitting opposite him, suddenly changed dramatically. Ronan's body, which was originally leaning on the back of the chair, straightened up, and his naturally drooping hand suddenly lifted up like a puppet. Soon, Ronan's straight back leaned back in an extremely strange posture. His limbs began to shake irregularly. Phil Coulson could clearly hear the crisp sound of various bones coming from Ronan's body. What's wrong with you? Hold on, I'll take you to the hospital right away. Phil Coulson wanted to hold Ronan down, but he didn't expect that a strong force would push him away. He was pushed heavily against the car door. There were cracks visible to the naked eye on the inside of the car door. But now Phil Coulson can no longer care about his car, because Ronan at this time is completely like a different person. Whether it is his entire temperament or the expression on his face at this time, it is completely different from before. Ronan, you. Phil Coulson swallowed his saliva, and his left hand had already touched the pistol next to him. However, Ronan began to speak in a completely different voice. Are you an agent of SHIELD? When Phil Coulson heard this voice, he was shocked. Because this voice was so familiar to him. At the end of that video, that monologue was exactly the same as the voice Ronan made now. You are that wizard? Phil Coulson took out his pistol directly, intending to give himself a sense of security. However, what he never expected was that before he could hold the pistol steadily, he immediately felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Then the pistol was in the other party's hand. Hey, you don't really think that you will pose any threat to me if you get this thing, right? At this time, Ronan showed a helpless expression and disassembled the pistol into parts in front of Phil Coulson. Well, the so-called disassembly is not disassembled in order, but according to Ronan's mood. Anyway, Phil Coulson's pistol can never be put back together. Seeing his gun turned into physical parts, Phil Coulson couldn't help but take a deep breath. Is this a human? No, that's not right. This is not a human at all. By the way, did Steve Rogers and Tony Stark really not tell you how strong I am? Although I only appeared for a few minutes, they should know how strong I am, right? Besides, I have already been to your headquarters before. And I almost broke your boss's third leg. Don't you remember it? Ronan threw away the parts and looked at the other party with a very strange expression. At this time, he was not the high school student Ronan, but the fantastic Mr. Wizard, the villain Ronan. Those young actors will never learn this kind of acting skill in their lifetime. I obviously can't interfere with the decision of the upper level. I'm just a soldier. Phil Coulson didn't know how to answer Ronan. Can he answer that his boss is sick? Obviously not. More importantly, he himself didn't understand why the top management finally decided like this. Obviously, the other party is not to be provoked at this stage. So why do you want to provoke him? Soldier? I don't think so. After all, if you are a soldier, you can't enjoy such resources. Ronan looked at Phil Coulson with a smile and told him his biggest secret. Maybe I'm lucky and I still have a chance to breathe. Phil Coulson sighed. However, he didn't know that what Ronan said was not what he said. It seems that you don't know the facts yet. Have you never doubted that there is really no problem with your return? Ronan waved his right hand lightly, and the front windshield of the car turned into a movie screen. On the screen, the scene of Phil Coulson being killed by Loki was played. Seeing such a familiar scene again, Phil Coulson couldn't help but show a bitter smile on his face. Why? I must watch these painful memories again. Phil Coulson rubbed his face and remembered the scene at that time. Even he himself couldn't figure out why he had such courage to stop Loki at that time. No, you don't understand what I mean. You were actually dead at that time. Whether it is in the physical sense or in other aspects, you are indeed dead. You now can be said to be yourself, or you can say that you are not yourself. Because someone used a very strange method to summon your soul back to this body. I don't know if you often feel that this body doesn't seem to match your will. Ronan looked at Phil Coulson with a smile and directly said what he felt most uncomfortable. That's right. In fact, since he woke up, Phil Coulson has always felt that something is wrong. But whether it is a physical examination or thinking by himself, he didn't find any problems. This made him think that he was too suspicious. But today, Ronan gave an answer that shocked him. Do you know something? Phil Coulson took a deep breath, and his tone was even a little excited. I just saw the problem with your soul. I don't know what it is specifically. If I were you, I would investigate it within S.H.I.E.L.D. There aren't many cases of resurrection like this, and the confidentiality is very high, right? In fact, the reason why Ronan said this was because he vaguely remembered that Phil Coulson wanted to retrieve his medical records at about the same time in the TV series. However, the answer he got was that his authority level was not enough. You know, Phil Coulson has level 8 authority. If he can't even see a simple medical record with level 8 authority, what secret is it? So, why are you telling me these words? Phil Coulson looked at Ronan with a complicated expression, not understanding why he was telling him these words. However, Ronan smiled when he heard this. Since your boss doesn't want me to be comfortable, then I naturally can't let him be comfortable. Let me tell you another secret. This time, the smile on Ronan's mouth became more evil. What secret? Phil Coulson looked at Ronan with some doubts. He didn't know that the other party was so kind and could tell him what secret. Last night, when I was dealing with the people from your so-called other faction, I accidentally heard a sentence they said. Hail Hydra. I think you should be very interested in this sentence. Finally, Ronan showed his true colors. You know, this sentence is even more terrifying than a bomb for the employees of S.H.I.E.L.D. If he didn't know that Ronan was not a member of Hydra, Phil Coulson would even press the alarm in the car. Of course, he couldn't beat Ronan. Besides, I didn't hear this sentence from just one person. These people shouted this sentence when they died. If they are really members of Hydra, how do you think they passed the review and infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D.? Ronan certainly knew that those people would definitely not shout this sentence before they died. However, this did not prevent Ronan from making up a story for him. All he had to do was to muddy the water and make Nick Fury suspected. What else did it have to do with him? Are you telling the truth? This time, Phil Coulson's face became extremely serious. Believe me or not, I've already said it to you. Now, I've said what I should say. Remember to send this little brother of mine to his home. After saying that, Ronan did not wait for Phil Coulson to say anything, and once again transformed at the beginning. As the transformation ended, Ronan turned back into the incomparably pure boy before. Ronan looked at Phil Coulson helplessly and shrugged. Now, you should believe what I said, right? Phil Coulson didn't know how to answer this. After all, the other one also dropped a big bomb on him before leaving. Okay, since he has also shown it to you clearly, I won't say much. Let's go. Send me home. Just consider it as your reward for knowing such a big secret. Tonight, I'm very busy. After seeing Ronan off, Phil Coulson also returned to his plane. Now his team is a team he carefully selected, which is very much in line with his heart. The only thing that made him feel abnormal was his body. Especially the words that Ronan said to him a few hours ago. Hydra, resurrection from the dead. Almost every one of them is a huge bomb. No matter which one, Phil Coulson felt a little overwhelmed. Thinking of this, Phil Coulson suddenly remembered another sentence Ronan said before. He picked up his mobile phone and pressed a number. The number was quickly dialed, and Phil Coulson took a deep breath and stated his request. After verifying his identity and saying his password, Phil Coulson got an answer he couldn't think of. Sorry, sir, you don't have the right to view this document. This answer made Phil Coulson think of what Ronan said again. I have level 8 authority, are you sure? He repeated it again. This is level 8 authority. In the entire S.H.I.E.L.D., basically few people have such secrets. If this authority cannot see the file, then there is only sorry, sir, your registration authority cannot view it. After getting the same answer again, Phil Coulson rejected the other party's request to Nick Fury and hung up the phone silently. The result is obvious. This information can only be viewed by people at the director level. In other words, there are more things in his medical records than he thought. What happened here? More importantly, why did Ronan know so clearly? Thinking of this, Phil Coulson took a deep breath and leaned back heavily on the chair. What secrets are hidden here? Is it true that he really came back to life as Ronan said? He couldn't help but start to try to recall his life on the island at that time, trying to think of every bit of it. However, to his regret, apart from being able to remember that it was a very beautiful place, he could no longer remember anything else. The more he thought about it, the more headache he had. Until he couldn't help but shout out, "What's wrong, Phil?" At this time, Melinda May came to his room after hearing the sound. Phil Coulson took a deep breath and gave Melinda May a forced smile. "Nothing, I just have a little." At this moment, Phil Coulson suddenly found that there were some more symbols on the paper on his right hand side. He had never seen these symbols before, and he couldn't understand them at all. Where did they come from? What? Melinda May frowned. This is not like the usual Phil Coulson. "Oh, nothing, just a little headache. Thank you." Phil Coulson smiled, as if to send him away. Melinda May looked at him deeply, but she didn't bother to do anything. She just said to him to take more rest, and then closed the door, and prepared to leave. "By the way, Melinda, did anyone come to my room when I left?" At this time, Phil Coulson suddenly asked such a question. Melinda May, who was about to leave, paused, looked at Phil Coulson strangely, but finally shook her head. "No." Hearing this answer, Phil Coulson smiled and nodded. When Melinda May's footsteps gradually faded away, Phil Coulson picked up the paper on the table and read it carefully. Not only did he not recognize the symbols on it, but he was sure that these things definitely did not exist in his memory. And according to Melinda May, no outsiders came to her room, and she definitely did not draw these things when she sat down. In other words, did she draw these symbols inadvertently? Thinking of this, Phil Coulson's face became even uglier. He picked up the phone and couldn't help but want to call Nick Fury. However, he suddenly remembered the words in the car. If they are all Hydra, how did they sneak into S.H.I.E.L.D., which has such strict screening? This sentence has become Phil Coulson's nightmare. He knows exactly how strict S.H.I.E.L.D. screening is. Even people with a clean background need to be screened several times before they can join S.H.I.E.L.D. If Mr. Fantastic lead, then everything makes sense. But why would he lie to himself? With that person's ability, neither he nor S.H.I.E.L.D. could stop him. So why did he do this? Or, was he telling the truth? If all these words were true, Phil Coulson couldn't help but think about it. Has S.H.I.E.L.D. become a sieve now? In this case, who exactly is Nick Fury, the director? Thinking of this, Phil Coulson even stood up from his chair. He didn't dare to think about it any further. If Nick Fury has a problem, who can he trust in S.H.I.E.L.D. now? Phil Coulson took a deep breath, and he couldn't help but take out his mobile phone and wanted to call someone. But after thinking for a long time, he didn't know who to ask about this. Even the most basic intelligence, he didn't dare to ask. Because once it is exposed, this secret may be buried underground forever. Thinking of this, Phil Coulson put down his mobile phone and looked outside his room. There are 5 more team members on this plane. Should he trust everyone here? Phil Coulson didn't know. However, what he knew was that these people were handpicked by him. Whether there were any problems or not was up to him to decide. Therefore, the first thing he had to do was to check whether the people on his plane were trustworthy. He believed that his own strength was definitely not as good as the strength of a team. At least that was the case in his opinion. At this time, on the other side of New York, there was a person who was as entangled as Phil Coulson. Ronan was standing at the door of Gwen Stacy's house, looking at Gwen Stacy's parents with embarrassment on his face. Her mother was very kind and kept looking at Ronan with a smile. However, her father, George Stacy, looked at him with a look that Ronan could not understand at all. That night, the familiar chilly feeling on his back appeared again. Chapter 124 You are under arrest. Hello, Auntie. Hello, Uncle. Ronan looked at the 2 middle-aged men and women in front of him and couldn't help showing a very awkward smile on his face. It's not that he wanted to smile like this, but his face was a little stiff. You know, this is the first time Ronan has met the so-called father-in-law in his past and present lives. It would be strange if he wasn't nervous. Ronan, I always heard Gwen mention you. When I saw you today, you are really handsome. Gwen's mother looked at Ronan with a smile, just like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. To be honest, if Ronan's face is put outside, any woman will be confused. It can be said that this face can kill almost all women. Mom, when did I mention him? Gwen Stacy on the side couldn't help but curl her lips. She obviously didn't mention it a few times, except when she was sent home last time and talked to her father last night. There is no other. Although you haven't mentioned it many times, I have seen it many times. Young man, I have heard a lot about you. George Stacy stared at Ronan with a faint smile on his face. As the chief of the New York Police Department, he must know more than ordinary people. He also knows more news. Well, I just don't know if I'm a good person or a bad person in the rumors. Ronan sighed. As expected, handsome people are prone to gossip. With such a handsome face, he will indeed arouse the jealousy of many people, and there will be more rumors. Who knows how those people who are jealous of him in school will make up about him. Dad, do you have to ask here? When the guests come to your house, do you block them at the door? Gwen Stacy took Ronan's arm, symbolizing that she and Ronan are on the same side. And her action also made George Stacy want to roll his eyes. My heart is cold. How come the little cotton padded jacket that I have raised for so many years has started to turn its elbow outward? You were like this some time ago. Yes, Gwen is right. It's unreasonable to wait at the door when a guest comes. Come on, Ronan, come in and warm up. Gwen's mother glared at her husband, then smiled and led Ronan into the house. After entering the house, it was obviously much warmer. However, the feeling of chill on the back still did not disappear. As a mage with outstanding perception, Ronan can always feel things that ordinary people can't feel. For example, George Stacy's knife-like eyes. The look that the father-in-law looks at his son-in-law more and more unaccustomed to. Completely different from George Stacy. Gwen's mother is more fond of Ronan. Completely different from those family dramas in the previous life. Gwen's mother not only did not ask Ronan about his family conditions, but also did not ask what his parents did for a living. Even George Stacy never asked these things. Of course, with his position, he might have found out Ronan's background a long time ago. Several people sat at the dining table, and a lot of food was already prepared on the table. I have to say that Gwen's mother's cooking skills are really good. Every dish looks very appetizing. There are even several dishes that Ronan likes very much. Come, try my cooking skills. Gwen told me about the dishes you like. Try it and see if it suits your taste. Hearing this, Ronan nodded, but his eyes also looked at Gwen Stacy. He has never told Gwen Stacy about this. In other words, this is most likely the result of Gwen Stacy's secret observation. I can't tell that this little girl has been secretly in love with me for so long. Ronan raised his eyebrows at Gwen Stacy. Gwen Stacy rolled her eyes at him, pretending not to know what Ronan meant by this look. Instead, she gave Ronan a look that said eat yours quickly. However, their eye contact did not escape George Stacy's eyes. He pulled the corners of his mouth and couldn't help coughing twice, interrupting the secret communication between the two. I heard that you and Tony Stark seem to know each other. Are you two familiar with each other? George Stacy directed Ronan's gaze to this side. Tony Stark. Familiar. I play with him every day. Oh, not playing with him, but playing with him. Don't get the wrong meaning. Of course, Ronan didn't dare to speak out his true feelings, otherwise he would be in trouble. Who is Tony Stark? A rich man and playboy who is well known to the people of New York and even the entire American people. He is even a superhero. Reminiscent of what Gwen Stacy once told her, George Stacy saw her leave through the portal with her own eyes. Why did he bring up this matter? No, I'm not familiar with him at all. I've only met him once, and it was at that interview. Ronan gave the answer immediately. Does George Stacy mind the so-called superhero identity? I guess he does. But is Ronan a superhero? The answer is no. For so long, there has not been a superhero named Ronan in New York or even in America. As for what is the relationship between Mr. Fantastic and Ronan, Therefore, the only thing George Stacy cares about is definitely Tony Stark's identity as a playboy. If Ronan dares to say that he is very familiar with Tony Stark, then maybe George Stacy can really take out a spray gun from under the table and let Ronan follow the old path of a certain Kennedy. It's a big brain hole. Well, it's best not to communicate with him too much. George Stacy nodded, and his eyes softened when he looked at Ronan. As long as you don't communicate too much with this playboy, you have passed the first level. Let's eat. We'll talk after dinner. I don't know why, since asking this question, George Stacy didn't ask anything else. His purpose seemed to be to interrupt the eye contact between the two. There was no sword light and shadow on the dinner table, but it was more like a warm family dinner. At this time, the topic was dominated by Gwen Stacy's mother. Obviously, they had done their homework before and asked about Ronan's family situation. For Ronan's family situation, they had been carefully avoiding it, fearing that it would have some impact on Ronan. Ronan felt warm in his heart about this. Although he didn't mind these things, nor did he mind others mentioning this matter. But when the other party chooses to avoid these questions in front of you, it means that the other party really respects you. The atmosphere at the dinner table was very pleasant. George Stacy changed from the Schwarzenegger with machine guns in both hands and full of tendons to a kind father. After dinner, Gwen's mother took the initiative to drive Ronan away and let him be alone with George Stacy for a while. Ronan knew that this was a typical time for the father-in-law and son-in-law to talk alone. Sure enough, George Stacy patted Ronan on the shoulder, and the two walked to the balcony together. George Stacy took a cigarette from the cigarette box and handed it to Ronan, looking very normal. Ronan's eyelids twitched. Another trap. If Ronan took it, he would be fooled. Fortunately, Ronan didn't smoke either, and immediately reached out to refuse. I don't smoke. After hearing Ronan's answer, George Stacy didn't show any expression, but just quietly took back his hand and lit the cigarette. Seeing George Stacy like this, Ronan probably knew that the final heart-to-heart session was about to begin. Soon, when George Stacy took the second puff of the cigarette, he spoke. Although I don't know what your true identity is, but I have to thank you very much for what happened last night. If it weren't for you, I can't imagine what Gwen would have to go through. George Stacy leaned on the balcony railing with his hands, looking at the sky in the distance. It seems that he is really scared. In fact, the reason why Gwen suffered all this is because of me. I should do this. Ronan sighed. In fact, this matter was all because of him. Gwen Stacy just suffered an unexpected disaster. When he started to make this plan, he didn't take Gwen Stacy into account at all. Because before that, the two were just ordinary classmates. But who would have thought that these people from S.H.I.E.L.D. actually regarded Gwen Stacy as Ronan's girlfriend? Although Ronan is not a saint, he cannot just ignore someone who has helped him. Can you tell me what happened? George Stacy looked at Ronan. Ronan pursed his lips, but finally shook his head. Sorry, I don't want to lie to you, so I won't say some lies. But I still have to tell you something about my relationship with Gwen. Ronan sighed, and he found an opportunity to tell the truth. George Stacy glanced at him and suddenly smiled. What you want to say is that you and Gwen are not boyfriend and girlfriend, but ordinary friends, right? Hearing this, Ronan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. You know it, right? He didn't expect that George Stacy knew about it. Of course I know. I'm Gwen's father. As a father, how can I not care about my daughter's life? Although I don't say some things, it doesn't mean I don't know. George Stacy showed an unfathomable smile. Yes. As a father, how could he not care about his daughter? If Ronan and Gwen Stacy were really in love, how could he not know? Just ask a few classmates in school and you will basically know what is going on. So, he knew it from the beginning. Then why did you invite me here? Gwen and I? Ronan asked with some confusion. This is also the point he can't figure out the most. Since he knows that the two people have nothing to do, what is the purpose of today's incident? I invited you here, on the one hand, to thank you for saving my life. On the other hand, I want to see who kidnapped my daughter. When he said this, the smile on George Stacy's face disappeared completely. Instead, it was replaced by the anger of a father. Ronan narrowed his eyes. It seems that he really underestimated the sense of responsibility of a father. No, it should be said that a father in a high position Obviously, George Stas's target has always been not Ronan at all, but the group of people following Ronan. Did you see that car? George Stassi looked at the other side of the street. Ah, I saw it. They have been following me for a long time. Ronan nodded. How could he not know about the people following him? It's just that he has never paid attention to them. They parked their car there as soon as you entered the door, which means that the other party's target is you. Not only that, since last night, I found that someone has been following Gwen during the day. So, do you mind if I see your amazing magic? I want to talk to them. George Stassi smiled at Ronan. Ronan also smiled. In the car on the other side, two agents, a man and a woman, seemed to be discussing something. Ronan also knew these two people, Grant Ward and Sky. The former is a SHIELD agent. No, it should be said that he is a Hydra agent who joined Phil Coulson's team. The latter has a bigger background, but now he is just an ordinary hacker. Oh, no, it should be said that he is a hacker who grows up and down. I checked all of Ronan's information and found nothing unusual. From the time he was born until this year, he has been what people call someone else's child. Why do we have to follow him? Sky was confused about Phil Coulson's order. Mr. Fantastic, do you know? It is said that he is related to Mr. Fantastic. And, are you sure there is nothing wrong with his resume? Grant Ward asked again. As an agent, whether he is an agent of SHIELD or an agent of Hydra, he firmly believes that things are not that simple. Otherwise, he would not have received orders from both sides to monitor a 16-year-old child. I have checked all of his information, including his adoptive mother, Yaogu. That's how Oriental people are called. They have no problems. I even found out that his adoptive mother lives in the East all year round and only comes to New York to see him occasionally. He doesn't have many friends usually, only one. Spider-Man is considered his friend. Is it because he is related to Mr. Fantastic? Sky looked at Ronan's information, and when she turned to Spider-Man, she obviously hesitated. According to Phil Coulson, this name is one on the list. The list records people with superpowers. So, our mission is to protect him. What happened yesterday, no one wants to see a second time. Grant Ward was talking about the elimination of a SHIELD team last night. Among them, Phil Coulson's friend Sitwell also died last night. Then we follow to the home of the New York Police Commissioner. What if we are discovered? Then wouldn't it be? Just as Sky said this, a figure suddenly appeared at their window. Dong dong dong. The car window knocked. The person who appeared was George Stassi, who they were discussing. Walter? Just as Sky was surprised, the window of the cab slowly opened. Grant, why did you open the window? Sky couldn't help asking. No, I didn't open the window at all. But it was useless to say anything now. They had been discovered by George Stassi, so they could only deal with it as it came. Hey, hello. Is there anything I can help you with? Sky smiled brightly first. I see you have been sitting here for half an hour. Don't you want to go in and sit for a while? It's so cold. It must be very tiring to wait outside, right? George Stassi looked at the two people with a smile and made a sincere invitation. However, for his sincere invitation, Grant Ward and Sky could only refuse awkwardly. Excuse me, sir, I don't understand what you mean. We didn't. However, before Grant Ward finished speaking, a pistol was pointed at his forehead. Feeling the coldness from the muzzle of the pistol, Grant Ward immediately raised his hands. Hey sir, calm down. We didn't invade your room, nor did we. But before Grant Ward finished speaking, he was interrupted by George Stassi. Do you think a police chief can't see how long you have been waiting here? If you dare to make one more move, 3 teams of special police will surround you immediately. If you are not afraid of death, just get out of the car honestly. George Stassi tilted his head and motioned them to get out of the car. At this time, Grant Ward found that a laser had been aimed at his chest. If he dared to move, he would definitely become a corpse. Grant, I think we should consider this gentleman's invitation again. Going to the house to warm up is also a good choice. Sky on the co-pilot also slowly raised her hands, because she also clearly saw that several red spots had been aimed at her vital points. It can be seen that George Stassi's words just now were not threatening them. He was telling the truth. Seeing such a scene, Grant Ward could only slowly open the door and walk out of the car. Sky next to him also made the same move. During this process, the two people kept their hands raised throughout the whole process except for opening the car door. You know, if they dare to make any unnecessary movements, these policemen will definitely shoot. After all, monitoring the chief of the police station is illegal in itself. At this time, footsteps sounded behind them. The target they were monitoring, Ronan, was slowly walking out behind them. Didn't Phil Coulson tell you? Do you need to use your brains? Obviously, these two didn't use their brains. They not only underestimated Ronan, but also George Stacy. As the New York Police Commissioner, if he wasn't smart, he would have died countless times. As George Stacy tilted his head, the two teams of SWAT he mentioned immediately appeared from all directions and handcuffed the two men. Although Grant Ward kept saying that they had no ill intentions. However, for George Stacy, he would lock them up first. Hey, can't you say something for us? I heard that you know Phil. Sky was talking to Ronan while being handcuffed. Obviously, she wanted Ronan to help. I clearly told Phil not to send anyone to approach me again. But he still did it. You followed me all the way, and I didn't pay any attention to you at all. But you touched George's bottom line. Ronan shrugged. This matter had nothing to do with him. Ronan didn't want to bother with them, but who made George Stacy angry? Her daughter was kidnapped by you, Shield. So why don't you let her vent her anger? It just so happened that the two of you were eager to become a breakthrough point for her. So what else can I do? Squeak. At this moment, a black car stopped straight on the side of the road, and the sound of brakes resounded through the night sky. Phil Coulson and Melinda May quickly got out of the car and walked straight to George Stacy's side. Chief Stacy, these two are my agents. Is there any misunderstanding? Phil Coulson tried his best to prevent this from happening. When George Stacy appeared in front of Grant Ward and others, Sky pressed the contact button, which represented an emergency signal. So Phil Coulson and Melinda May came to the scene as quickly as possible. Sorry, this is not a misunderstanding. This New York resident called the police and said that someone was following him, so I called the SWAT team. After the SWAT team's investigation, they have been here for more than half an hour, and these are the evidence. George Stacy picked up Sky's computer, which also showed the specific information of Ronan and George Stacy. It seems that she only remembered to send a distress signal and forgot to turn off these things. Ronan shrugged. Yes, he is the New York resident. Now, I find that they are not only following this New York resident, but also secretly investigating the commissioner of the New York Police Department. As citizens of the United States, the law protects our personal privacy from being disclosed, and they are secretly investigating public officials. I think they have a secret. Obviously, George Stacy is not going to let them go so easily. In the United States, people attach great importance to their personal privacy. Let alone following. If there is no conclusive evidence to prove Ronan's guilt, then their behavior of following Ronan is problematic. In addition, George Stacy, the commissioner of the New York Police Department, is also being investigated by them. This matter is definitely not a small matter. Chief Stacy, I think you misunderstood. We just received an order to protect Ronan. After all, you must have heard about what happened last night. Phil Coulson changed the nature of the matter. Changing the matter from surveillance to protection completely changed the meaning. How dare you mention what happened last night to me? If it weren't for the fact that my daughter was not seriously injured, none of you agents would be able to escape today. After hearing what Phil Coulson said, George Stacy's face immediately became gloomy. You know, his daughter was attacked last night, and until now, the so-called Shield has not given him a reply. Sorry, we don't think so about this matter. But the matter has not been finalized yet. Please stay calm. There was no other way. Phil Coulson could only keep apologizing. If they had a way to escape, that would be fine, and they could find Nick Fury afterwards and get the pardon. But now, with only him and Melinda May, they could definitely escape from the hands of two well-trained special police teams. But bullets don't have eyes. If something happened, it would confirm their problem. After all, if there was no problem, why would you run? No matter what, they belong to me today. Take them back and lock them up. George Stacy shouted to the SWAT officers, and they immediately took Grant Ward and Sky away. Melinda May was about to step forward to stop them, but was stopped by Phil Coulson. She looked at him in confusion. However, Phil Coulson shook his head at him. The New York Police Department had sufficient reasons to take Grant Warden's guy away. If a conflict really occurred here, the consequences would be disastrous. At that time, it would not be a matter of whether Nick Fury could save them. As an agent, you actually attacked the police, and you were at fault first. No matter which one it was, it would be enough for them to get into trouble. Therefore, Phil Coulson and Melinda May could only watch them being taken away. You have two choices now. Either go to your leader to issue a pardon and hope that he can pass my boss's test, or you hand over the person who kidnapped my daughter. American justice protects every American citizen, and your so-called duty can never be used as a means of getting away with your crime. After saying this, George Stacy put away his pistol, patted Ronan on the shoulder, and the two walked back. And Phil Coulson could only watch all this happen. There was no way to stop it. What should I do? Is there any other way to rescue them? Melinda May also knew that the first way might not work, but the second way would definitely not work. Sitwell, who was responsible for the kidnapping, was already dead, and it was impossible to hand him over. Going up one level, that was even more impossible. Therefore, the most likely outcome was to sacrifice Grant Warden's guy. When she thought of this, Melinda May couldn't help herself. After all, there was her lover in it. Go back to the plane. I need to contact headquarters. Ronan didn't intend to ask about the fate of these two people. The reason was very simple. Since George Stacy dared to arrest them, there was naturally room for maneuver. More importantly, it was normal for a father to want to vent his anger for his daughter. As for the result, Ronan left it to George Stacy. After resolving the matter, the two returned home, as if nothing had happened. But soon, Ronan said goodbye. Although Ronan had confessed his relationship with Gwen Stacy, George Stacy still drove Ronan to the door of his house in person. After Ronan got out of the car, George Stacy rolled down the window and said something to him. Thank you, Ronan. No matter what the cause of the incident was, you didn't let me lose the opportunity to be a father. Of course, I will trouble you to take care of Gwen in the future. After saying that, George Stacy even winked at Ronan very playfully and then stepped on the accelerator, not giving Ronan a chance to reply. As a father, how could he not see what his daughter meant? Similarly, he also saw that Ronan didn't mean that. At least, he hasn't shown it yet. But what will the future of young people be like? So, Ronan, who was standing on the street inexplicably, became the victim of the Riddler. Let's be a victim. Anyway, Ronan has been a victim for a day, so it doesn't matter if he does it for a while. After struggling all night, he can finally take a good rest. Ronan returned home and took off all his restraints and changed into comfortable pajamas. The homework was neatly placed on the table and had been completely done. Seeing this, Ronan still smacked his lips. Next time I have to tell my clone to remember to put the homework in the school bag. What if I forget to bring it the next day? Wouldn't that be a big loss? After silently finishing the homework, Ronan poured himself a cup of hot cocoa and leaned comfortably on the sofa. Oh, it's so good to have no homework. Let's watch the live broadcast first. It's still his favorite anchor. Last year, the anchor fought with the Valkyrie for nearly 10 hours. Almost crazy. According to rumors, this year, he had a fight with another Valkyrie, which was Ronan's favorite part of the night. Especially the one he saw a few days ago. Thor's blood in the game was full of cheese sauce, which made Ronan think of Thor in Avengers 4. So similar. 4 hours later, the anchor was still fighting wits and courage with the Valkyrie, with no intention of reconciliation. Ronan had also fallen asleep in a daze. He seemed to have had a very long dream. In the dream, he also began to transform into a warrior and fought a battle with the Valkyrie. The fighting power between the two was similar, so the battle scene was so dark that the sky was dark and the sun and moon were dim. Even the sky and the earth were shaking, and the whole world was shaking violently. Just when Ronan had beaten the Valkyrie to a residual blood and was about to kill the Valkyrie and press R3 for the final blow, a phone call directly woke Ronan up from his dream, which was not a nightmare. Ronan picked up the phone in a hurry. The anchor on TV was already unconscious and started talking nonsense. Hello. Ronan answered the phone. The king's voice soon rang out from the other end of the line. Don't sleep. Master Ancient One asked me to tell you that what we promised in Asgard is about to begin. I watched the game a little late. I don't know if it's cold on the rooftop tonight. Anyway, I'm quite warm at home. Hahaha. Chapter 125. Did you dream of Dormammu? You can't imagine how uncomfortable it is when a person wakes up from sleep, gets angry, but can't lose his temper. Because there is no need for Wang to remind him, Ronan can feel that there is a problem the moment he wakes up. The legendary 9 realms have begun to merge. This is a very mysterious feeling. It is basically difficult for ordinary people to perceive the seriousness of the problem. Once the 9 realms merge, it means that the Dark Elves are not far away. In this confused state, Ronan, wearing pajamas, directly came to Kamataj through a portal. The moment he stepped out of the door, his feet almost softened, and he fell to the ground. This is Kamataj, and the temperature is much colder than New York. Just wearing Ronan's pajamas and going out, even if he has a good physical fitness, he will definitely catch a cold in less than half an hour. Although he is a mage can't prevent colds. Hey, what are you wearing? Seeing Ronan suddenly appear, Mordo in the square couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Although he didn't smile, and even his expression was a little serious, for some reason, Ronan seemed to see the corners of his mouth twitching constantly. In order to maintain his image of an iceberg man, Mordo was really cruel to himself. No way, I'm young and healthy. We old New Yorkers always do this early in the morning. It's very authentic. I have to shout a lot. Ronan patted his chest, and a cold wind blew over, almost taking him away directly. In this situation, Ronan didn't want to show his voice. He directly summoned his black cloak from the space ring and wrapped himself tightly. Well, the best decision I made at the beginning was to add velvet to the cloak. It seems that you New Yorkers are different, and your brain circuits are different. I heard that you have been tempted recently. Juan came from the other side. He was different from Mordo, and his mouth was almost grinning to the back of his head. He looked like a villain who had succeeded. Ronan couldn't stand this kind of people the most, especially those who dared to laugh at him. So, you called me here so anxiously, is this why? Ronan narrowed his eyes. He seriously suspected that Juan was taking revenge. Now the 9 realms have indeed begun to merge, but isn't it the most necessary time to take action? More importantly, Juan asked him to ask if Ronan had fallen in love recently. What else could it be? You are a person who claims to be a single noble for life. How come you are in love? Iron tree blossoms? Juan raised his eyebrows and looked at Ronan with a playful face. You know, when he was in love, Ronan's face was too hateful. Now, Juan finally found an opportunity. When did I say I was in love? Besides, even if I was in love, it was called the beginning of love. Iron tree blossoms describes old people like you. Ronan patted Wang's shoulder, smacked his lips and shook his head. He was just short of engraving the words "you are really uneducated" on his forehead. Fuck, you are the old man. I'm a middle-aged man with a strong body, and I'm at my best age. After many days, Wang once again felt the unique and weird charm from Ronan. Don't mess with me. Don't mess with me. Okay, don't say anything. Master Ancient One wants to see you. Going quickly, I'm going to train the apprentice mages. Juan directly stopped Ronan from talking, because he knew that, if he let Ronan talk again, he would probably not be in a good mood for the whole day. So, after saying this, he turned around and walked away without any hesitation. Seeing Wang's walking speed that was almost catching up with a trot, Ronan couldn't help smacking his lips. This is not fun. Why are you walking so fast? After sending Wang away, Ronan looked at Mordo. It's a pity that Mordo is too calm and has no intention of taking the fight. He just silently picked up a short stick from the weapon rack and waved to the 2 apprentice mages who were fighting next to him. Come on, I'll fight you. Seeing Mordo's bullying look, Ronan couldn't help but curl his lips. Ha, there is no one who can fight. After defeating the 2 powerful enemies, Ronan finally raised his foot and walked into the Supreme Temple. As soon as he entered the door, Ronan finally felt the warmth of spring. It was still the familiar old position, and the familiar people. Guyi was still sitting there drinking tea silently, but this time there seemed to be a little teasing on her face. Ronan seemed to have seen nothing about the teasing on Guyi's face, and sat opposite Guyi while whistling. Is this called bullying the weak and fearing the strong? No, this is called seeking benefits and avoiding harm. Do you know what the correct use of idioms is? It seems that you have been enjoying your student life recently. Guyi put down the tea, and his words seemed to be meaningful. I'm a student. What can I do if I don't enjoy my student life? You can't let me take over right away, so I can only be a high school student silently. Ronan simply pretended not to understand what Guyi meant, took the tea brought by the maid, and drank the tea silently. Well, drink tea, drink tea. Just treat all kinds of teasing as a gust of wind. It will only train your mentality and strengthen your will. Ronan has a lot of experience in this regard. Since you want to take over so much, why don't you be the Supreme Sorcerer starting tomorrow? Ancient One said with a smile. Ronan didn't hold the teacup steady and almost gave his younger brother a bathing ticket. We can joke around, but we can't be serious. Forget it, teacher. I still prefer my student identity. Everyone in New York is talented. There is nothing they can't do, except what you can't think of. Ronan quickly wiped the corner of his mouth and put the teacup on the table. No, from now on, I can't continue to joke with Ancient One. In the past, when joking, Ancient One would say that the time is not right, and when you are ready, this position will be yours. But today, she suddenly changed the words. Who can stand this? Really? I can give you the position at any time, if you are ready, then. Ancient One's eyes were full of smiles. Ronan quickly stretched out his hands and made a stop gesture. He didn't dare to let Ancient One continue to speak. Okay, teacher, I was wrong. I shouldn't pretend. Let's talk about the unification of the 9 realms. After all, this is the most important thing at the moment. Ronan quickly changed the subject. Because the more he listened to Guyi's words, the less he seemed to be joking. Could it be that he wanted to play it for real? No, there is no rush for the unification of the 9 realms. Thor hasn't arrived yet, which means that things haven't reached the worst time. Let's talk about your girlfriend. Guyi took a sip of tea and talked about the topic that Ronan didn't want to talk about the most. Girlfriend? No, he doesn't have a girlfriend. Teacher, why are you so gossipy now like Wang? Ronan looked at Guyi helplessly. Although you understand gossip, this gossip is not the same as that gossip. This is about caring about your lifelong event. As your teacher, is it wrong for me to care about this? At this time, Guyi looked like those parents urging their children to get married. If Ronan was older, she would urge him to get married, but Ronan is only 16 years old now, and he will be 17 in 3 months. Why are you so anxious? Teacher, didn't you say that the Supreme Sorcerer is not allowed to get married? And even if you get married, it's best not to find an ordinary person, because people from 2 worlds can't get together after all. Ronan resisted the urge to roll his eyes and found the most powerful reason. This is a convention. The law of the ancestors. We have never had a rule in Kamatage that prohibits the Supreme Sorcerer from getting married and having children. And your second worry is not true. Although she is an ordinary person now, it doesn't mean that she will be an ordinary person in the future. If possible, you can even bring her to Kamatage. The Ancient One denied Ronan's 2 biggest reasons in a row. This made Ronan a little confused. The former is fine. There are indeed Supreme Sorcerers who have been married and have their own children. But what does the latter mean? Teacher, Gwen has the talent of a wizard? Ronan couldn't help asking. In fact, everyone has some talent as a mage, but not everyone is suitable to be a mage. Talent is not the only criterion, it also includes many factors. Although we in Kamatage have always emphasized the word fate, only those who take the initiative to find this place will be accepted into the sect and become a member of Kamatage. But, I can give you a privilege. When he said the last sentence, Guyi even winked at Ronan. At this moment, Ronan was even more confused. What do you mean by giving me a privilege? Let me put it this way, the girl does have the talent of a mage, and the talent is not bad. Although she may not be able to reach the level of Wang and Mordo in the end, it is still no problem for her to guard a temple. So, aren't you going to invite her to Kamatage to have a look? After all, you have met her parents. Guyi said with a smile. At this moment, Ronan covered his face. He had an urge to run away. Teacher, Teacher, I just went to someone's house to have a meal. Why are you jealous? Besides, the father invited me just to trick the shield people out. How did this become meeting the parents of both parties? No, 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 teacher, don't break the rules of camotage for me. I don't want to be called a rule breaker. Ronan waved his hands repeatedly. This was the last reason he could think of. The ancestral law cannot be changed, teacher. No, I'll tell you one more thing about the Supreme Sorcerer now. That is, every Supreme Sorcerer can modify the rules, as long as he wants. Ancient One gave Ronan a reassuring look. Her meaning was already very clear. My great camotage has its own national conditions. To put it simply, Ancient One said it. This last sentence was like a silencing spell directly released to Ronan, and he couldn't say a word. What else could he say? There was no reason. Don't have too much psychological pressure. Her parents invited you to dinner, and as a return gift, we naturally have to invite her to dinner. Isn't this the most basic courtesy? Ancient One said this, as if to reassure Ronan. However, this made Ronan even more puzzled. Teacher, inviting her to camotage, isn't that a good idea? Didn't you say that the mages of our camotage must conceal their identities and cannot be known by others? Otherwise, it will cause unexpected accidents. Ronan scratched his head, and at this time he really had nothing to do but scratch his head. Why do I always feel that something is wrong? However, at this time, Guyi put down the teacup he had been holding, and his smile became even bigger. Ronan, remember what I told you? Rules can never bind you, and you should never be bound by rules. Everything you did in New York, including when the Chitta invaded the Earth, I asked you to help. Or to warn SHIELD and the man named Tony Stark. Are these also to hide the identity of our camotage? Guyi looked at Ronan and said some of the things she had asked Ronan to do before. These things seemed to be fine, but when they were all put together, they seemed to be wrong again. You are not bound by the rules, so you must not be bound by these so-called rules. Although this sentence sounds difficult to understand, I still say that, as the only one, no matter what you do, you don't need to consider any of our camotage's rules. Because you are the most special one. These words, Ancient One has actually said more than once. At first Ronan didn't understand, but later on and slowly understood what it meant. Until today, Ancient One has added a new interpretation to this meaning. It can be said that this has almost given Ronan all the power. Thinking of this, Ronan couldn't help but sigh. Ancient One is not untying him, but adding burdens to him. Ronan knows that freedom without constraints is ultimately the way to bring disaster to himself. The so-called freedom does not mean that you can be lawless, but that you can act without following the rules. Everything is not that simple. So, it still comes back to that sentence. To do anything, I just need to rely on my heart, right? Ronan looked up at Ancient One. At this time, the smile on Ancient One's face became even brighter. Okay, you've understood the truth of the matter. Invite her to visit Camotage this weekend. Don't worry about your true identity. This child is more mature than you think. Ancient One patted Ronan on the shoulder and continued. Go change your clothes. The Rainbow Bridge is on the way. It's time for you to show up. London, England. It was noon in London at this time. In the cold winter, London, known as the Fog City, has formed a layer of haze in the sky. The whole city looks foggy, and there is a faint thunder coming from the clouds. Ronan stepped out of the secret door and took a look around. At this time, he had changed into another set of clothes and put on the very familiar Iron Man helmet on his face. As soon as he came out, he saw a very familiar man and woman slapping each other on the street. Oh, it shouldn't be said to be each other, but the woman was simply slapping the man. These two people are no one else but the young couple who have been separated for many days, Thor and Jane Foster. Very good. That slap was still quite loud. Fuck. Before Ronan could gloat for long, the two of them kissed. Are these young lovers so exciting now? The two were still slapping each other's mouths a minute ago, and now they started French kissing again. Do you understand that there are minors here? Others are blessed when they open the door. Why is he seeing dog food when he opens the door? Hey, calm down. The police uncle over there is going to cause trouble for you. Ronan decisively released the powerful spell of interrupt. There are policemen watching nearby. What are you kissing for? Thor and Jane Foster were also frightened and immediately shrank back. Hey, you are. Thor looked at Ronan and was about to say Ronan's name when he was interrupted by Ronan. I'm Mr. Fantastic, the Great Prince from Asgard. Welcome to Earth. Ronan crossed his arms across his chest, but his name must be kept secret. Huh. Thor was a little confused. Are you the Mr. Fantastic? The wizard who can disappear by drawing a circle? Jane Foster looked at Ronan in surprise, as if she also knew that there was such a person as Ronan. Ronan raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect that his name would spread to the UK. Thor, what I want to tell you is that you should not call my name on Earth. We can't be like you and debut in the center position on Earth. We need to hide ourselves. Ronan did not answer Jane Foster's words, but gave Thor a shot of vaccination. He didn't want to expose his real name because of Thor's carelessness. Okay, Mr. Fantastic. Thor pulled a long tone. Ronan rolled his eyes and pointed at the police over there. At this time, these policemen had already approached. Oh, wait a minute, I'll go and deal with it. Jane Foster smiled at Ronan and walked straight towards the police. Thor slowly walked to Ronan's side, staring at him. Why are you looking at me? Ronan was a little creepy by his look. How can you, a man with a girlfriend, look at a man with such eyes? Are you sick? I seem to have told you to help me send a Christmas gift to Jane on Christmas. Why didn't she receive it? Thor's voice was not loud, but Ronan heard it clearly. Hiss. Hearing this, Ronan couldn't help but take a breath. He forgot. No, to be precise, he didn't forget, but forgot to send it. There were too many things happening on Christmas night, and he was not careful. Did you say that? Ronan replied calmly. Didn't you say that? Thor's right hand held Ronan's arm. Not good. Ronan subconsciously screamed. At this moment, a violent explosion suddenly occurred not far away. Boom. With Jane Foster as the center of the circle, the police who were close to her were directly bounced away by a dark red light. Those unlucky police never thought that their mere mortal bodies would be attacked by an infinite gem one day. That's right, the dark red light is a legendary ether particle, also known as the reality gem. It can be said to be the most powerful of the infinity gems. It ignores any scientific laws, and all natural laws are meaningless in front of it. Humans can use it to fulfill any dream, and as long as the user is willing, all illusions can become real. Of course, this introduction sounds very bluffing. But Ronan also knows that this gem is also the most difficult gem to use. For example, the user can forcibly change 1 + 1 = 2 to 1 + 1 = 3, and it can be done very easily. However, after the modification is completed, the series of chain reactions caused are not so simple. 1 + 1 = 3. Then what should the original 1 + 2 = 2? 1 + 2 = 4. What about 2 + 2? If we swap them, 1 + 2 = 2. Does 1 represent 0? Then what is the meaning of 0? Users can modify fixed natural laws, but the consequences will be borne by the users. That's right, the rules for using the Infinity Stones are like that. Whoever uses it will bear the consequences. Although Thanos used 6 Infinity Stones in a very high profile manner and destroyed the entire universe of humans, there was no problem. But in fact, the essence of destruction is death. Put aside the so-called legal significance, because the law is meaningless to Thanos. What price will Thanos pay? The price of killing one person is that they will be hated by their relatives. The price of killing 10,000 people is that they will be hated by the relatives of 10,000 people. Therefore, Thanos' final ending was not backfired because he destroyed half of the universe, but because he suffered the price of hatred. He was directly beheaded by the Avengers of the Avengers. His physique can make him immune to the damage of using 6 infinite gems, but the price that comes with it is inevitable. Of course, these are just Ronan's own guesses. Ronan couldn't say whether it was true or not. Jane. Seeing his beloved girlfriend lying on the ground, Thor didn't want to argue with Ronan. He rushed to Jane Foster and helped her up. The remaining police officers nearby also began to surround them, and some even called for support. Mr. Luo, I'll go back first. I'll come back to you soon. After saying that, Thor directly activated the Rainbow Bridge and disappeared in an instant. Seeing the familiar magic circle left on the ground, Ronan couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth. That's it? What do you want me to do? Teacher Gooey meant that he would just let me come here for a turn and then do nothing, right? Thinking of this, Ronan couldn't help but look up at the sky. But at this moment, Ronan's mobile phone rang. Ronan pressed a button on the helmet and the call was answered. Hello, who is this? Ronan asked helplessly. I'm Tony Stark. Where are you now? I think we need to meet. What Ronan didn't expect was that Tony Stark's voice came from the other end of the phone. What's even more outrageous is that Ronan seemed to hear the sound of wind whistling from the other end of the phone. Tell me what you want to talk to me about first. Ronan curled his lips and directly made a portal and disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, he was already near Big Ben. Forget it, I'd better locate your phone. Jarvis, locate his phone. I want his specific location. Tony Stark's voice sounded again, but this time, he was not talking to Ronan. However, Ronan rolled his eyes. He had known that Tony Stark would play this trick on him. So, he changed his position in advance. London, near Big Ben? You don't go to class, go to London to travel? The whistling wind seemed to stop on Tony Stark's side. Although he is the superhero Iron Man, and although he is the billionaire Tony Stark, he still has to abide by the basic law. Although it is possible to travel from the United States to the United Kingdom without a visa, you still have to write an application in advance. Even the necessary immigration inspections are inevitable. If he dares to go as Iron Man, it would be an illegal invasion and he will definitely not be able to escape. I'm just here to do something. So when are you coming to see me? Ronan found a coffee shop, ordered a cup of coffee, and sat next to him. Anyway, Tony Stark can't travel as freely as himself. When he arrives, he will probably go back to New York, right? Wait for me, I still have 15 minutes to land in London. Fortunately, there is a Stark Group plane flying to London today, and it is about to land. I'll be there soon. After saying that, Tony Stark directly hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone coming from the phone, Ronan couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth. Damn dog rich people. For these rich people, national borders are not a problem. Soon, before Ronan finished his cup of coffee, a very cool sports car stopped by the roadside. This limited edition sports car immediately attracted the attention of a group of people. What was even more noticeable was that Tony Stark walked out of the car. Immediately, passers-by in London screamed one after another. People like Tony Stark, who looks good, is rich, and is also a superhero, are liked by many people all over the world. Of course, there are as many people who love him as there are people who hate him. Seeing Tony Stark waving and smiling at these people, Ronan couldn't help but cover his face. Doesn't this person know what it means to be low-key? It's okay for you to be alone, but I don't want to be famous with you. Maybe Tony Stark is famous enough, so in order to prevent being disturbed, the boss also gave him a private room. Ronan originally wanted to wait until the crowd dispersed and sneak into the private room. Who would have thought that Tony Stark would come directly to him? Let's go to the private room. Tony Stark gestured. Ronan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Now he could only follow Tony Stark into the private room under the attention of everyone. The door of the private room closed, and the noise outside disappeared. Tony Stark made a gesture to wait and took out a small ball from his pocket. As he pressed the ball, 2 beeps sounded. This blocker can block the most advanced eavesdropping devices and video equipment in the world. So, now you can talk. Tony Stark sat down very casually. Ronan looked at him very speechlessly. Do you know that you came to me so high profile, and within 10 minutes, SHIELD must know it? Ronan sighed. He really didn't know what this guy's brain was like. There was basically no good thing about being so high profile. I know, so I asked Jarvis to apply for a report for you. You came here on the last Stark Group plane, and I came on this one just now. So, how did you know about SHIELD? Tony Stark seemed very interested in this question. It can be seen that he had prepared everything long ago. He had been on guard against SHIELD from the beginning. Hearing his arrangement, Ronan looked better. Otherwise, he would have to find a way to fool SHIELD. Since I contacted you, SHIELD has followed me directly. Not only did they ask me about the conversation with you that day, but they also planned to kidnap me and my classmate. In my mind, SHIELD is not like a government department at all, but more like a terrorist organization. Ronan glanced at Tony Stark and dug a hole for SHIELD. Who knew that? When Ronan mentioned this, Tony Stark's face changed. He subconsciously glanced around and moved his body slightly forward. I have done some investigations, and I'm afraid that the inside of SHIELD is not as simple as we thought. Tony Stark whispered. Hearing this, Ronan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What? What did you find? Ronan couldn't help asking. I designed their defense system for them. They have no secrets from me. Of course, some of their databases are classified as level 10 secrets. Those don't exist on the internet at all. I guess they are all stored in paper materials. Tony Stark shrugged. Judging from his appearance, these things are not difficult for him at all. So, what did you find? Ronan looked at Ronan with interest. I found that SHIELD has conducted several secret studies in private. Moreover, some of the signatories of these studies are not Nick Fury at all, but other people. This level of research is basically impossible to carry out if Nick Fury doesn't sign. So I'm guessing that there is also a faction in SHIELD that is not on good terms with Nick Fury, leading to some secrets. It must be said that Tony Stark deserves his title of genius. Just based on this point, it can be guessed that someone is not on good terms with Nick Fury. There are only 2 level 10 agents in SHIELD, namely Nick Fury and Alexander Pierce. Of course, the former is the only level 10 agent in name, while the latter has all the authority. After all, it is SHIELD, so it is normal for the snake to be in front. However, Tony Stark can only guess that someone is not getting along with Nick Fury. In other words, SHIELD is indeed divided into 2 factions. It's just that one faction is SHIELD agents, and the other is Hydra. What if I tell you the so-called SHIELD is actually the body of Hydra? In other words, SHIELD has almost been completely infiltrated by Hydra. When Ronan said this, Tony Stark, who was originally a little complacent, froze on his face. What kind of organization is Hydra? Maybe many ordinary people don't know. But Tony Stark is definitely not among these people. His father Howard Stark was a hero who fought against Hydra with Captain America Steve Rogers. It's just that one is an unsung hero behind the scenes, and the other is a hero standing in the front. More importantly, impossible. SHIELD was founded by my father. How could it be the base of Hydra? Tony Stark immediately retorted. He didn't believe what Ronan said at all. More importantly, if this is true, it would be too terrifying. Hydra, which has disappeared for more than half a century, has been hiding inside SHIELD. Is SHIELD still SHIELD? Tony Stark immediately became upset when he thought that SHIELD, founded by his father, had become the base of Hydra. In any case, this is also the hard work of his father. Even if he despises SHIELD, he has to consider it for his father. Once SHIELD has something wrong, will his father be implicated? If so, he really needs to prepare early. Believe it or not, I heard it anyway. Oh, I heard it from Mr. Fantastic. Ronan shrugged, looking like he had nothing to do with it. Anyway, he has told Tony Stark the truth, so it depends on what Tony Stark thinks. Can you still contact him? Why can't I contact him these days? Tony Stark was stunned. Obviously he didn't expect Ronan's source of information to be in this place. Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth. Of course he knew that Tony Stark was contacting him, since a few days ago, Tony Stark contacted him at 3 o'clock in the morning, thus disturbing his sweet dream. Ronan blacklisted him. It was normal that Tony Stark couldn't contact him. Of course I can contact him. I'm not someone who has to call others at 3 o'clock in the morning. Ronan curled his lips. He could tolerate other things, but disturbing his sleep was the second thing he couldn't tolerate. Blacklisting him was already a light punishment. If Ronan was angry, he would definitely let Tony Stark taste what illusion was. I guess Tony Stark didn't want to experience the illusion again at that time, right? I thought Tony Stark opened his mouth. He wanted to say that he thought the wizard would not sleep. You don't think there's no Wi-Fi and cell phone signal where the wizard lives, do you? Ronan looked at Tony Stark with a strange expression. When will this old-fashioned impression be removed from the wizard's head? Why do they have such strange ideas when they are all top students? Forget it. Let's continue talking about SHIELD. In addition to this, has he talked to you about other things about SHIELD? Tony Stark returned to the topic. No, but he used my body that day and talked to a person who claimed to be an FBI agent for a while. That person seems to be Phil Coulson. Ronan seemed to be trying to recall the name. But when he heard the name, Tony Stark stood up from the chair. Impossible. This was the second time he said it was impossible today. He didn't expect that he would have such a big harvest when he came to Ronan today. What's impossible? It seems to be called this name. Ronan looked at Tony Stark blankly, but at this time, Ronan couldn't help laughing in his heart. A person who died in Nick Fury's mouth now stands in front of them alive again. May I ask, what is Tony Stark thinking now? Combined with the new news that SHIELD is equal to Hydra, how many things is Nick Fury hiding from us? Tony Stark's face has changed. In fact, this question is also what he is thinking at this moment. He doesn't believe that Ronan's words are lies, because this matter is too easy to check. Since Ronan said he had seen it, he will naturally find clues by investigating the surrounding surveillance. Therefore, the probability of Ronan lying about this is not high. Since Ronan did not lie, the liar must be Nick Fury. Then I don't know any Nick Fury. Ronan shrugged and pushed the matter aside. Until now, Ronan finally got Nick Fury into Tony Stark's circle of suspicion. Now Nick Fury's image in Tony Stark's heart is probably as low as it can be. I see. If you can contact that person recently, I hope you can help me tell him. I have something to see him. It's very important. Tony Stark looked at Ronan with his eyes, his expression very serious. Can you tell me what it is? Ronan raised his eyebrows. He didn't want to go out in the middle of the night again, especially in such a cold weather recently. He just wanted to stay at home and play games quietly. I have been dreaming recently, dreaming of some very strange scenes. For example, I dreamed that I was in a dark place. A very strange looking monster, almost all face, kept telling me to find someone. But every time I mentioned the name, I would wake up inexplicably. And this dream has lasted for several days. By last night, I almost heard that name. Tony Stark rubbed his temples. Obviously, he had not been sleeping well during this period. However, the more he listened, the stranger the expression on Ronan's face became. Why did he feel that the monster Tony Stark was talking about sounded so familiar? That monster, what color is it? Ronan asked tentatively. I can't remember clearly, but what I can remember is the monster's eyes. They were blue. I'm the strong man who updates 10,000 words again. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.